a research.
Yeah, it's a research conference.
Is it made known to the cooperative, the ICA that you're doing?
On the ICA website, there is the research committee website portion.
But it's probably lost.
Well, yeah, so you need to go, well, ccr.ica.com is directly online, right? But if you go to the master committees in the series, there's a click and you get to there. And so there we list all the conferences that are coming up.
I thought that was a very good conference when I saw it. I was looking through your website yesterday.
Yeah. No, it is. Berlin is next, and then Asia Pacific has one in Australia, in Newcastle.
Oh,
That's
when is
coming
that?
up December. December in Newcastle.
Same thing?
What's their theme? I don't know, but it's a similar kind of
Enterprise.
work. Yeah.
It's the enterprise kind of work.
Yeah. It could be all.
Okay.
There is, I can't remember what the theme is, to be honest, but it's also on the so every year there is Asia Pacific. They will have one, well, they have Congress, but they will have one in Kerala in India. And if you support it from the state, you guys have Team Maslow and his crew there, where they're working with alcohol.
Cooperatives and the transformation of business and society. I like the title.
Yeah, the transformation.
It's really good. I like it. It's,
and I've worked with Malay Marks and a fair bit. Malay and I was with Northern China. So Malay and I are dear because we're quite a bit friendly. And after the United Nations International League of Cooperatives, I chaired the Secretariat of Westfield. And we did this call to action for that group. It was hard, you had to go knock on the door to the CEOs and convince them. And we're now quite strong.
That's quite a shift because you had credit unions pretty much going under, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Disappearing.
So I still sit on that board, but another one's chair.
And I know that some of the courses, because we have a master's degree that's online for cooperative managers, and they started at Newcastle School because Maurice Altman, who is now the dean of the business school there, is actually promoting this, and so they have 4 courses now. So you can also get some training, which is good. But that's another thing that we are missing, and we gave comments on the strategy, education. There is not in the blueprint, it's not, and it's a principle.
You do a law degree or a commons degree and that comes up to work cooperative. It's not about pushing from the front. I just wonder why we're not getting traction.
Y felicitarlo por este aniversario.
Bueno, la conferencia nos ha salido más o menos bien, ¿no?
Right, ladies and gentlemen, could I ask you to take your seats? Thank you. For those who are new to the ILO, you have headphones which you can use. It not only gives you volume to hear the speakers, but it also, we have the interpretation services into Spanish and French. You just need to select the appropriate number, and then we're away. My name is Vic van Vuren. I'm from the ILO Enterprise Department, which manages the interaction on cooperatives and the social enterprises. Mr. Guy Ryder, Director General of the ILO, Mr. Ariel Guarco, the President of the ICA, Mr. Bruno Roelants, Director of ICA, ambassadors and representatives of governments, our workers' representative, Mr. Byers, heads of other cooperative agencies, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure for me to welcome you to the ILO this morning on this joint conference between the ILO and the ICA. I trust that we're going to have an interesting day today. I'd like to start with a quote that I found of Boutros Ghali. Cooperative enterprises provide the international means whereby a significant proportion of humanity is able to take into its own hands the tasks of creating productive employment, overcoming poverty, and achieving social integration. And then the late Bernard Shaw said, "We are not put on this earth to see through one another, but to see one another through." We are all dependent on one another, every soul of us on earth, and I think that sums up the cooperative movement. Many things have happened since 1919, and this is the celebratory year of the ILO, and so it's a very symbolic that we meet today to celebrate not only the ILO, but the cooperative movement, which was with the ILO from its onset. In June 28, we had the Paris Treaty of Versailles, which was signed. Mahatma Gandhi initiated the Satyagraha campaigns, beginning his non-violent resistant movement against British rule in India. We saw the deaths in 1919 of Theodore Roosevelt, Andrew Carnegie, Emiliano Zapata, Rosa Luxemburg, and Pierre Renoir. But we saw some births of Pierre Trudeau, Liberace, Jack Robinson, Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, Edmund Hillary, but most of all, the ILO. There were certain happenings in 1919. There was a flu epidemic of 185,000 people that died of this flu epidemic. Dial telephones were introduced. Pop-up toasters and shortwave radios were invented. And the traffic light came out with its first colors, red, orange, and yellow, but no one could see the difference. Milk was 32 cents a gallon. We've come a long way in the 100 years, and it gives me great pleasure to introduce our two honored guests. The first, Mr. Guy Ryder, who's the Director General of the ILO, and I'm going to hand the floor to him now to make his introductory remarks.
Well, thank you very much, Vic. President of the ICA, our friend Ariel Guarco, Director General of the ICA, Bruno Roland, ambassadors, guests, friends, ladies and gentlemen. Well, let me add to Vic's my words of welcome to this important conference on cooperatives and the future of work, jointly organised by the ILO and our friends in the International Cooperative Alliance. And it does come at a most historic moment as the ILO marks its centenary, and there is something very satisfying, I think, and very appropriate that this is the very first official event that is taking place after the completion of the Centenary International Labour Conference, which closed last Friday. Ladies and gentlemen, the ICA has been a strategic partner, an unswerving friend to the ILO in advancing its mandate over the last 100 years. I suspect that you all know that the first Director General of the International Labour Organization, Albert Thomas, was a leading figure in the French cooperative movement and indeed a member of the Central Committee of the Alliance. And the ICA has naturally had general consultative status here at the ILO ever since. And from its very beginning, the ILO recognized cooperatives as a most important tool to achieve its mission for social justice and for decent work. And this recognition is reflected in the ILO's constitution, and in consequence, the ILO established a cooperative service already in 1920, which continues to make major contributions to the work of the organization to this day. And in the past decade, just to take that, this work has extended beyond cooperatives to consider the wider social and solidarity economy. And let me remind you, and indeed ourselves, that the ILO remains the only specialized agency of the United Nations with an explicit mandate on cooperatives. Now, as I've already said, the ILO completed its 108th conference last Friday. It brought together over 6,000 representatives of governments, of workers and employers from the ILO's 187 member states. It also brought to Geneva 27 heads of state or government, 3 kings and 5 vice presidents, and they all came to address our conference and to celebrate the ILO's centenary. In addition to some of its more routine work, this year's conference took 2 decisions which I think will stand as landmarks in the future. Because following an initial discussion last year, the Centenary Conference discussed the adoption of international labour standards against violence and harassment at work, the very first of their type. I'm extremely pleased to be able to welcome the fact that the conference adopted a convention, supplemented by a recommendation on this critically important issue, which negatively affects the health, security and well-being of working women and men around the world. Also, I would add this was the first convention that the ILO has adopted since 2011. And in a second milestone, delegates debated the forces which are transforming the world of work and the mission of the ILO in shaping a future of work and of shared prosperity for all. And so the conference adopted an ILO centenary declaration for the future of work that will guide and inspire the activities of our organisation as we move into our 2nd century. And importantly, I bet you've looked this up already, the declaration refers to the role of cooperatives and the wider social and solidarity economy enterprises. It's on page 4, I checked it before I came down. Ladies and gentlemen, the ILO's activities on cooperatives are guided by an international standard, the ILO recommendation on the promotion of cooperatives. It's number 193 that we adopted in 2002. And the cooperative movement played a critically important role in the adoption of that recommendation. And it's proven to be highly relevant for the strengthening of an enabling environment for cooperatives in so many parts of the world. Since its adoption, more than 110 countries have used the recommendation to support the revision and development of national policies and legislation, and it has also guided many regional and sub-regional model laws on cooperatives. More recently than that, the ILO and the ICA joined forces, along with other members of the Committee for the Promotion and Advancement of Cooperatives, COPAC, and that includes the FAO and UNDESA, with regards to the guidelines concerning statistics of cooperatives. And these were finally adopted at the 20th International Conference of Labour Statisticians, held here in October of 2018. This is, I think, a starting point for moving towards harmonised, reliable, and what is essential, internationally comparable statistics on cooperatives. Most important work. I'm happy also that Rima Nanavati, the leader of the Self-Employed Workers Association, who was a member of the ILO's Global Commission on the Future of Work, is with us at our meeting. SEWA is both a trade union of women in formal economy workers and a representative of the cooperative movement, with its membership of 106 cooperatives of producers, workers and consumers. The report of the Global Commission, of which Rima was a part, issued in January, the report of the Global Commission, which was issued in January, examines how to achieve a better future of work for all at this time of unprecedented change and exceptional challenges. It identifies the new forces which are transforming the world of work, and these include technological advance, the greening of economies, changing demographics, and of course globalization. And it highlights as well the role of cooperatives, particularly in advancing gender equality and in transitioning from informality to the formal economy. This is no surprise, but rather a demonstration of the growing interest of the world of work in exploring value-driven business models, ones that are based on cooperation, mutualism and solidarity. Cooperatives and the wider social and solidarity economy are increasingly coming up with solutions to the forces transforming the world of work. To take one important area, cooperatives are working on climate change adaptation and mitigation, mutual insurance for crops, diversification of crops, energy-saving irrigation, and construction techniques are among the adaptation strategies that cooperative enterprises are using. Important examples in climate change mitigation would include forestry and renewable energy cooperatives. To take another area, the platform economy. Cooperatives are being established by gig economy workers to improve their working conditions. Taxi drivers, for example, are among the workers that have been setting up worker cooperatives and using online applications to counter the intermediation of ride-hailing companies that, in many cases, can withhold rights and benefits from drivers. And I'll quote a third area that concerns demographic challenges, where cooperatives are playing a complementary role to local and national governments. They provide people-centred quality care services in childcare, in ageing, in disability and mental health care across a range of countries in both North and South. In addition, and since particularly the financial crises of just over a decade ago, savings and credit cooperatives, cooperative banks and credit unions have seen steady growth, keeping credit flowing, especially to small and medium-sized enterprises, and they have remained stable while creating direct and indirect employment. And they have also engaged in new financial mechanisms and innovations to serve their members and their communities. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, bringing these innovative cooperative responses to scale requires an ecosystem of policies and relevant support institutions, financial and non-financial. And at the ILO, we're committed to working with our constituents and the cooperative movement in supporting the creation of just such an ecosystem that is conducive to the growth of cooperative enterprises. And as a mark of this commitment, in a few minutes, President Ariel Guarco and I will be signing a new Memorandum of Understanding that I think will mark the beginning of the next phase of collaboration between the ILO and the ICA. Colleagues, the times which call us to act with urgency to shape a fairer, inclusive and more secure future of work, one with full employment and with decent work for all. Such a future is a precondition for sustainable development that puts an end to poverty and leaves no one behind. And the ILO is committed to carrying forward into its second century its enduring mandate for social justice by making people's rights, their needs and aspirations the primary objectives of economic, social and indeed environmental policies. This means a human-centred approach to the future of work. And I hope and I believe that this human-centred approach resonates with the cooperative identity, values and principles. In these times of unprecedented change and of exceptional challenges in the world of work, we look forward to continued partnership with the cooperative movement in this quest for sustainable development and a fairer, inclusive and more secure future of work with decent work for all. So I wish you all the greatest success in this conference and welcome you all to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Director General. It now gives me great pleasure to introduce Mr. Ariel Guarco, the President of the International Cooperative Alliance. Sir, the floor is yours.
Muchas gracias. Estimado Guy Ryder, Director General de la OIT, estimado Vic Van Buren, Director del Departamento de Empresas de la OIT, señores embajadores, representantes de los gobiernos, de las organizaciones de trabajadores y de empleadores, queridos cooperativistas, queridos amigos. Como presidente de la Alianza Cooperativa Internacional, quiero expresar la enorme satisfacción y el entusiasmo que tenemos todos los cooperativistas del mundo en ser parte de las actividades de conmemoración del centenario de la Organización Internacional del Trabajo. La Alianza Cooperativa Internacional se constituyó en el año 1895. La Organización Internacional del Trabajo lo hizo en el año 1919. Ambas organizaciones fueron activas impulsoras de las Naciones Unidas en el año 1946. La OIT fue la primera agencia especializada de las Naciones Unidas y la ASI fue una de las primeras organizaciones no gubernamentales que obtuvo el estatus de observador con carácter consultivo en el Consejo Económico y Social de las Naciones Unidas. Somos parte de la misma historia, del presente y del futuro de la cooperación internacional. En esta historia común debemos destacar, como lo ha señalado el director general, que el primer director general de la OIT, Albert Thomas, fue un cooperativista y fue miembro activo de la Alianza Cooperativa Internacional. Durante más de 98 años de los 100 años de vida, la OIT ha contado con un programa vinculado al cooperativismo y continúa siendo el único organismo especializado de las Naciones Unidas con un mandato específico sobre cooperativas. Este estrecho vínculo entre la ASI y la OIT se explica por el mutuo interés en un aspecto central de nuestra sociedad, la promoción del trabajo decente. Felicitaciones por este aniversario y felicitaciones especialmente por haber decidido dedicarlo a debatir sobre el futuro del trabajo. Nos alegramos también por un hecho de gran relevancia que ya fue mencionado. El Comité Plenario de la Conferencia Internacional del Trabajo, integrado por gobiernos, trabajadores y empleados, ha estado trabajando durante 2 semanas en la declaración del centenario de la OIT para este año 2019 sobre el futuro del trabajo. Y en esa declaración han incorporado a las cooperativas y así como a la economía social y solidaria en el texto. Esta mención de la declaración es para nosotros muy significativa, ya que nos permitirá realizar una mayor incidencia y una mayor capacidad de presentación de propuestas, de políticas públicas favorables para las cooperativas y reforzará aún más el partenariado que estamos renovando hoy con la firma de un nuevo memorando de entendimiento de colaboración entre estas dos organizaciones. No puedo dejar de destacar un libro de gran relevancia que será presentado esta tarde, Cooperativas y el mundo de trabajo, que ha sido coeditado por la OIT, el Comité de Investigación Cooperativa de la ASI y SICOPA. ¿Qué mejor escenario para debatir el futuro del trabajo? Estamos en el marco de la única agencia tripartita de la ONU, donde gobiernos, empleadores y trabajadores de los 187 Estados miembros construyen compromisos de cara a los nuevos desafíos que enfrentamos como humanidad. Los cooperativistas estuvimos hace 100 años en la fundación de la OIT y estamos hoy aquí también presentes en este gran debate. En el mundo hay 280 millones de trabajadores y trabajadoras que forman parte del cooperativismo, como empleados, como trabajadores asociados o como trabajadores independientes que se asocian para viabilizar su producción. 280 millones de personas que representan casi el 10% de la población mundial ocupada. Es un número suficientemente importante para justificar que nuestra voz sea escuchada en el debate sobre el futuro del trabajo. Pero el número no es lo más importante. Nuestro principal aporte como movimiento cooperativo es que somos una usina de innovación respecto a la organización del trabajo. Desde su origen, a mediados del siglo XIX, las cooperativas se constituyeron buscando resolver necesidades colectivas e innovando al mismo tiempo en los modelos empresariales, buscando nuevos caminos de organización que permitieran incorporar las nuevas tecnologías sin dejar de promover la dignidad del trabajo humano. Hoy en día, en plena ebullición de las nuevas tecnologías de la información y la comunicación, mantenemos la misma coherencia. Por eso, quiero aprovechar estos minutos, señor director general, para comentar brevemente nuestra visión y nuestras propuestas. El primer eje que nos propone la OIT es precisamente aumentar la inversión en la capacidad de las personas. Coincidimos plenamente con la necesidad de garantizar el derecho al aprendizaje permanente para que las personas puedan hacer frente a los riesgos y a las oportunidades de los cambios tecnológicos. Y agregamos, ese derecho a la educación permanente debe incluir la investigación, la enseñanza y el aprendizaje sobre alternativas de modelos empresariales centrados en las personas. Debe incluir, por lo tanto, a la educación cooperativa. No hay futuro del trabajo decente y sostenible sin cooperación, sin una innovación que esté al servicio de la dignidad humana. Por eso, señor Director General, desde la Alianza Cooperativa Internacional ponemos a disposición la experiencia en educación y los dispositivos de formación con que cuenta el movimiento cooperativo. Proponemos realizar convenios con los gobiernos, organizaciones empresariales y de trabajadores dirigidos a fomentar la investigación y la formación sobre modelos cooperativos de organización del trabajo. Otro eje que la OIT propone debatir es incrementar la inversión en trabajo decente y sostenible. El documento de la Comisión Mundial del Futuro del Trabajo nos invita a promover cambios en la gobernanza y las conductas empresariales para que se ajusten al programa centrado en las personas. Allí dice que es preciso explorar medidas innovadoras que permitan exigir a las empresas que respondan por el impacto positivo o negativo de sus actividades en el medio ambiente y en las comunidades que operan. Creemos que es necesario profundizar en el marco de la OIT los acuerdos sobre los cuáles son las formas de gobernanza y las conductas empresariales más adecuadas para la promoción del trabajo decente y sostenible. Sabemos que no hay un solo camino. ¿Cuál es el nuestro? Empresas democráticamente gobernadas por los usuarios, por los trabajadores o por los productores, en el marco de los principios y valores del cooperativismo. Ponemos a disposición la trayectoria de nuestro modelo de gobernanza empresarial, que ha sido respaldado y promovido desde los orígenes de la OIT, y queremos sumarnos, señor Director General, a un debate necesario sobre cuáles son las formas de gobernanza y las conductas empresariales más adecuadas para un programa centrado en las personas. Creemos que es importante debatir cómo vamos a promover el financiamiento de las inversiones de estas empresas. En este punto tenemos un grave problema. Como bien dice el documento de la Comisión Mundial del Futuro del Trabajo, las condiciones financieras del mercado ejercen una fuerte presión sobre las empresas para que cumplan con los objetivos de financiación de corto plazo y con las expectativas de los accionistas. Con incentivos orientados en gran medida a la obtención de beneficios a corto plazo, a las empresas les es difícil comprometerse con el ajuste de las actividades del programa centrado en las personas. Señor Director General, si no resolvemos el problema del financiamiento, no vamos a poder incrementar la inversión en trabajo decente y sostenible. Por ello proponemos que la OIT promueva que los fondos públicos dirigidos al financiamiento de proyectos de cuidados, de desarrollo rural, de servicios públicos sostenibles, entre otros, y de todas aquellas actividades y áreas sensibles en términos de creación de trabajo decente y sostenible, prioricen a las empresas que por su gobernanza garanticen un ajuste con el programa centrado en las personas. Con el mismo objetivo, creemos que en el marco de la OIT debemos debatir y promover regulaciones del sistema financiero que orienten al financiamiento hacia proyectos que respondan a los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible, en particular a la creación de trabajo decente. El otro eje que nos propone la OIT, como no podía ser de otra manera, es invertir en las instituciones del trabajo. Estamos plenamente de acuerdo con el diagnóstico y las propuestas de la Comisión Mundial del Futuro del Trabajo que realizan este punto. El presente y el futuro del trabajo requiere de instituciones fuertes para compensar la asimetría inherente a la relación entre el capital y el trabajo y así garantizar relaciones laborales justas y equilibradas. Los cooperativistas necesitamos sindicatos fuertes. Quiero ser enfático en este punto, porque si bien ha habido muy buenas experiencias de trabajo conjunto entre sindicatos y cooperativistas, nuestra historia también ha sabido de desencuentros. La organización sindical de los trabajadores asalariados necesita complementarse con la organización cooperativa de los trabajadores de la nueva economía no salarial. Con este objetivo, entendemos que es necesario promover alianzas entre las organizaciones sindicales de trabajadores y el cooperativismo en todos los Estados miembros de la OIT y en el ámbito internacional. Alianzas que estén fundamentadas en los acuerdos que refleja la Recomendación 193 aprobada en el año 2002. En dicha recomendación se promueve que los trabajadores de las cooperativas se afilien a los sindicatos y que los sindicatos contribuyan a la creación de nuevas cooperativas y participen de las mismas, con miras a la creación o al mantenimiento de empleo, incluso en los casos en que se contemple el cierre de las empresas. Por ello, señor director general, en este punto queremos proponer que el trabajo asociado cooperativo, o sea, el estatus de socio trabajador, sea reconocido como un estatus de trabajo sui generis, en razón de que su propósito es compensar la asimetría en relación a la asimetría que existe entre el capital y el trabajo, a través de la constitución de empresas gestionadas por los trabajadores y, por lo tanto, incluir a las cooperativas de trabajo asociado explícitamente dentro de la estrategia de la OIT. La misma Recomendación 193 propone que las organizaciones de empleadores admitan como miembros a las cooperativas que deseen unirse a ellas y les ofrezcan servicios de apoyo apropiados con las mismas condiciones y cláusulas que sus demás miembros. La incorporación de las cooperativas puede aportar diversidad y todo su potencial para crear y reforzar clústeres de pequeñas y medianas empresas. Tenemos por delante enormes posibilidades de intercooperación. La Recomendación 193 fue fruto de un intenso trabajo cuatripartito, del que participaron los gobiernos, las organizaciones empresariales, las organizaciones de los trabajadores y el cooperativismo. Desde la Alianza Cooperativa Internacional, creemos que debemos reeditar este esquema de diálogo tripartito +1 para poner en la agenda de la Conferencia Internacional del Trabajo la revisión y actualización de la Recomendación 193 en los próximos años. Los tiempos se han acelerado. El impacto de las nuevas tecnologías sobre la organización del trabajo hace estratégica la necesidad de fortalecer el modelo cooperativo como uno de los caminos para la construcción de trabajo decente y sostenible. Debemos facilitar el desarrollo de empresas donde los propios trabajadores puedan participar activamente de la gestión del proceso de trabajo. Estas son algunas de nuestras ideas y propuestas, queridos amigos y miembros de la OIT. La Organización Internacional del Trabajo es el mejor ámbito para dar este debate crucial. La promoción del trabajo decente es uno de los objetivos del desarrollo sostenible más decisivos para lograr el delicado y necesario equilibrio entre los aspectos económicos, sociales y ambientales. Por eso, nuevamente, muchas gracias, señor director general, por aprovechar este centenario para impulsar el debate sobre el futuro del trabajo, que es, en definitiva, el debate sobre el futuro de nuestras familias, sobre el futuro de nuestras comunidades. La Alianza Cooperativa Internacional tenía que estar presente en este trascendente aniversario para hacer público nuevamente, como en aquel lejano 1919, nuestro compromiso permanente y profundo con los valores y objetivos que defiende la OIT. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Mr. Guarco. The order of proceedings will now be the signing of the updated Memorandum of Understanding. After that, we'll be inviting Mr. Jürgen Schwedman to the podium for the next part of the session. After that, we will have the coffee break. So if you could please remain seated, we have the signing and a presentation, and then we can have a break. So we're now going to witness the signing of the documents, and this is, as we said, an historic moment. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The signing has been concluded. We're now going to have the Director General leave the meeting. He has other commitments, but thank you very much for joining us, Director General. And while you're leaving, we're going to ask Mr. Jürgen Schwetman to take the podium. We're going to ask the presentation will be up. Is there a clicker that Mr. Schwetman could use? Or we'll just have to indicate to them? We don't have a clicker now. We'll just have. Right, we'll manage it. It gives me great pleasure to welcome a friend of the ILO, an ex-ILO official, to the podium, Mr. Jürgen Schwetman. Just to give a little bit background of Jürgen. He's now a retired official of the International Labour Organization, but certainly not retired from working, because I see him was probably more than I did before. He was chief of the cooperative branch, which brings a certain relevance to today's meeting, and he was also holding other various senior positions in head of PARDEV in the ILO before his retirement. Since his retirement in September 2015, he now works as an independent consultant for various multilateral and bilateral organizations. He's also a visiting professor at the Division of Economics of Agricultural Cooperatives of the Humboldt University in Berlin. He has considerable professional experience in cooperative development in Africa and other developing regions. So it gives me great pleasure to introduce Mr. Jürgen Schwetman. Jürgen, the floor is yours. There is a PowerPoint presentation which you can follow whilst the presentation is being made.
Thank you, Vic, and thank you, ILO and ICA, for inviting me to this conference and asking me to develop a keynote address for the purpose. My presentation, which will last around 30 minutes, is grouped in 5 sections. First of all, introducing the ILO Future of Work initiative, introducing the drivers of change in the world of work and the impact on the world, on work, negative or positive, the role of cooperatives in addressing that impact. Firstly, how cooperatives can contribute to implementing the recommendations of the Commission on the Future of Work that the Director General just mentioned. Fifthly, to propose a few future directions for the cooperative movement in relation to the future of work. And finally, one slide whose content I will unveil a little bit later. So the Future of Work initiative was launched by Director General Guy Ryder in June 2013 as one of 7 centenary initiatives. It was also the theme of his report to the ILC in 2015. Following that report, all ILO member states organized centenary conversations around the future of work. And a high-level commission was set up in 2017, which proposed investments in human capabilities, investments in the institutions of work, and investments in decent and sustainable work. And we come back to that report a little bit later. And on Friday last week, the International Labour Conference adopted a tripartite declaration on the future of work, a centenary declaration, which makes explicit reference to cooperatives and the social and solidarity economy. The drivers of change and their impact on the world of work. We have demographics, population growth, aging, urbanization. We have technology, automation, digitization, communications. We have economic changes, globalization, inequality, and emerging economic powers, and environmental changes, climate change, resource depletion, and pollution. Population growth. you see on the charts that by 2050, the world will have more than 9 billion people. So we will have a growing labor force, especially in developing countries, especially on the African continent. We will have a useful population in the south, and we will probably witness a growing trend towards labor migration from one country to another. Aging. You see that by 2015, 16% of the work population will have an age, will be above the age of 65. So we have extended working life and more working years, and of course later pension years. This will put a strain on pension and health systems, and it will demand new jobs in the care industry, in health and personal services, and related industries. The aging phenomenon is, of course, taking place right now in industrialized countries, but it will also more and more affect countries from the global south, developing nations and emerging economies. So it's something we have to take into account in all countries. The third demographic trend is urbanization. You see on these two maps the rate of urbanization in 1960 and 2017. And you will notice that in all regions of the world, the rate of urbanization has grown rapidly. And in many parts of the world, well over 50% of all people live in urban areas. Urbanization as such is not necessarily a bad thing, because it permits the state to organize services to its population and citizens in a more efficient way. But if urbanization, the rate of urbanization is faster than the rate of economic growth, it will probably lead to greater informality and increased working poverty. And that's something we are witnessing in many parts of the world, in particular in the developing countries, where cities are growing and the state is no longer capable of providing services to all urban citizens. When we come to the technological changes, automation, of course, is one of them. The automation of work processes through robots, artificial intelligence, self-service devices such as ATMs, self-service checkouts, boarding pass generators, and so on. We are also witnessing nowadays the decentralization of industrial production through three-dimensional printing technology, which will make it possible for a consumer to print, let's say, a spare part at home, rather than going to a shop. We also see the automation of transport through self-conducting or remote control devices such as drones, self-driving cars, trucks, tanks, and even ships. The impact on the world of work: there will be a shrinking number of jobs in many service, manufacturing, and transport sectors, except in countries where labor is cheap, where it's cheaper to invest in people rather than in machines. There will be new jobs in research, software engineering, and design. And we can expect stable employment in personnel services and the care industry, those that cannot be automated for the time being. Digitization, which is closely related to automation, is here illustrated by a comparison between the electronic book and the old-fashioned paper book, relating to production, marketing, and content. The digitization will create more jobs in high-level managerial professions, creative industries, and software engineering, but it will reduce jobs in manufacturing and associated industries. The third technological trend is on communications, and we see here that 53% of the world population today has access to the internet. That was in 2018. So over half of the population can now communicate through the internet. the large majority of people around the world do have mobile phones, and many of those mobile phones are nowadays smartphones. So the digital revolution is gaining also the global south and changes many, many things, like, for example, electronic payments. There will be more jobs in telecommunications, all subsectors. There will be more telework, independent work, subcontracting, greater isolation of the worker. There will be more jobs in online sales, packaging, distribution, but less jobs in retail shops. And I think we see that in all cities, that shops are closing down because people are buying more and more stuff over the internet. On the economic trends, we have globalization. And here you see a chart comparing the growth of trade compared to the growth of global GDP. And trade has grown much faster than economic growth. It means that more and more goods are being exchanged and traded. It also means a transfer of jobs from importing to exporting countries. Manufacturing is moving to the south. It may mean a race to the bottom in terms of workers' rights and working conditions. It may lead to greater global inequality. And of course, global trade has environmental impacts, which is not negligible. This chart shows the inequality as measured by the Gini coefficient. And the orange colors are those countries with the greatest degree of inequality, and those are mostly located in the south. The rise of inequality, which is not just income inequality, it's also inequality of rights, inequality of access to resources, etc., will have a negative impact on the livelihood of the poorest segment of the population, and it may lead to civil unrest. Let me quote here the very first sentence of the preamble of the ILO constitution, whereas lasting peace can be established only if it is based upon social justice. So the founding fathers of the ILO realized that inequality, social justice, is of greatest importance for the maintenance of peace and stability. The emerging economies. In the 1980s, the G7 countries, or G8 countries, wherever you would like to group them, were topping the list of the world economy. US, USSR, Japan, Germany, France, UK, Italy, Canada. These were the G8 countries. Today, 2018, China is the second largest economy. India and Brazil have risen to the ranks of the largest 10. And in 2030, at the end of the Sustainable Development Agenda of the UN, China is expected to become the world's largest economy. India, Brazil, Indonesia, and Mexico will be among the top 10, and many of the current G7 countries will have disappeared from that list. It means it will imply a shift from agricultural to manufacturing jobs in emerging economies, and from manufacturing jobs to services in high-income countries. And it will also mean that the cooperative movements of these countries will gain in importance on the global scene. We come now to the environmental trends, global warming and climate change. This map, which was published by the FAO a few years ago, shows the impact of climate change on food production around the world. The countries marked in red or pink are those that are expected to see food losses due to climate change, and those in green will actually benefit from global warming by being able to produce more food. And as you see, unfortunately, it's the global south that is going to suffer most from climate change. So the countries that are least responsible for climate change are those that are being most affected by the phenomenon. It can entail a massive loss of jobs and livelihoods in countries most affected by rising sea levels and desertification. It can lead to climate change-induced migration, and that is already happening in some parts of the world. And it may create new jobs in renewable energy and climate change adaptation. Resource depletion. This is a chart developed by the Club of Rome, 30 years after the Club of Rome published its report on the limits of growth. So that report was published, I think, in the year 2010, and it shows that the resources, the blue line, are declining rapidly. Resources such as oil, coal, many others, and will result to almost nil in the year 2100. And it means that many jobs are going to be lost in resource-intensive industries and supply chains, depending on them. And many more new jobs need to be created in recycling and the development of renewables, renewable energies and other renewables. And finally, we see the changing organization of work. Because of communications, because of the internet, because of many other developments, many people will nowadays be able to work from home or be forced to work from home. We will see subcontracting arrangements. We see pseudo-entrepreneurs. We see freelancers who are isolated, unprotected, and mostly powerless because they are not able to negotiate collectively. They are not organized in trade unions. They need to defend their rights as an individual, which is not easy at all when they have to negotiate with large companies or multinationals. And therefore, cooperation and cooperatives will become so important in the future of work. We will need to develop more collaborative methods of work. Collaboration, collectives, networks, partnerships, sharing, solidarity. All these are manifestations of cooperation which will need to be developed to allow the isolated individual to survive in a competitive environment. The role of cooperatives in that universe, in that dimension, could be to mobilize self-help and mutual assistance, to create jobs and livelihoods, to ensure voice and representation, to improve working conditions, in particular in the informal economy and in rural economies, to provide services and care, to work towards a fairer globalization, to promote and protect rights. In fact, all these are elements of the decent work agenda, to help formalizing the informal, to support the local, reduce inequality, and protect the environment. And this could be the role of cooperatives in addressing the demographic, the various trends that I've introduced earlier, and in particular in addressing their impact on the world of work. When we look at population growth, which may lead to a rise in the informal economy, their cooperatives or similar organizations could promote informal economy associations that exist in so many countries. And I think SEBA is here, SEBA is the Self-Employed Women's Association of India, which is an informal economy association. We can also promote the development of mutual assistance groups. And as population growth might lead to migration, we can also look at the role of cooperatives through migrant workers cooperatives, including returnees, and the transfer of remittance payments. In the area of aging, we already have in many countries caregivers and social services cooperatives, and their importance is likely to grow. And we have, for example, in Japan, workers' cooperatives of the elderly, where pensioners get together as workers' cooperatives to provide, for example, community services as an option to become employed after their official working life is over. Urbanization. There are many types of cooperatives can play a very useful role. Consumer cooperatives, health cooperatives, utility cooperatives like energy generating or distribution cooperatives, but also informal economy associations and mutual assistance groups. So cooperatives do have an important role in addressing the demographic trends that we introduced earlier. The technological trends such as automation. For example, one can think of shared service cooperative of users of automated equipment, devices, 3D printers, which are very, very expensive. So small businesses get together to purchase, for example, an expensive 3D printer together and use that equipment jointly. They may reduce costs and improve productivity. We could also think of self-help group of redundant workers or worker buyouts to counter the negative effects of automation. Digitization may lead to web-based cooperatives of open source programmers, e-workers, translators, all those workers who work in isolation because they work from home or from an isolated workplace, but who can cooperate with others through internet-based means. The joint use of digital equipment and services. For example, in my country, in Germany, we have an internet service provider. All internet service providers are united in a company called DENIC, which runs the web expansion.de. There are 187 service internet providers belonging to DENIC, and DENIC is a cooperative. In communications, we can think of virtual cooperatives of e-workers and independent professions. And we can think of a cooperative organization of the online trade. Why not promote an Amazon.coop rather than an Amazon.com? An Amazon.coop where providers of goods and services would sell their product not on a profit base, but on a basis of equality and profit sharing. The economic trends, the effects and the negative effects of globalization could be countered by the promotion of local development groups and associated movements, the LED movement, local economic development. But we can also think of cooperatives organized along global supply chains, from producer to consumer, as it, for example, exists in some parts of the coffee market, where producers are organized in cooperatives and sell their products through fair trade channels to the consumer. Inequality, in fact, promoting and restoring equality is a core function of all types and forms of cooperatives. So we don't need to go into detail here. And emerging cooperatives, emerging economies, cooperative networks to promote South-South cooperation between emerging economies. And there I think the ICA has a great role to play in building South-South networks between the different cooperative movements from the Global South. The role of cooperatives in addressing the environmental trends, the area of climate change, renewable energy cooperatives, recycling cooperatives, cooperatives in the share economy, which by definition reduces resource depletion and climate emissions. Self-help group for climate change, adaptation, reforestation, etc. And again on resource depletion, recycling and waste management cooperatives, but also cooperatives that act as agents of change to facilitate the transition towards resource-neutral economic activities. We come now to the report of the Global Commission on the Future of Work, which published its report in January under the title A Human-Centered Agenda. If we talk a human-centered agenda, then we must look at cooperatives as being human-centered businesses. The picture here is the umbrella of the recommendations that the report has proposed. So we use a human-centered business, which are cooperatives, to implement a human-centered agenda, which is shown on the next slide. Yes. Okay. The human-centered agenda was grouped into three sections: investing in people's capability, investing in the institutions of work, and investing in decent work. And the report, which is available here at the ILO, has made 10 recommendations, starting with lifelong learning. Here we can think, when we look at the role of cooperatives, on a community-based education system, teachers' cooperatives that already exist in a number of countries, and cooperative learning. The report talks about the transitions in the world of work, in particular the transition from school to work. In some countries we have school cooperatives to teach cooperative values and principles to school children so that they can use them in future life. Youth cooperative and producers cooperatives of young people as a first step into their working life. Gender equality, more must be done within the cooperative movement to promote female leadership in cooperatives. In SACCOs, saving and credit cooperatives, women are usually more active than men and also more active in leadership. And of course, it's a role where care workers cooperatives can make a contribution. And under people's capabilities, the report also recommends the extension of social protection. And there we can think of mutual insurers, health cooperatives, and community care. The second part of the report on the institutions of work introduces the concept of a labor guarantee. What it means when you read the report is basically how can we guarantee that people find work despite the negative effect of technological change. And President Guaco already mentioned it right now, the idea of worker buyouts. Employers run enterprises, worker-owned enterprises, platform cooperatives, new ideas that allow the worker to remain at work despite the negative effects of technological change. The issue of time sovereignty, producers cooperative, and you have seen it in many cases, producers cooperatives actually can lead to self-exploitation of the worker member, because there is no control and worker labor standards usually do not apply to producers cooperatives. The report also calls for greater representation of workers and employers. And there we have the societal role of the cooperative movement, which organizes not just economic and social services, but also represents the interests of members. And it's for one of the main reasons why the ILO has established a cooperative branch in 1920 already, 1 year later after its establishment, was the realization that some workers and employers are not represented by trade unions and employers organizations. They were represented by cooperatives. And hence, the then Director General decided to establish a cooperative branch. And technology is already introduced under technological trends above. The same is true for transforming economies into environmental, sustainable economies, but it also refers to the role of cooperatives in rural development, in agriculture, which is so important in many, many countries, not only in developing, but also in an industrialized country. And the human-centeredness is actually the very essence of the cooperative model. we propose to expand the cooperative universe. Perhaps introduce a notion of a digital common bond, meaning that the members of the cooperative are united through a digital bond, which may be the internet. A societal common goal, in addition to a social and economic common goal. The virtual cooperative societies, such as the platform cooperatives, and why not a cooperative cloud, where the data of cooperatives are being stored in a cooperative controlled manner and not by a commercial enterprise. I think we need to build alliances with like-minded movements, such as a fair and ethical trade movement, the open source movement, which is the foundation of Wikipedia, of Linux and Mozilla, the share economy, organic production and consumption, slow food movement, the social protection schemes that are based on mutuality, solidarity and reciprocity, employee ownership and workers' takeovers, social entrepreneurship, and the global social and solidarity economy, and of course trade unions, which are not cooperatives but share many of the values and principles of cooperatives. It is important to foster horizontal networks of cooperatives as well as their vertical integration, so as to build national institutions and global institutions of the cooperative movement that can play a role in the changing world of work. We need to promote South-South cooperation, and we need to build a human-centered, cooperative future of work. I now come to my last slide, which may surprise a little bit. From the cooperative robot to the robot cooperative. We talk a lot about robots, about artificial intelligence, about self-learning and so on. You see here a picture of two robots that have been developed by NASA in the US, which are cooperating to transport a steel beam. The technology distinguishes between collaborative robots and cooperative robots. Collaborative robots are those that work alongside a human being. Cooperative robots are those that work between themselves. And I was thinking of maybe in 50 years, these cooperative robots need to adopt cooperative values and principles to interact. The membership will be open. Will it be voluntary? We don't know. It may be decided by the programmer. Member control, one robot, one vote, of course. Member economic participation, most definitely. Autonomy and independence, can they choose to cooperate or will they be forced to cooperate? Education, training and information, yes, through the Internet of Things, because they already communicate through sensors and the World Wide Web. Cooperation among cooperatives, that's the very essence of the Internet of Things. Concern for community, yes, but whose community? The human community or the robot community? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jürgen, for that great presentation and for setting the scene after our presidential speeches. We're now going to move on to the next part of the program. It is now 11:10. A group photograph needs to be taken. Now, you might think, how is this going to happen with such a large group? Well, it happens often here in the ILO. We need you to walk out of this door, go straight to the end and turn left. There will be people guiding you. You walk down the stairs into the colonnade where that long carpet starts reflecting the years of the ILO. You stand there, the photographer will stand on top and take the picture down so that it captures everybody. We'd like you to do that before you go to tea so we can capture you all as part of the photograph. We need you back in the room. I just need to check where the tea is. Is it also on the ground floor? Okay. When you finish the photograph, you just walk down into the open area called the Goblins. You'll see a big area for tea and coffee, and then come back up to this room by 11:30 to start our next session. Sorry, 11:45. Is that right? 11:45 is when we start our session, so you've got 30 minutes to chat, to catch up on news, and to have some tea. Thank you very much for the first session.
Our world is changing, and rapidly. What can we do to overcome today's challenges? For many, cooperatives provide a solution. Cooperatives are enterprises created by and for people to serve their economic and social needs. Based on values of self-help, democracy, equality, and solidarity, and guided by principles inspired by those values. Cooperatives focus on long-term goals for the greater good, rather than short-term profits for a few. Through a cooperative, people can pull themselves out of poverty by creating their own economic opportunities. People can make their voices heard through democratic decision-making. People can unite to make their communities stronger. Anyone can join a cooperative without fear of discrimination. Cooperatives provide opportunities for those most at risk for being left behind, like small-scale farmers, youth, indigenous people, and persons with disabilities. Cooperatives are an important economic and social force. There are more than 2.6 million cooperatives in the world, with more than 1 billion people as members. Cooperatives secure the livelihoods of 272 million people. The 300 largest cooperatives and mutuals have a combined turnover of 2.5 trillion US dollars, more than the GDP of France. Through the Sustainable Development Goals, governments are pledging to build a better world by 2030. Cooperatives are equally committed to achieving that vision in an inclusive way. How do cooperatives eradicate poverty and promote prosperity?
E naquela época, eu sei que contam histórias que ninguém queria instalar energia elétrica, trazer luz para o campo, para o lugar do interior, porque era um morador aqui, outro lá, então o investimento era muito alto e não se tinha o interesse por parte do governo de fornecer energia elétrica e fazer esse investimento. Foi nesse momento que se teve a ideia, se fundou a cooperativa Sertaja e ela que proporcionou esses investimentos para nós aqui do campo. Foi uma mudança muito importante, principalmente para a nossa região. Se não fosse pela cooperativa Sertaja nos fornecer a energia elétrica, eu acredito que hoje Vale Verde seria menor do que é. Hoje a gente paga um valor que eu considero muito baixo aqui na área rural para o preço da nossa energia elétrica. O que acaba viabilizando muitas vezes um negócio de uma pequena propriedade que, se o custo de energia fosse maior, não iria se viabilizar.
आणि कॉन्ट्रॅक्टदारांमध्ये हा फरक आहे की स्वच्छ सेवा आपला विचार करते, स्वच्छ सेवा गोरगरिबांना काम देते. परत स्वच्छ सेवाचे जे कार्यकर्ता आहेत ते आपल्या घरी भांडणं झाले तरी निम्यारात्रीला घरी येतात. आपल्या महिलांच्या मुलांना शाळेला मदत करतात, लग्नासाठी कर्ज देतात. म्हणजे पूर्ण जेवढी आर्थिक मदत आहे स्वच्छकडून ते पूर्ण आपली स्वच्छ आपल्या महिलांना देतील. तसं कॉन्ट्रॅक्टर देणार नाही.
आम्ही सभासद आहोत, आम्ही इथंच काम करतो. El nombre de mi cooperativa es Salaria Limitada. Y actualmente mi cooperativa se dedica a la cultivación de cacao. Aparte del cacao, nos ayudamos con la producción del arroz, banano. Para nosotros, como hijos de socios, cambió mucho, ¿no? En el tema de que tenemos más posibilidades en el estudio, porque Seibo nos da muchas oportunidades para poder salir adelante. Ya tal vez nuestros padres allá se están quedando cultivando el cacao, sin embargo los hijos estamos saliendo, ¿no?, adelante, tratando de que crezca nuestra organización. Es por esa razón que estamos aquí como hijos. La verdad que sí, antes, bueno, mi cooperativa estamos en una población, era pequeña, y actualmente ahora se ha mejorado con el camino y todo eso. Entonces ha mejorado mucho y hay más habitantes en nuestro pueblo.
Cooperatives are helping to build a better world in almost every country, in almost every sector of the economy. But they need your support. Join them every year in celebrating the International Day of Cooperatives on the first Saturday of July and help spread the cooperative message. Policymakers at all levels should include cooperatives at the table when decisions are made to ensure they have the legal and regulatory environment in which to develop and flourish. Our vision of a sustainable future for all is achievable, but only if we work together. Our world is changing, and rapidly. What can we do to overcome today's challenges? For many, cooperatives provide a solution. Cooperatives are enterprises created by and for people to serve their economic and social needs. Based on values of self-help, democracy, equality, and solidarity, and guided by principles inspired by those values. Cooperatives focus on long-term goals for the greater good, rather than short-term profits for a few. Through a cooperative, people can pull themselves out of poverty by creating their own economic opportunities. People can make their voices heard through democratic decision-making. People can unite to make their communities stronger. Anyone can join a cooperative without fear of discrimination. Cooperatives provide opportunities for those most at risk for being left behind, like small-scale farmers, youth, indigenous people, and persons with disabilities. Cooperatives are an important economic and social force. There are more than 2.6 million cooperatives in the world, with more than 1 billion people as members. Cooperatives secure the livelihoods of 272 million people. The 300 largest cooperatives and mutuals have a combined turnover of $2.5 trillion US, more than the GDP of France. Through the Sustainable Development Goals, governments are pledging to build a better world by 2030. Cooperatives are equally committed to achieving that vision in an inclusive way. How do cooperatives eradicate poverty and promote prosperity?
E naquela época, eu sei que contam histórias que ninguém queria instalar energia elétrica, trazer luz para o campo, para o lugar do interior, porque era um morador aqui, outro lá, então o investimento era muito alto e não se tinha o interesse por parte do governo de fornecer energia elétrica e fazer esse investimento. Foi nesse momento que se teve a ideia, se fundou a cooperativa Sertaja e ela que proporcionou esses investimentos para nós aqui do campo. Foi uma mudança muito importante, principalmente para a nossa região. Se não fosse pela cooperativa Sertaja nos fornecer a energia elétrica, eu acredito que hoje Vale Verde seria menor do que é. Hoje a gente paga um valor que eu considero muito baixo aqui na área rural para o preço da nossa energia elétrica. O que acaba viabilizando muitas vezes um negócio de uma pequena propriedade que, se o custo de energia fosse maior, não iria se viabilizar.
आणि कॉन्ट्रॅक्टदारांमध्ये हा फरक आहे की स्वच्छ सेवा आपला विचार करते, स्वच्छ सेवा गोरगरिबांना काम देते. परत स्वच्छ सेवाचे जे कार्यकर्ता आहेत ते आपल्या घरी भांडणं झाले तरी निम्या रात्रीला घरी येतात. आपल्या महिलांच्या मुलांना शाळेला मदत करतात, लग्नासाठी कर्ज देतात. म्हणजे पूर्ण जेवढी आर्थिक मदत आहे स्वच्छकडून ते पूर्ण आपली स्वच्छ आपल्या महिलांना देतील. तसं कॉन्ट्रॅक्टर देणार नाही.
आम्ही सदस्य आहोत, आम्ही इथंच काम करतो. El nombre de mi cooperativa es Salaria Limitada. Y actualmente mi cooperativa se dedica a la cultivación de cacao. Aparte del cacao, nos ayudamos con la producción del arroz, banano. Para nosotros, como hijos de socios, cambió mucho, ¿no? El tema de que tenemos más posibilidades en el estudio. Están tratando de que crezca nuestra organización mucho y hay más habitantes en nuestro pueblo.
Cooperatives are helping to build a better world in almost every country, in almost every sector of the economy. But they help spread the cooperative message. Policymakers at all levels should include cooperatives at the table when decisions are made to ensure they have the legal and regulatory environment in which to develop and flourish. Our vision of a sustainable future for all is achievable, but only if we work together. Our world is changing, and rapidly. What can we do to overcome today's challenges? For many, cooperatives provide a solution. Cooperatives are enterprises created by and for people to serve their economic and social needs. Based on values of self-help, democracy, equality, and solidarity, and guided by principles inspired by those values. Cooperatives focus on long-term goals for the greater good, rather than short-term profits for a few. Through a cooperative, people can pull themselves out of poverty by creating their own economic opportunities. People can make their voices heard through democratic decision-making. People can unite to make their communities stronger. Anyone can join a cooperative without fear of discrimination. Cooperatives provide opportunities for those most at risk for being left behind, like small-scale farmers, youth, indigenous people, and persons with disabilities. Cooperatives are an important economic and social force. There are more than 2.6 million cooperatives in the world, with more than 1 billion people as members. Cooperatives secure the livelihoods of 272 million people. The 300 largest cooperatives and mutuals have a combined turnover of 2.5 trillion US dollars, more than the GDP of France. Through the Sustainable Development Goals, governments are pledging to build a better world by 2030. Cooperatives are equally committed to achieving that vision in an inclusive way. How do cooperatives eradicate poverty and promote prosperity?
E naquela época, eu sei que contam histórias que ninguém queria instalar energia elétrica, trazer luz para o campo, lugar do interior, porque era um morador aqui, outro lá, então o investimento era muito alto e não se tinha o interesse por parte do governo de fornecer energia elétrica e fazer esse investimento. Foi nesse momento que se teve a ideia, se fundou a cooperativa Sertaja e ela que proporcionou esses investimentos para nós aqui do campo. Foi uma mudança muito importante, principalmente para a nossa região. Se não fosse pela cooperativa Sertaja nos fornecer a energia elétrica, eu acredito que hoje Vale Verde seria menor do que é. Hoje a gente paga um valor que eu considero muito baixo aqui na área rural para o preço da nossa energia elétrica. O que acaba viabilizando muitas vezes um negócio de uma pequena propriedade que, se o custo de energia fosse maior, não iria se viabilizar.
कॉन्ट्रॅक्टदारांमध्ये हा फरक आहे की स्वच्छ सेवा आपला विचार करते, स्वच्छ सेवा गोरगरिबांना काम देते. परत स्वच्छ सेवाचे जे कार्यकर्ता आहेत ते आपल्या घरी भांडणं झाले तरी निम्या घरी येतात. आपल्या महिलांच्या मुलांना शाळेला मदत करतात, लग्नासाठी कर्ज देतात. म्हणजे पूर्ण जेवढी आर्थिक मदत आहे स्वच्छकडून ते पूर्ण आपली स्वच्छ आपल्या महिलांना देतील. तसं कॉन्ट्रॅक्टर देणार नाही.
El nombre de mi cooperativa es Salaria Limitada. Y actualmente mi cooperativa se dedica a la cultivación de cacao. Aparte del cacao, nos ayudamos con la producción del arroz, banano. Para nosotros, como hijos de socios, cambió mucho, ¿no? En el tema de que tenemos más posibilidades en el estudio, porque Seibo nos da muchas oportunidades para poder salir adelante. Ya tal vez nuestros padres allá se están quedando cultivando el cacao, sin embargo los hijos estamos saliendo, ¿no?, adelante tratando de que crezca nuestra organización. Es por esa razón que estamos aquí también como hijos. La verdad que sí, antes, bueno, mi cooperativa estamos en una población, era pequeña, y actualmente ahora se ha mejorado con el camino y todo eso, entonces ha mejorado mucho y hay más habitantes en nuestro pueblo.
Cooperatives are helping to build a better world in almost every country, in almost every sector of the economy. But they need your support. Join them every year in celebrating the International Day of Cooperatives on the first Saturday of July and help spread the cooperative message. Policymakers at all levels should include cooperatives at the table when decisions are made to ensure they have the legal and regulatory environment in which to develop and flourish. Our vision of a sustainable future for all is achievable, but only if we work together. Our world is changing, and rapidly. What can we do to overcome today's challenges? For many, cooperatives provide a solution. Cooperatives are enterprises created by and for people to serve their economic and social needs. Based on values of self-help, democracy, equality, and solidarity, and guided by principles inspired by those values. Cooperatives focus on long-term goals for the greater good, rather than short-term profits for a few. Through a cooperative, people can pull themselves out of poverty by creating their own economic opportunities. People can make their voices heard through democratic decision-making. People can unite to make their communities stronger. Anyone can join a cooperative without fear of discrimination. Cooperatives provide opportunities for those most at risk for being left behind, like small-scale farmers, youth, indigenous people, and persons with disabilities. Cooperatives are an important economic and social force. There are more than 2.6 million cooperatives in the world, with more than 1 billion people as members. Cooperatives secure the livelihoods of 272 million people. The 300 largest cooperatives and mutuals have a combined turnover of 2.5 trillion US dollars, more than the GDP of France. Through the Sustainable Development Goals, governments are pledging to build a better world by 2030. Cooperatives are equally committed to achieving that vision in an inclusive way. How do cooperatives eradicate poverty and promote prosperity?
E naquela época, eu sei que contam histórias, que ninguém queria instalar energia elétrica, trazer luz para o campo, para o lugar do interior, porque era um morador aqui, outro lá, então o investimento era muito alto e não se tinha o interesse por parte do governo de fornecer energia elétrica e fazer esse investimento. Foi nesse momento que se teve a ideia, se fundou a cooperativa Sertaja e ela que proporcionou esses investimentos para nós aqui do campo. Foi uma mudança muito importante, principalmente para a nossa região. Se não fosse pela cooperativa Sertaja nos fornecer a energia elétrica, eu acredito que hoje Vale Verde seria menor do que é. Hoje a gente paga um valor que eu considero muito baixo aqui na área rural para o preço da nossa energia elétrica. O que acaba viabilizando muitas vezes um negócio de uma pequena propriedade que, se o custo de energia fosse maior, não iria se viabilizar.
आणि कॉन्ट्रॅक्टदारांमध्ये हा फरक आहे की स्वच्छ सेवा आपला विचार करते, स्वच्छ सेवा गोरगरिबांना काम देते. परत स्वच्छ सेवाचे जे कार्यकर्ता आहेत ते आपल्या घरी भांडणं झाले तरी निम्यारात्रीला घरी येतात. आपल्या महिलांच्या मुलांना शाळेला मदत करतात, लग्नासाठी कर्ज देतात. म्हणजे पूर्ण जेवढी आर्थिक मदत आहे स्वच्छकडून ते पूर्ण आपली स्वच्छ आपल्या महिलांना देतील. तसं कॉन्ट्रॅक्टर देणार नाही.
El nombre de mi cooperativa es Salaria Limitada. Y actualmente mi cooperativa se dedica a la cultivación de cacao. aparte del cacao, nos ayudamos con la producción del arroz, banano. Para nosotros, como hijos de socios, cambió mucho, ¿no? En el tema de que tenemos más posibilidades en el estudio, porque CEIBO nos da muchas oportunidades para poder salir adelante. Ya tal vez nuestros padres allá se están quedando cultivando el cacao, sin embargo los hijos estamos saliendo, ¿no?, adelante, tratando de que crezca nuestra organización. Es por esa razón que estamos aquí como hijos. La verdad que sí, antes, bueno, mi cooperativa estamos en una población, era pequeña, y actualmente ahora se ha mejorado con el camino y todo eso, entonces ha mejorado mucho y hay más habitantes en nuestro pueblo.
Cooperatives are helping to build a better world in almost every country, in almost every sector of the economy, but they need your support. Join them every year in celebrating the International Day of Cooperatives on the first Saturday of July and help spread the cooperative message. Policymakers at all levels should include cooperatives at the table when decisions are made to ensure they have the legal and regulatory environment in which to develop and flourish. Our vision of a sustainable future for all is achievable, but only if we work together. Our world is changing, and rapidly. What can we do to overcome today's challenges? For many, cooperatives provide a solution. Cooperatives are enterprises created by and for people to serve their economic and social needs. Based on values of self-help, democracy, equality, and solidarity, and guided by principles inspired by those values. Cooperatives focus on long-term goals for the greater good, rather than short-term profits for a few. Through a cooperative, people can pull themselves out of poverty by creating their own economic opportunities. People can make their voices heard through democratic decision-making. People can unite to make their communities stronger. Anyone can join a cooperative without fear of discrimination. Cooperatives provide opportunities for those most at risk for being left behind, like small-scale farmers, youth, indigenous people, and persons with disabilities. Cooperatives are an important economic and social force. There are more than 2.6 million cooperatives in the world, with more than 1 billion people as members. Cooperatives secure the livelihoods of 272 million people. The 300 largest cooperatives and mutuals have a combined turnover of $2.5 trillion, more than the GDP of France. Through the Sustainable Development Goals, governments are pledging to build a better world by 2030. Cooperatives are equally committed to achieving that vision in an inclusive way. How do cooperatives eradicate poverty and promote prosperity?
E naquela época, eu sei que contam histórias que ninguém queria instalar energia elétrica, trazer luz para o campo, para o lugar do interior, porque era um morador aqui, outro lá, então o investimento era muito alto e não se tinha o interesse por parte do governo de fornecer energia elétrica e fazer esse investimento. Foi nesse momento que se teve a ideia da cooperativa Sertaja e ela que proporcionou esses investimentos para nós aqui do campo. Foi uma mudança muito importante, principalmente para a nossa região. Se não fosse pela cooperativa Sertaja nos fornecer a energia elétrica, eu acredito que hoje Vale Verde seria menor do que é. Hoje a gente paga um valor que eu considero muito baixo aqui na área rural para o preço da nossa energia elétrica. O que acaba viabilizando muitas vezes um negócio de uma pequena propriedade que, se o custo de energia fosse maior, não iria se viabilizar.
आणि कॉन्ट्रॅक्टदारांमध्ये हा फरक आहे की स्वच्छ सेवा आपला विचार करते, स्वच्छ सेवा गोरगरिबांना काम देते, परत स्वच्छ सेवाचे जे कार्यकर्ता आहे ते आपल्या घरी भांडणं झाले तरी निम्या रात्रीला घरी येतात. आपल्या महिलांच्या मुलांना शाळेला मदत करतात, लग्नासाठी कर्ज देतात. म्हणजे पूर्ण जेवढी आर्थिक मदत आहे स्वच्छ कडून ते पूर्ण आपली स्वच्छ आपल्या महिलांना देतील. तसं कॉन्ट्रॅक्टर देणार नाही.
आम्ही सभासद आहोत, आम्ही इथंच काम करतो. El nombre de mi cooperativa es Salaria Limitada. Y actualmente mi cooperativa se dedica a la cultivación de cacao. Aparte del cacao, nos ayudamos con la producción del arroz, banano. Para nosotros, como hijos de socios, cambió mucho, ¿no? En el tema de que tenemos más posibilidades en el estudio, porque Seibo nos da muchas oportunidades para poder salir adelante. Ya tal vez nuestros padres allá se están quedando cultivando el cacao, sin embargo los hijos estamos saliendo, ¿no?, adelante, tratando de que crezca nuestra organización. Es por esa razón que estamos aquí también como hijos. La verdad que sí, antes, bueno, mi cooperativa estamos en una población, era pequeña, y actualmente ahora se ha mejorado con el camino y todo eso, entonces ha mejorado mucho y hay más habitantes en nuestro pueblo.
Cooperatives are helping to build a better world in almost every country, in almost every sector of the economy. But they need your support. Join them every year in celebrating the International Day of Cooperatives on the first Saturday of July and help spread the cooperative message. Policymakers at all levels should include cooperatives at the table when decisions are made to ensure they have the legal and regulatory environment in which to develop and flourish. Our vision of a sustainable future for all is achievable, but only if we work together. Our world is changing, and rapidly. What can we do to overcome today's challenges? For many, based on values of
Hello, Rima. Can you hear us from Geneva? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, but would you please use a headset as we did during the test?
Can you hear me?
Yes, Yes, it's very loud. Okay, but could you please use the headset that we have already used during the test this morning, so that to avoid noise around?
Sure, yeah.
Yes.
Is it better now?
No, now it's not loud enough. You have reduced the sound, but
I lowered the sound. Now?
too loud now. But no, it's awful. No, we made a test this morning with the technician with the headset, and then after the sound was perfect with no noise and.
So we are using the same thing actually. Now it's audible.
We can hear you now, yes. And this is Vic van Vuren who will be chairing the session. We can hear you. It's just that when Seema spoke, it was a bit loud. Can you speak again, please?
Hi Vic, it's my voice which is so loud.
Now we can't hear you.
Or you can't hear me. Can you?
Can you talk again, please?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Is it proper?
Can it be a little bit louder because the interpreters need to pick your voice up?
Sure. Is this better?
We can't hear you now.
Oh my God.
Now we can't hear anything.
Just give me a minute. Is this better?
Can't hear anything. We can hear very distant.
Now?
Now we can hear.
Is this better or too loud?
It's the sound is increasing and reducing, so the quality is not constant. It's not. I'm not sure it should be good enough for the interpreters.
Okay, let me wear the headphones and then speak.
Okay.
Just give me 2 minutes. അവിടെ മുട്ടാണ് ഇപ്പലെന്ന് ചെയ്യിൽ Ina Bentas. Does this work better?
Yes, that sounds good. Just keep it at that level, please.
Okay.
Right, Rima, this is Vic van Vuren speaking here, just to put you in the picture. We're starting we should be starting in any minute now. We're just getting everyone up from tea and coffee. And then we'll start with you first.
With some coffee as well.
We can give you a virtual cup.
Yeah, I didn't want to be left out, so I helped myself with some coffee.
Okay. We also had some traditional Swiss croissants here, so I'm not sure if we can get you that.
Sorry to have missed that, but so good to see you again.
Likewise, yes, it's a pity you couldn't be here, but it's good to see you on the video.
Yeah. વચ્ચે આવું કેમ આવ્યા કરે છે પાર્ટિસિપન્ટ એ ભાઈ તો એમ જ ઊંઘાઈ જાય છે આપણે આ મ્યુઝિયમ પીસ લાગ્યા છે કમ્પ્યુટરને એવું છે
સેટ કરી
ધીમું નથી થતું એસી
Right, Team Rima, it's Vic here. I've just had a message from the interpretation. They need you to use your headsets when you speak because the interpreters can't pick it up. Sorry about that.
Will you be able to check with the interpreters? Is this better?
Oh, yes, it is, although it makes you look like a helicopter pilot.
Exactly. They are such big headsets. Is this better?
Yes, that's good. Yes.
Okay. Sure, I'll definitely do that. I'm going to be speaking in English and yeah, I am speaking right now, so I hope you are able to hear me. Is this better than before, or you feel it's the same? I'm speaking.
Right, could everyone take their seats, please? We need to start. Can I ask everybody to please take their seats? Right, everybody, we need to start our next session so we don't run out of time. So far, we've managed to keep time. It gives me great pleasure to welcome our new members to the podium. On my left, your right, is Ambassador Lee from Cambodia, from South Korea. I nearly gave you a new country, Ambassador, from South Korea. Next to the ambassador is the labor attaché from the Iranian government, Mr. Raman Bezad. On right, you've met Jürgen Schwetman. Sitting next to Jürgen Schwetman is Mr. Victor Baez from ITUC, the International Trade Union Confederation. And next to Mr. Baez is Wenyan Yang from UNDESA. Welcome. And then we've got Mr. Bruno Roelants, who's the Director General of ICA. We're now going to go into a session of shorter interventions. And thank you to those of you on the panel. We also have Rima. Those of you who can see the screen, welcome Rima, who is in Delhi, is that right?
I'm in Ahmedabad.
In Ahmedabad, sorry, I can't keep track of your movements these days. You're a global trotter. But to Rima Nanavati, who's the president of SIWA, and who was mentioned in the speeches this morning by the Director General and was on the Commission on the Future of Work. Welcome on the video link. We're going to start by having our presenters give a short intervention, and if there's time, we'll allow for some questions and comments. We're going to start with Rima. Rima, we had a session this morning with the Director General and the President of the ICA, Mr. Ariel Gorko, who made some speeches, and we had a presentation from Jürgen Schwetman. So we're now going to hand over to you to give us your intervention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to all of you. I'm calling via video from Ahmedabad in Gujarat in India. And my greetings to Brother Van Wyk Warren, whom I was with in Turin very recently, to Brother Bruno as well, and to the other distinguished speakers on the dais as well. I also congratulate all of you, and including Brother Guy Ryder, for the very successful 108th ILC, and very pleased with the centenary declaration on the future of work. Unfortunately, I'm not able to join in person as I'm just recovering from malaria, which struck me the last minute, and I'm very grateful for bringing me in through this video. I will be very quick on my remarks as I speak here on behalf of over 1.7 million women workers from the informal sector in India who I represent today. Let me take this opportunity to also congratulate Brother Jürgen, because I heard your entire presentation and read your entire paper as well. And as you just pointed out, the world of our work is undergoing profound changes due to factors like climate change, demography, technology, and economy. The informal economy is on the rise, therefore, every year there are more than 200 million unemployed workers around the world. And on the other hand, millions of jobs are being destroyed every year as well. But the future of work, as I say, is not all that gloomy either. ILO has once again taken the lead in turning the world's attention to this poor and vulnerable section of the workforce. With social justice faced by the workers in the changing world of work, and to understand how we promote social justice and decent work for all in the future, which is now already the present in many parts of the world. My experience working with the poor women workers from the informal economy for over 4 decades now shows that in order to shape a future which is just, equal, and dignified for all, we need to stop looking at labor as a commodity and adopt a more worker centered approach. I'm happy to say that the report of the Global Commission and also the Centenary Declaration both have embraced a human centered
It looks like we've lost the signal. Let's just see if we pick up the signal. If not, we have a video recording which we will show. I'm just looking and waiting to see if there's going to be a link whilst we set up the video conference. Oh, there we go. Seema, are you there? Your last 30 seconds was lost on the video link, but if you can carry on, please.
Sure. Or we build an economy of social solidarity.
Can you just hold on? The interpreters have a suggestion for you. Guest, please go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I noticed you understood
I'm a
that.
difficult person. Sorry.
Please continue.
Sure. Or we build on an economy of social solidarity, cooperatives, social enterprises, where the workers are the owners and managers. Our experience shows that, am I audible? Okay, our experience shows that cooperatives and social enterprises, which work on the principles of trusteeship, which are democratic organizations, non political, and where the workers themselves become the owners and managers, not only brings equal distribution of incomes, but also bring the principles of equality. Therefore, at SEVA, the cooperatives or social enterprises address the needs of the members and grow at their own pace. They not only create employment opportunities which are just, decent, and dignified, but also help integrate the workers at all levels in the value chain. The reality of these women workers is that they are generally the poorest of the poor. Their tools are old and worn out, and they hardly have any information about or access to direct market. The employment opportunities available in the informal economy is never constant due to competition, market trends, changing economic policies, and further compounded by climate change. In such situations, the informal workers often have to pursue more than one trade. An agriculture worker is also an artisan pursuing embroidery, or a construction worker also makes kites during the kite season. Thus, their occupation varies depending on what is more conducive at what point of time. In such a scenario, the dignity of such workers is often compromised, and they end up in the vicious downfall of drudgery and poverty. This is one aspect or one challenge which we all need to address in order to make the future of work and have shared prosperity. Seva was quick to realize that work, productive work, is the only thread that can weave a society together. Only work, a steady source of income and asset ownership, can break one's fall, help feed the workers' families, and brings them security. But when so many traditional jobs are being destroyed year on year, how do we facilitate full employment and self reliance to our members? An answer to this challenge, SEVA adopted a joint strategy of union and cooperatives. Way back in 1972, almost 4.5 decades ago. So, through the union, we organized the informal sector women workers to bring them voice, visibility, and validity as workers, as President Ariel Guarco was referring this morning. Whereas through its cooperative movement, SEVA organizes its members based on their skills into their own cooperatives, collectives, federations, micro enterprises, and social enterprises, as Professor Jurgen was just referring to. On these lines, today we have over 500,000 members into self-help groups, more than 140 cooperatives, 15 federations, and companies. All this makes SEVA a movement, a cooperative movement, a women's movement, and a labor movement, and builds the banyan tree of the women workers. Let me give example of our very first cooperative, Seva Bank, a cooperative bank completely owned and managed by the poor self-employed women workers from the informal economy. Established way back in 1974, where the major issue of the women workers was access to capital. They needed small capital of $2 to $3 per day. But there were no banks in our country which were willing to lend to these workers. Lack of working capital and non ownership of assets were making them borrow at a much higher rate of interest. Hence, responding to this need of its members and freeing them from the vicious cycle of indebtedness, Seva Bank was established. And today we have over 125,000 shareholders, all women workers, and a share capital of 25 million US dollars. As Dr. Jurgen recommended, Seva Bank, in order to have capital formation at the grassroots, has now set up federations of self-help groups, credit cooperatives. On the same lines, we have built alliances with home workers organization, street vendors organizations, and also organizations or federations of enterprises. We also have cooperatives of service providers, the childcare workers cooperative. It runs for at the pace and at the need of the tobacco workers who have to either otherwise take their children to work into the tobacco fields and factories. Today, the same women who were working as tobacco workers have been trained to provide childcare services. And they have their own cooperative which runs 200 such childcare centers at their workplace, depending on our members' time of work. In order to sustain these childcare centers, every mother also contributes a nominal fee to the center. In addition, the tobacco factory owners and the farmers also have to contribute along with the government. As a result of that, the children are freed from being exposed to the health hazards, and also we run the centers in the schools, so it becomes an organic phenomena for children to get enrolled into schools. Over 100,000 mothers, all tobacco workers now, have reduced health hazards, less infant mortality rate, reduced by almost 30% in the villages, reduced school dropout rate, and have better nutrition. The report of the ILO's Global Commission on Future of Work also advocates investing in rural and care economy for a better future of work. I think there is an urgent need for capacity building, designing proper curriculum, and training to improve the quality of the services, certification, and enabling policies for these kind of service cooperatives. I would also like to emphasize here the growing young workforce in the countries of the global south. The profile of workers is completely different. We at SEVA believe that there is a need to adopt and adapt technology to generate more livelihood opportunities by building digital enterprises or digital cooperatives, as Dr. Jurgen was mentioning of our members. These digital enterprises will provide market access to the self-employed women and their enterprises. In the process, also create newer employment opportunities in sectors such as logistics, data analytics, design development, barcoding, and so on. So initiatives that I have just referred to has not only led to asset creation in the name of women, but also helped build their individual as well as collective decision-making ability, strengthening the livelihoods of the workers, preserving and building on their existing skills and capabilities, and has given access to savings, healthcare, insurance, pension, and other financial services. It has shown that cooperatives are the way forward and they will play an important role in shaping a new kind of economy that would integrate organizing informal workers, creating assets, in the name of women. I would also like to add here what President Ariel Guarco was saying about creating a fund. And I would call upon ICA and ILO as SEVA is setting up a fund which will be investing in the enterprises and in the cooperatives. I will be happy to share the progress of this in the coming months and years. And so we strongly believe that such economy shaped by a joint action of union and cooperatives, worker-owned cooperatives and social enterprises would reduce vulnerability, increase accountability, generate full employment, and build on a human scale where voices can be heard and problems are shared. The intention is not to counter the global markets, but how do we make the global forces pro-poor? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rima. That was great. We could hear you and see you very clearly, so thank you once again. We're now going to move on to our next presenter, Mr. Jang-Kun Lee, the Ambassador of the Permanent Mission of the Republic of Korea, based in Geneva. Ambassador, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Director Van Buren, and good morning and good afternoon to everybody in this room. It is my great pleasure to take part in this important conference and to speak on behalf of the government of the Republic of Korea. First, I'd like to express my sincere appreciation to Mr. Guy Ryder and also President Ariel Guarco and also Mr. Schwedman for their keynote speeches and presentation, which well captured the importance of today's subject, which we are discussing today. It is indeed timely to highlight the social economy as an effective means to achieve the goals of the ILO, responding to the challenges in the future of work when we celebrate the ILO's centenary anniversary this year. As mentioned by keynote speakers, promoting simultaneously quality work and economic growth, the SDG Goal 8, is not as easy as it sounds. We could achieve continued economic growth taking advantage of the advances in technology and cross-border activities. But problems such as job insecurity and growing inequality in many parts of the world, including in Korea, pose new challenges to us all. Here, social economy, which embraces the importance of cooperatives, is a new alternative that can bring us sound economic growth and promise decent jobs as well. Unlike market economy, where maximizing profit is of the highest value, the social economy places the utmost priority on human-centered values, as Mr. Schwetzman underlined in his presentation. Cooperatives, which is a vital actor in social economy, have been contributing to creating quality jobs amidst the economic, demographic, technical, and environmental changes in the world of work. In terms of jobs, there are many cases in which a troubled company successfully attained productivity and quality jobs at the same time by transforming it into a worker-oriented enterprises or by establishing a cooperative composed of informal economic workers. Moreover, in response to the platform labor propelled by technological advances, cooperatives in which platform is owned and managed by workers have recently emerged. Taking this opportunity, I'd like to share with you how Korean cooperatives are responding to challenges of today and their implications by introducing 3 cases. Before the 3 cases, let me first give you a brief introduction to the system and status of Korea's cooperatives. The history of Korean cooperative is as old as 100 years. In the early period, Korean cooperatives primarily operated in the areas of finance and forestry. The legal framework guiding the establishment and operation of Korean cooperatives is composed of the Framework Act on Cooperatives and the 8 other individual cooperative laws. The Framework Act was enacted in 2012 to complement then existing legal system based on the 8 individual laws such as Agricultural Cooperatives Act. The establishment of an institutional foundation made it easier for workers to organize and operate cooperative associations and served as a facilitator to cooperatives' revitalization. At present, there are approximately 100,000 active cooperative members in around 10,000 cooperatives established under this act. There have been many cases of successful transformation of corporation into a cooperative in Korea. One example is the Happy Bridge Cooperative, which established in 1999 as a corporation and turned into a labor cooperative in 2013. The cooperative members owning the entire share of the company participate in the management through member council. By establishing a human resource committee with 12 members, it successfully attempted to reform the wage system, which dramatically narrowed the gap between the maximum and minimum wage to less than 1/4 level. Going beyond its internal issues, this cooperative is also making efforts for fairer franchise market by campaigning to eradicate power abuses by the owners and rendering support to cooperative-type franchises. Another example is a bus company called Ujin Transportation. It is a case that workers acquired a company which had gone bankrupt and turned it into a labor-owned company in 2005. Despite initial difficulties, through transparent management and active participation by the workers, they could manage to achieve stable operation. In particular, by forming Human Resources Committee and Mutual Aid Committee composed of cooperative members, they successfully realized the labor and managed autonomy. The cooperative, which started with the acquisition of 50% share of the company, now possesses the entire stake. The third and last case shows how cooperatives can be an alternative to platform labor, which is rapidly expanding with recent advances in technology. In Korea, there is a large number of workers called substitute drivers who provide driving services, especially for drunken clients, so-called drunken drivers. These self-employed workers were faced with doubling challenges of not being able to secure stable quantity of work and also lack of protection of basic workers' rights. To solve these problems, a substitute drivers cooperative was recently established. The cooperative initiated various activities such as opening a member lounge and providing job training. It is also making efforts to fill the deficiency in the members' social safety net, for example, by setting up of a shared vault system, which allows them small amount of loans. This cooperative also plans to develop an insurance system for substitute drivers. Now, in closing, I agree that cooperatives are not a cure-all, since you will not be able to solve all the problems associated with the future of work. However, there is no doubt that it is an essential and effective policy tool to solve various problems in the labor market. It is therefore a high time for us all to redouble our efforts to encourage the establishment of more cooperatives and to help them address the challenges of inequality and instability in the world of work. By doing so, we will be a step closer toward our collective goal to promote decent work and social justice for all. I thank you, Mr. Director, and everybody.
Thank you, Ambassador. We now turn to our next presenter, that is Mr. Ramin Behzad, the Labour Councillor for the Permanent Mission of the Islamic Republic of Iran to the UN Office and other international organizations in Geneva. Mr. Behzad, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I thank the ILO and the ICA for organizing this conference. Let me thank also Mr. Vic Van Buren for the invitation just extended to me. It's a pleasure to address this conference. However, I am representing the Ministry of Cooperatives, Labour and Social Welfare. As the name indicates, the government attaches great importance to the role of cooperatives. And so this is just something to bring to your attention. Cooperatives have a high standing in Iran. The constitutional law emphasizes the role of cooperatives in the economy, preparing the ground for advancement of cooperatives throughout the country. Of course, a development of cooperatives is one of the priorities of the Ministry of Cooperatives, Labour and Social Welfare. We are determined to further promote cooperatives in our economy. Cooperatives have already demonstrated their ability to generate sustainable employment and decent work, delivering on sustainable development goals. It was also mentioned by the key speakers and also by the Ambassador, Excellency Ambassador of Korea. Let me also add that there is an international standard, the ILO Promotion of Cooperatives Recommendation, adopted in 2002, number 193. We think it is an important document and can enlighten the way for promotion of cooperatives. We are just coming out of the International Labour Conference, the centenary conference of the ILO, and the conference just adopted a centenary declaration for future of work. It comes really at a historic moment, and this declaration is something further to the Global Commission's report on the future of work. We think the title, Cooperatives and the Future of Work, is very relevant, and this conference is very timely. The declaration, as you know, it pursues a human-centered approach, and particularly in respect of lifelong learning, education, training, skills. These are the important elements of the declaration. But let me mention that the world of work is grappling with some challenges. Technological advancement, climate change, demographic shifts, and globalization are the major drivers of the change. It is important to think of what would be the role of cooperatives in addressing these challenges. How are they? Are these entities affected? We think these are important questions to be addressed. The role of digital technology in development of cooperatives, it is important to think of what are the policies in this respect, what role could the ILO and ICA play in this regard. We think it is important to think of new forms of cooperatives in future with regard to the technologies. As mentioned, new forms of cooperatives are to be established. We should go beyond a traditional formation of cooperatives to be in line with the developments. More effective laws and legislation in this regard are needed. The necessity, I would like to highlight the necessity to establish regional and international markets for products and services of cooperatives through supply chains. Clustering and networking of cooperatives and businesses, they are very important to be considered. The keynote speaker mentioned a very important point with regard to the need to more collaborative method of work at this juncture. I think it is a very important question to be addressed. Let me bring this to your attention that in promoting the role of cooperatives in the economies, it is essential to promote statistics on cooperatives. You are well aware that the 20th International Conference of Labor Statisticians adopted some guidelines with respect to statistics on cooperatives. Of course, the Committee for the Promotion and Advancement of Cooperatives, COPAC, prepared the ground for adoption of the guidelines, and I had the honor to be a member of the COPAC. As a labor statistician, I attended the sessions of the COPAC, and so now we have some guidelines on promotion of statistics for cooperatives. By improving the statistics on cooperatives, the policymakers, of course, would be in a position to better understand contributions of cooperatives which can lead to more effective decisions and policies. Of course, this is my perspective that statistics on cooperatives need to be part and parcel of labor market information system or LMIS. Labor market information system is being developed in many countries, and for the promotion of statistics on cooperatives, I think it is essential to consider and to inject the statistics of cooperatives into the LMIS. Further research will be feasible, allowing us to gain more insight into the characteristics of the cooperatives and their role in economies. Let me mention Iran has a young population, and my ministry and of course the Chamber of Cooperatives attach great importance to the cooperatives for youth, cooperatives for women. We have with us, let me mention that we have with us Mr. Bahman Abdullahi, Chairman of the Iranian Chamber of Cooperation, and also Mr. Ali Reza Banaifar, one of the directors of the Chamber. The government, together with the Chamber of Cooperatives, attach great importance to the role of cooperatives. So we have a young population. A school-to-work transition is very important and the role of cooperatives in this respect we think is very important, particularly with regard to the future of work. University graduates in Iran, they are directed to cooperatives, to establish cooperatives. With regard to the knowledge-based cooperatives, I can say we strive to further develop knowledge-based cooperatives. We think it is an important area for promotion in our economy. The keynote speaker mentioned that and showed some graphs to us that urbanization is growing in many countries. It is the case for Iran as well. Cooperatives were mainly operating in terms of origin in rural areas, and now they should be adapted to urbanization because now they are providing their services to urban areas as well as the rural areas. So it is an important point to be taken into account in dealing with the promotion of cooperatives. Maybe my last point, just with regard to some statistics, providing some statistics to you. Currently, there are 190,000 cooperatives operating in Iranian economy. It encompasses around 2 million employees. It is the will and policy of the government and also the Iranian Chamber of Cooperatives to further promote the role of cooperatives in the economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bezant. We now move to my right, where we introduce, well, first of all, I'm going to the floor to introduce Ms. Laura Silva from the Permanent Mission of Uruguay to just say one or two words, and then we're going to hand over to Mr. Bruno Roelands, who's going to provide the input on behalf of the Uruguayan government. Ms. Silva.
Muchísimas gracias. La delegación de Uruguay quisiera dar la bienvenida a la realización de esta conferencia conjunta entre la OIT y la Alianza de Cooperativas Internacional. Nos parece que plantear el rol de las cooperativas de cara al futuro del trabajo es sumamente oportuno, sobre todo en el marco del 100 aniversario de la OIT. Uruguay cuenta con una vasta experiencia de cooperativismo, la cual ha impactado positivamente sobre el bienestar de nuestra población. Valoramos la contribución de las cooperativas y la economía social al desarrollo de nuestro país y estamos seguros que las mismas tendrán un papel esencial a la hora de atender los desafíos y oportunidades que presenta el futuro del trabajo. También agradecemos mucho al señor Bruno, quien está en posesión de un mensaje del Instituto Nacional de Cooperativas de Uruguay, que no quería perderse la oportunidad de estar en esta conferencia. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. You're now an honorary member of Uruguay today, Mr. Roelands, so the floor is yours.
Gracias. Y voy a leer la comunicación con fecha de viernes pasado, viernes de 21 de 2019, por Gustavo Bernini, presidente del INACOP, que es el Instituto Nacional de Cooperativismo de Uruguay. Señor Guy Ryder, director general OIT. Señor Ariel Guarco, presidente ASI. El gobierno uruguayo, sobre todo en este último periodo, ha priorizado el desarrollo de las cooperativas y la economía social a través de diferentes políticas que en su diseño y enfoques de trabajo recogen los lineamientos de la recomendación 193 de la OIT y de los ODS 2030. Abona este comentario la reciente incorporación de un capítulo sobre los ODS y la economía social en el reporte nacional voluntario que por tercer año consecutivo presenta Uruguay. Uruguay tiene un cooperativismo de larga data, amplio, consolidado y con relevante presencia social, en permanente diálogo con otras entidades de la economía social y con los organismos estatales. En la última década, el número de cooperativas en Uruguay se triplicó, pasando de 1.117 entidades en el 2008 a 3.653 en el 2018, con alrededor de 1 millón de asociados, siendo la penetración en número de socios de las más altas en Sudamérica. Desde el Instituto Nacional de Cooperativismo INACOP, órgano especializado para la promoción de las cooperativas y la economía social, quisiéramos destacar algunos aspectos de la realidad de nuestro país.
La sanción de la Ley General de Cooperativas fue el puntapié inicial para la construcción y consolidación de un sistema de institucionalidad para las cooperativas y la economía social y solidaria en 3 planos: el nacional, regional e internacional. INACOP, creado por dicha norma, ha tenido un rol articulador, generándose un esquema interinstitucional sobre el cual se ha impulsado un camino de integración y complementariedad de las políticas públicas dirigidas a la promoción cooperativa y de la economía social y solidaria. Este sistema se sustenta en un enfoque de articulación de los diferentes ámbitos gubernamentales y con ámbitos de cogestión con el movimiento cooperativo nucleado en QDCOP. Prueba de ello es la integración mixta del directorio de INACOP, representantes el poder ejecutivo y del movimiento cooperativo. La Ley General incorporó en su artículo la definición de cooperativas aprobada por la Alianza Cooperativa Internacional en el 1995 y recogida en la recomendación de la 193 de la OIT, y el reconocimiento del acto cooperativo. En el año 2015 se crea el Fondo para el Desarrollo, que suma a los cometidos de INACOP: promover y apoyar el desarrollo de las distintas formas de la economía social y solidaria, con énfasis en el cooperativismo y los emprendimientos autogestionados con participación mayoritaria de los trabajadores en la dirección y en la capital de la empresa. Cabe mencionar que en el ámbito regional del Mercosur, el movimiento y la representación gubernamental comparten los ámbitos de la Reunión Especializada de Cooperativas del Mercosur y la Reunión de Agricultura Familiar del Mercosur. Ejerce la presidencia de la red de organismos públicos de cooperativas de las Américas y es parte y a nivel internacional participan en el GPIS, Grupo Piloto Internacional para la Economía Social y Solidaria, hoy presidido por el Gobierno de Francia. De este intenso trabajo en ámbitos regionales pueden señalarse la Declaración sobre el rol de las cooperativas en el Mercosur del año 2003 y sobre cooperativas, empleo y trabajo decente, siempre del año 2003. La comunicación de la Reunión Especializada en Cooperativas del Mercosur sobre políticas públicas y de promoción de las cooperativas y de la economía social en la Unión Europea y el Mercosur, una vía adecuada para favorecer la inclusión y la cohesión social, año 2005. La Conferencia Intergubernamental hacia la internalización de la Recomendación 193 de la OIT, Montevideo, Uruguay, 6 y 7 de diciembre de 2011. En ese marco, en la Declaración de los Ministros de Trabajo del Mercosur, Montevideo, diciembre 2011. Estatuto de Cooperativas del Mercosur, aprobada por el Consejo del Mercado Común, decisión 54/15 Uruguay, fue el primer país en la incorporación en su legislación a través de la Ley número 18-723/2010. Desde el año 2014, se desarrolla un plan de trabajo conjunto sobre ejes temáticos de central importancia para el desarrollo rural y con un decreto del Mercosur número 24 del 14. Como producto de este trabajo se aprobó una recomendación conjunta, Reunión Especializada Cooperativas del Mercosur, Reunión Especializada en Agricultura Familiar, aprobada por el CMC 0218, que establece, entre otros aspectos, que los Estados partes fortalezcan las políticas públicas específicas para la promoción y el fomento de la agricultura familiar y sus organizaciones basadas en el respeto a la diversidad rural, poniendo especial énfasis en el cumplimiento de los ODS 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8 y 10. Convencidos de la potencialidad de las cooperativas y la economía social, valoramos especialmente este encuentro que permitirá profundizar la discusión y la articulación de esfuerzos para generar oportunidades ante los retos del futuro del trabajo. Reciban un saludo cordial y los mejores deseos de éxito para la actividad. Gustavo Bernini, presidente.
Thank you, Mr. Roland. We now move to our second last presentation of Mr. Victor Byers, the Deputy General Secretary of ITUC. Welcome, and so you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I made my presentation in English, but knowing that there is an interpretation into Spanish, I frankly prefer to do my presentation in Spanish. Nosotros en el movimiento sindical, y la CSI es la Confederación Sindical Internacional que representa en 163 países aproximadamente 207 millones de trabajadores y trabajadoras, pensamos que el futuro del trabajo empieza ahora. Y con ese, o sea, no se puede hablar del futuro si no se tiene en cuenta el presente. Y por eso traemos a colación lo siguiente, algo que dijo un economista muy renombrado a nivel internacional, que hay dos montañas que están creciendo en el mundo. Una es la montaña de la deuda. No hay gobierno en el mundo que no tenga una creciente deuda. Y la otra montaña es la montaña del dinero ocioso. La montaña que sigue creciendo no en nuestros países, sino que va a parar a lo que nosotros llamamos, mal llamamos los paraísos fiscales, más bien deberíamos llamarles guaridas fiscales. Así les llamamos en el movimiento sindical internacional. Y en el medio tenemos a una gran cantidad de pequeñas empresas que no tienen dinero para hacer inversiones productivas. Y hay una cantidad de desempleados que no tienen trabajo porque no hay inversiones en la producción. Entonces, ese número también va creciendo, pero va perdiendo su... no crece hacia arriba, sino que sus derechos van hacia el fondo del abismo. Entonces, este sistema está haciendo que no se creen inversiones productivas y no se creen puestos de trabajo. Y al no crear puestos de trabajo, no se puede pagar la deuda. O sea, si no hay producción, no se crea riqueza, no se puede pagar la deuda y tampoco se puede superar la pobreza. En esta situación se encuentra el mundo, mientras que los gobiernos, muchos gobiernos, la gran mayoría de los gobiernos, hacen todo y de todo para atraer la inversión extranjera. En un país latinoamericano muy del sur, últimamente su presidente, concretamente en Argentina, su presidente hizo todo para agradar a la inversión extranjera. Y esta no vino. No llegó a Argentina y tuvo que recurrir al Fondo Monetario Internacional y hacer los ajustes que se le impusieron. Entonces, eso significa, por otra parte, que no podemos en nuestros países seguir dependiendo solamente de la inversión extranjera directa para crear puestos de trabajo. Si nos están diciendo eso, nos están mintiendo. ¿Por qué? Y voy a traer a colación algunos datos de la CEPAL, Comisión Económica para América Latina y el Caribe, que nos hablan claramente, y estos datos pueden ser para América Latina y el Caribe, pero no creo que difieran mucho de la situación de las demás regiones. Dice la CEPAL que en América Latina y el Caribe, cada $1.000.000 de inversión extranjera directa crea de 1 a 6 puestos de trabajo. Es decir, que si el señor Macri hubiera, en lugar de hacer ese préstamo del Fondo Monetario Internacional de $52.000 millones, hubiera recibido eso en términos de financiación extranjera, o sea, de inversión extranjera directa, hubiera creado 52 por 6, son más o menos menos de 600.000 puestos de trabajo, lo cual tampoco es la solución. Ahora bien, también dice la CEPAL que las las grandes empresas, que son generalmente las que vienen como inversión extranjera directa, poseen el 70% de la economía de nuestros países, en América Latina y el Caribe, pero creo que esto no es muy diferente en otros países, de la economía, pero crean solamente 10% de los puestos de trabajo. Mientras que las pequeñas y medianas empresas, incluidas las empresas de la economía social y solidaria, poseen solamente el 10% de la economía de nuestros países, pero generan 60% de los puestos de trabajo. Bueno, eso nos da una pista por donde podemos salir para pretender crear puestos de trabajo dignos, puestos de trabajo que nos puedan sacar de la pobreza y, sobre todo, ir haciendo que resolvamos el problema de la deuda. Por eso, los sindicatos y las cooperativas deben redescubrir a cada uno al otro, para no solamente salvar los puestos de trabajo, sino que para crear puestos de trabajo. Hay aspectos políticos y sociales en los cuales podemos trabajar, y el primero de ellos es el aspecto de la democracia. La democracia que está comprometida en la gran mayoría de nuestros países. No hay desarrollo sostenible sin democracia. Nosotros, dentro de una de nuestras organizaciones de las Américas, precisamente, la Confederación Sindical de las Américas, habíamos hecho un análisis sobre el desarrollo sustentable. Y vemos que hay el aspecto ambiental, el aspecto social y el aspecto económico. Pero falta un aspecto en el cual debemos insistir, que es el aspecto político. Si no hay democracia, no se puede construir ninguno de los otros pilares. Para nosotros, el tema de la democracia, el tema del desarrollo sustentable tiene 4 pilares, no solamente 3. Podemos trabajar en el tema de la inclusión. Podemos trabajar en el combate a la codicia del capital. Podemos trabajar en poner a la gente antes que a las ganancias. Podemos trabajar en ganar apoyo político de la población y pelear por trabajo decente y pelear por un mundo sustentable. Por ejemplo, hablando de conceptos que vienen, hay un concepto que me encantó y lo escuché hace poco de los aborígenes de Australia, que hablan de las industrias para siempre. ¿Qué son las industrias para siempre? Las industrias que son amigas del medio ambiente. El ejemplo más claro lo dio una persona indígena australiana diciendo, por ejemplo, nosotros vamos a tener una industria de la alimentación extraída del mar para siempre si es que cuidamos el mar. Entonces, podemos trabajar en esas cosas. Hay ejemplos claros que se dan en los trabajos que están publicados por ACTRAV, pero tenemos uno, por ejemplo, el de Argentina, un caso de el sindicato de trabajadores ladrilleros, los que fabrican ladrillos. Hay trabajadores ladrilleros en la Argentina en el sector formal y hay trabajadores en el sector informal. Y en el sector informal generalmente son familias. Y el viejo concepto machista que dice, bueno, el ladrillero es el hombre, la mujer lo está ayudando. Y los niños también lo ayudan. Los hijos, las hijas también lo ayudan. Pero el ladrillero es el hombre. No, sin embargo, a través de la organización en cooperativas, los ladrilleros, el sindicato de ladrilleros, a los ladrilleros del sector informal, donde hay muchísimos migrantes bolivianos y también paraguayos, ellos lo están organizando precisamente para hacer valer el derecho, no solamente del hombre como trabajador, el derecho de la mujer como trabajadora y para combatir el trabajo infantil. Ese es un ejemplo muy bueno a seguir. En cuanto a las plataformas cooperativas, nosotros tenemos aquí ejemplos claros como la pájara mensajería, CoopCycle, Son Mobilitat, Fair BNB, que son algunos proyectos, ejemplos de cooperativas que ofrecen una alternativa a las economías de plataforma. Esas economías de plataforma como Uber, Globo, Deliveroo, Airbnb, que no reconocen a sus trabajadores, no reconocen la relación de dependencia, no reconocen los derechos de los trabajadores. Y ahí, formando esas alternativas, estamos peleemos por trabajo decente, por copropiedad y por una cogobernanza dentro de esta relación. Quiero dejar el dicho de un compañero dirigente del sindicato de ladrilleros que dicen: las cooperativas son instrumentos de los trabajadores y trabajadoras para que el sector informal, que nosotros llamamos, dice, economía popular, fundamos para incluir, organizar e institucionalizar la lucha por los derechos de los trabajadores y trabajadoras en ese sector. Esta clase de organización llama o toma en cuenta que el capitalismo financiero está excluyendo al 40% de los trabajadores y trabajadoras en Argentina. Finalmente, de lo que se dijo aquí, sería una gran idea, creo que la mencionó el señor Swedman, espero haber pronunciado bien su nombre, la mencionó el tema de la cooperación sur-sur. Y creo que es fundamental ese trabajo en la cooperación sur-sur, porque en la cooperación norte-sur ya conocemos cuáles son los vicios y cuáles son las cosas por las que hay que pelear para democratizar la cooperación norte-sur. Pero en la cooperación sur-sur también hay que democratizarla, porque es una cooperación que hasta ahora es principalmente entre gobiernos. Y si conseguimos que esa cooperación se extienda a los sectores de la sociedad civil, las cooperativas, los sindicatos, etcétera, estaremos democratizando también esa parte de la cooperación internacional al desarrollo. Y por último, las cadenas de provisión. Sería interesantísimo que trabajáramos esa cadena de producción para organizar. Uno de los datos que usamos cuando estamos hablando de las cadenas de provisión en América Latina es que en Brasil, Argentina, Honduras, El Salvador y Panamá hay 25 empresas transnacionales que declaran que tienen 10 millones de trabajadores y trabajadoras en relación de dependencia. Pero en realidad esas 25 empresas tienen 74 millones de personas en relación de dependencia. Qué bueno sería que los organizáramos en cooperativas y en sindicatos, porque esa es la única forma de democratizar la relación y de pelear por los derechos de los trabajadores y trabajadoras a nivel global dentro de las cadenas de provisión. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Mr. Baez. We now move on to our last intervention, which is Ms. Wenyan Young from UNDESA. Wenyan, the floor is yours. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, and warm greetings to all of you. First, congratulations to ILO and ICA on this very important publication that's launched today. I'm Wenyan Yang. I'm representing the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs based in New York. It's indeed a great pleasure to be here today. I will, first, just a word about my department's work on cooperatives. UNDESA, as a part of the Secretariat of the United Nations, we report to the General Assembly of the United Nations on cooperatives, and we support the discussions and resolutions that takes place in the UN General Assembly on cooperatives. Having said that, it's always a challenge to be the last speaker because, you know, how to try to avoid what other people have said. And also in an international meeting, when the participants come from all over the world with jet lags and everything, it's also difficult to keep people's attention. But I will try my best. I will focus my intervention on 2 points. One is the linkage between cooperatives and sustainable development agenda. That's the focus of the work of the United Nations for now till the year 2030. And the second point I want to highlight is what the United Nations is doing and what the United Nations can do to support cooperatives. Okay, so that I hope that would bring some points of consideration and interest to you so that you don't fall asleep. Today we are here to focus the discussion on the role of cooperatives in addressing the challenges in the world of work. But I wish to kind of, it's like a movie camera, you kind of zoom out a little bit, you know, to kind of look at a broader picture and the broader perspective, that is the global development agenda. Well, we know that cooperatives, reflecting its identity and principles, it has this famous double bottom line, right? So that cooperatives are first and foremost business enterprises. We have heard that cooperatives provide about 10% of global employment, and we also know the total business turnover of cooperatives is comparable on the scale of national GDPs. Several countries, their GDP is not as big as the total cooperative turnover. And we also know some very, very big names in business are actually cooperatives, right? So that the cooperatives are people-centered, common interest-driven, community and solidarity-based business. Therefore, they are naturally aligned with the 2030 agenda that is focusing on promoting equality and inclusion, that is development for all, not for the few that controls capital or the process of business. So that indeed, in the documents that defines the development agenda, the 2030 development agenda, that is the future we want, cooperatives are mentioned explicitly, right? You know that as a component of the private sector partners that are very important for the implementation of the global development agenda. Just to mention that you know that the new 2030 agenda are defined by 17 sustainable development goals. I don't want to bore you to repeat the names of all those 17 goals, but just suffice to say that cooperatives can directly contribute to quite a few of those 17 development goals. For example, the first is poverty eradication, and another goal of reducing inequality between and within countries, a goal to promote economic growth and employment opportunities, gender equality, to promote health to ensure healthy lives for people, and to promote access to, or I should say, equitable access to quality education for all. And also this morning we have heard about cooperative contribution in terms of addressing climate challenges. So that you see that the link between cooperatives and realization of the 2030 agenda is really very organic, that there's a big role for cooperative to play in this global development agenda. And in particular, in addressing the challenges in the future of work, I don't want to repeat what Mr. Schwedman had said this morning, but just to highlight the fact that with technological change, with the population demographic trends and so on and so forth, there's a increasing type of non-traditional employment relationships that are emerging, such as inflexible work arrangements and the emerging platform economy, that all create challenges for many of the institutions in employment relationship that actually that we are familiar with, and also ensures workers' rights and working conditions. And then we also know that with the economic development and technological change, there are many changes in the occupational structure in work. And even with the same occupation category, there are redefinitions of the content of work. So that all those challenges that to keep up enforcement of labor standards and to implement the very important social protection regimes, such, involve pensions, health insurance, and so on and so forth, that cooperatives can actually play a very important role to provide those kind of solutions to the problems we face. Having said that, so what's the UN doing and what the UN can do to promote this very important partner in implementation of the 2030 Agenda? The first area that the UN is doing, and then we certainly can do more, is to support research that includes setting cooperative statistical guidelines and promote the implementation of the guidelines among member states. And the purpose of research and cooperative statistics is to demonstrate with evidence the cooperative model's role as a solution. I want to emphasize as a solution to today's challenges that we have mentioned and we are dealing with. And the second area that we engage is in capacity development. Capacity for cooperatives to run their business better and to cooperate among each other. And then to improve, also strengthen the capacity of governments so that they can create more enabling national environments, be it their legislation, regulation, and in all those areas that they strengthen and improve the environments that cooperatives operate in. And in this area, I want to particularly mention our efforts to promote South-South cooperation that among the cooperatives of countries from the South to help each other and to learn from each other. We have been running workshops, and we certainly would like to see more of you to be part of those workshops. As a matter of fact, I think quite a few familiar faces I have saw this morning are from our workshops, and I'm very happy that we are part of this efforts to promote cooperatives. And last but definitely not least, the United Nations sets global standards and norms that guide and support national governments to formulate their national policy frameworks for the further growth and development of cooperatives. So this is what at the early parts where I mentioned that our support to the work of the General Assembly of the United Nations. The General Assembly is such an intergovernmental body in the UN lingo that is the process that governments, through which governments discuss and formulate and reach decisions and resolutions to guide national policy, so that there is a part of the General Assembly that focus on cooperatives. And so that's the part where I think the United Nations definitely is doing its work, but certainly can do more. And as a matter of fact, in this fall, in October, the General Assembly will be reviewing the report on cooperative in social development and pass another resolution to further promote the growth of cooperatives. So with those words, I will finish my intervention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Yan. Right, it's 1 o'clock. If we had time, we could have taken a round of questions and answers, but I think we're going to stick to the allotted time so that we keep the rest of the day on track. I'd like to thank all the panelists who have joined and made their presentations. Thank you to Jürgen for your presentation this morning. We've got a lot of food for thought. The presentation and the speeches that were made this morning will be uploaded and be available to all of you so that you've got access to them. There's a saying that says, if you want to be incrementally better, be competitive. If you want to be exponentially better, be cooperative. So I'm going to be cooperative in making sure we stick to time. The eating arrangements are as follows. It's for your own account. There are 2 spaces in the building, or 3. If you want to have a light coffee and a sandwich, you can walk out of this room and go to the right. It's called the R3 Delegates Bar. It's you can have coffee, some fruit juice, and some croissants and some sandwiches. However, if you go downstairs where we had the photograph and you walk across the building along the long carpet with all the years on it, you'll find at the end of that carpet on your right a restaurant, which is most probably more formal, and next to it a canteen, the traditional canteen, where you can go in, take your tray, and take a selection of whatever you like from the canteen for your lunch. We need to be back here at 2:30, so you have an hour and a half for lunch, which is more than enough. Use that for networking. There is going to be a video that is going to be looped during the lunch break here in this room. So if you have lunch and come back, or you want to stay and watch the video, I'm not sure how long the video is. Does anyone know, Bruno? Yes, but how often does it take? One session will be how long? One video viewing, is it? 5 videos of 15 minutes each, which will be viewed here in the room. So you're welcome to watch the videos. We thank you once again for your participation and attendance this morning. And thank you to our interpreters for the morning session and for those who organize it. And meeting adjourned.
Pensate, ci sono 27.000 abitanti censiti, a questi si possono sommare altri 20.000 immigrati, però Castelvolturno è un paese che ha più di 100.000 vani, perché la speculazione edilizia è stata enorme, soprattutto da parte dei clan, perché il clan tristemente noto dei Casalesi viveva di edilizia.
Natale di Casal di Principe, ho 68 anni e sono il fondatore dell'associazione GLS San Maso. L'associazione nasce nel 1989 in un momento della storia di quel territorio in cui era molto forte la presenza dell'immigrazione utilizzata nelle campagne per la raccolta del pomodoro in particolare. Cioè rimasero e vivevano in un casolare abbandonato, senza luce, senza acqua, senza niente. In quella notte arrivano questi 3 ragazzi del posto per tentare una rapina per togliere quei pochi soldi che avevano guadagnato quella giornata e viene ucciso. Mi rendo conto che però quell'umanità abbandonata e senza diritti e senza nessun tipo di assistenza stava lì e dovevamo fare qualcosa. E quindi insieme ad altri medici, ad altri colleghi, mettiamo su questa associazione di volontariato e la dedichiamo a GLS San Maso.
Da lì si sono avviate tutta una serie di progettualità e attività dell'associazione, per lo più attività di strada attraverso l'unità di strada che è ancora oggi attiva e con la quale portiamo assistenza sanitaria nelle piazze di spaccio e assistenza sociale e sanitaria alle donne vittime di tratta.
Sono già a 55 anni, sono arrivato all'età di 19 anni qua in Italia, da Algeri. Mi hanno mandato espulso 2 volte a Algeri, sono tornato. Dall'83, dopo un anno che stavo qua, mi sono caduto nella droga. E sono rimasto per tanti anni, penso che sono 24 anni o 25 anni, fino a... stavo malissimo, proprio stavo morendo. Grazie all'associazione Geneva fanno anche l'unità di strada, mi hanno portato all'ospedale, stavo proprio in coma e mi sono salvato. Quando sono uscito ho deciso di, anche io faccio l'operatore di strada, e ho cominciato a fare l'operatore di strada con l'associazione Girimaslo.
Nel 2010 il comune di Castelvolturno decise di affidarci questo bene confiscato per fare accoglienza di donne vittime di tratta. Venne spontaneo fondare una cooperativa sociale perché ci sembrava opportuno dare anche una risposta lavorativa alle tante persone, tanti utenti che avevamo conosciuto su strada. Adesso avevamo la possibilità di mettere in piedi una progettualità che potesse rappresentare un'alternativa economica e sociale valida.
Casa Alice, quando siamo entrati dentro, era proprio un disastro. Il giardino era l'erba un po' alta, e dopo 2 anni abbiamo messo la cooperativa, là abbiamo preso cura proprio siamo quasi sempre là.
La prima attività messa in piedi dalla cooperativa fu appunto la sartoria sociale, il brand made in Castelvolturno, che si prefigge l'obiettivo di unire stoffe tipicamente africane con oggettistica, abiti in taglio occidentale. Oggi all'interno della sartoria ci sono 3 sarte, 2 delle quali a tempo pieno, che sono Maureen e Pat.
La cooperazione che noi abbiamo visto sorgere, svilupparsi nel nostro territorio è quella di tipo economica, che cerca di fare economia ma basata su un principio diverso dal passato, dall'economia criminale che aveva utilizzato questa terra, ed è il principio della solidarietà. E quindi il principio è che parte dal presupposto che non debba lasciare nessuno indietro, perché se ce n'è uno che lascia indietro, l'intera economia va a rotolo.
Poi si sono avviate tutta una serie di altre progettualità, l'attività di educativa attraverso i campi estate liberi, ma anche attraverso l'educativa di strada che pratichiamo quotidianamente, e il supporto scolastico attraverso la ludoteca e il doposcuola, che oggi accoglie circa 30 bambini di qualsiasi etnia.
Io sono Elena, ho 25 anni, abito a Castelvolturno. La mia esperienza con Casa di Alice è nata 3 anni fa. Devo entrare a fare parte del volontariato, maggiormente, tramite una conoscenza, una mia amica che fa parte del socio fondatore della Gerimaslo. Mi ha chiesto se potevo venire io a dare una mano con i bambini, perché quello che faccio, io sono educatrice per l'infanzia. Ogni bambino ha una sua storia, ogni ragazza qui dentro ha una sua storia, ognuno di noi ha una storia. Io vengo a Casa di Alice ma non per lavoro, cioè io vengo a Casa di Alice perché mi sento di venire a Casa di Alice, perché amo stare qui, amo stare in contatto con queste persone, con i ragazzi che vengono a trovarci ogni anno, ogni estate, con i bambini soprattutto.
La prima arma che abbiamo contro la criminalità organizzata è sicuramente la repressione, l'azione della magistratura, delle forze dell'ordine. È la prima, ma da sola non basta. Perché se in un territorio come Castelvolturno ci sono 155 beni confiscati, una disoccupazione giovanile che arriva al 75% e i ragazzi non hanno punti di aggregazione, punti di riferimento, punti di ritrovo, allora la camorra ha terreno fertile. E quindi ci venne l'idea di creare una cooperativa sociale che desse ai suoi soci e agli utenti la possibilità di inventare il proprio avvenire. Siamo cooperative sociali, ci occupiamo di persone. Abbiamo voluto partire dai percorsi della singola persona, non adattando la persona al lavoro, ma il lavoro alla persona, seguendo le loro aspirazioni. La sartoria è uno strumento, così come l'agricoltura sociale in un altro bene confiscato. Coltiviamo e raccogliamo pomodori con alcuni ragazzi vittime di caporalato che oggi hanno una borsa lavoro e stanno provando ad inventare il proprio avvenire.
Questo qua è quello perfetto, il rosso Ferrari. Voi concentratevi sul colore rosso.
Sono Tommaso, un volontario dell'associazione Ceri Maslo e qualche anno fa abbiamo deciso di fondare questa cooperativa sociale. L'esperienza stiamo cercando di allargarla attraverso questa ulteriore progettualità, appunto la Buona Terra. Stiamo producendo questo pomodoro da sugo su un bene confiscato alle mafie e viene trasformato in altre realtà sociali come la cooperativa Al di là dei sogni di Sessa-Runca, e quindi riusciamo a fare anche un lavoro di rete e di filiera, così come per noi la filiera si completa attraverso la vendita di questo prodotto che non ha soltanto un valore economico, perché dietro c'è tutta la nostra attenzione, il nostro percorso. Viene venduto attraverso le reti di gas nazionali. I primi più attenti sono stati i gas della Brianza, il Desbri.
In tutto stanno 10 ettari, se così non possiamo andare più di questo qua. Già abbiamo fatto un lavoro, se per esempio mettiamo qualche progetto, arrivano soldi, possiamo comprare trattori, quello o l'altro, possiamo usare tutti i 10 ettari che arriva fino a dove c'è quel ponte là.
Quando abbiamo cominciato a mettere in piedi il progetto di agricoltura sociale in maniera più seria e si è capito che comunque non stavamo scherzando, non era solo un segno quello che volevamo lasciare, ma lavorare per un'alternativa, allora i clan hanno cominciato a prestare attenzione a questa cosa, tanto che c'è stato l'atto vandalico poco più di 2 settimane fa, con il quale ci è stato bruciato l'impianto di irrigazione. Troppo spesso si dice la camorra è stata sconfitta. Sì, è stata sconfitta per come la conosciamo, ma è ancora ben presente e radicata sui territori.
Catarine Gigi, Catarine Gigia, Catarine Gigi, Catarine Gigia.
Qualche giorno fa, parlando con qualche vicino, ad esempio ancora non credo a quello che ci hanno raccontato relativamente al fatto che, seppur fanno agricoltura intensiva, il prodotto venduto al camion, il pomodoro, viene pagato a 8 centesimi. Cioè se noi per fare un po' di qualche quintale, diciamo, ci siamo ammazzati di lavoro e pensiamo che 8 centesimi, se raccogliamo un quintale sono 8 euro. Quale filiera si può sviluppare attraverso queste? Il pomodoro nel nostro caso ci è stato chiesto, l'abbiamo venduto a 80 centesimi. Noi dal basso facendo rete con gli altri proviamo ad invertire la rotta.
Meglio che muore cicce no, lo ciuccia, che o ciuccia porta paglia e cicce no. Catarine Gigi, Catarine Gigia, Catarine Gigi, Catarine Gigia.
Grande Leo, di età.
Esperienze come quelle di Casa di Alice dimostrano che c'è una forte domanda di un modello economico alternativo, fatto soprattutto di inclusione e di innovazione, che si traducono in esempi molto pratici, che è quello di tenere dentro le persone, di difendere l'ambiente e di avere come protagonista un'intera comunità. Questa è l'esperienza di Castelvolturno, della Campania del Sud, ma anche di tutto il paese, esperienze simili per il recupero dei beni confiscati, per produrre una economia che mette al centro i diritti delle persone con il loro lavoro. Lo strumento che permette tutto questo, che può permettere tutto questo, è la cooperazione e le cooperative sociali.
Sicuramente la cooperativa ti cambia un po', perché ti senti anche un po' responsabile sulle cose, ti senti che c'è qualcosa che mandarla in avanti.
Siamo un gruppo di amici innanzitutto che parte dalla stessa passione per il sociale, da storie fragili che ci tengono unite, dall'amore per il proprio territorio. Ho capito che attraverso l'economia sociale si poteva essere padroni del proprio futuro, protagonisti del proprio riscatto, protagonisti della propria vita, senza persone che ti dicono cosa fare e come farlo, ma farlo insieme alle persone con le quali hai deciso di intraprendere un percorso, perché fondamentalmente con quelle persone stai bene.
Italiani e migranti attraverso delle attività sociali e lavorative possono incontrarsi, stare bene insieme e dimostrare che appunto l'alternativa è possibile.
Per me Casa di Alice è una cosa eccezionale, non riesco a non pensare di stare qua, non riesco.
अनि त्यहाँबाट अलिअलि अब कृषिमा नि बस्नु त पहिल्यै बसेँ ऋण लिएको मलाई डर लाग्थ्यो क्या अनि डर लाग्थ्यो ऋणहरू कसरी तिर्ने होला जस्तो लाग्थ्यो अब अहिले 2 लाख लिएको छ ट्र्याक्टरको लागि यहाँको खेतीको लागि
अनि त्यहाँबाट लोन लिएर तरकारी खेती अनि त्यसपछि पशुपालन गर्दै आइरहेको छु हैन
सहकारीले के गर्यो भन्दा पनि सहकारीले हामीहरूलाई लोन प्रवाह गरेर 9% को लोनमा प्रवाह गरेर गाई भैँसी पाल्ने एउटा जमर्को अभियान सहकारीले गर्थ्यो
अनि त्यसैले हामीले चाहिँ त्यहाँबाट लोन पनि लिएर फर्महरू खोल्यो अस्ति न त्यो राङहरू नि पालेको थियो हामीले फर्म छ उता सतखेलमै छ अहिले बस्ने ठाउँमा
पहिला मसँग यहाँ एउटा कन्या च्याउ थियो अहिले गोब्रे च्याउ हालेको छु तल हामीसँग काउली त्यसपछि गोलबेडा लसुन यो धेरै कुराहरू बढ्दै गइरहेको छ
पहिला नि धेरै 2-4 वटा भैँसी ल्याए त्यहीबाट ऋण झिकेर त्यसपछि चाहिँ मलाई फाइदा नभएपछि अलि घाटा लाग्यो हैन अनि अहिले फेरि अर्को ऋण झिकेर फेरि भैँसी ल्याए अनि अहिले चाहिँ त्यही भैँसीबाटै राम्रो भइरहेछ भैँसीकै लागि
86,000 छ है 86,000 छ चेक बनाउनु समुदायमा चाहिँ कस्तो थियो भने हामीहरूको गाउँमा चाहिँ एकजना जो धनी व्यक्ति हुन्छ जसलाई हामी चाहिँ नेपालीमा साहु भन्छौँ उहाँहरूसँग हामी चाहिँ कर्जा माग गर्थ्यौँ उहाँहरूले चाहिँ कर्जा दिँदाखेरि चाहिँ अलिकति चर्को ब्याजमा चाहिँ लगानी गर्नुहुन्थ्यो जसले गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ उहाँहरूले जुन बेला बोलायो हामी त्यही बेला काम गर्न जानुपर्ने हुन्थ्यो अनि त्यसले गर्दाखेरि कहिलेकाहीँ आफू जान पाएन भने आफ्नो बच्चाहरूलाई पनि पढ्न जान छोडेर भए पनि हामीले गाउँमा पठाउनु पर्ने हुन्थ्यो केही न केही धितो राख्नुपर्ने जग्गा हुनेहरूले जग्गा राख्थ्यो अनि जग्गा नहुनेहरूले चाहिँ युवाहरू चाहिँ अलिअलि भएको जग्गाहरू साउकोमा राखेर उनीहरू चाहिँ विदेश गइरहेका थिए। खाडी मुलुक गएर दुःख गरिरहेका थिए, त्यहाँ गएर थोरै पैसा कमाएर आउँथे, जुन कि उनीहरू गएको ऋण तिर्न मात्र ठिक्क हुन्थ्यो। अनि त्यो विदेश गएर आएका युवाहरूले पनि कुनै राम्रो काम गर्न सकेन। आजभन्दा 7 वर्ष अगाडि हाम्रो गाउँमा चाहिँ धेरै माइक्रो फाइनेन्सहरू आउँथे, जुन लोन चाहिँ उनीहरूले अन्नधुन्न दिन्थ्यो। त्यो लोन लगानी गरिसकेपछि उनीहरूले कुन ठाउँमा लगानी गर्यो, के कामको लगानी गर्यो त्यो हेर्दैन। त्यो किस्ता चाहिँ महिलाहरूले जहाँबाट भए पनि लिएर आउनु पर्थ्यो। त्यसरी लिएर आउँदाखेरि कति महिलाहरूलाई चाहिँ त्यो किस्ता तिर्ने पैसा हुन्थेन, उनीहरूले सही सदुपयोग गरेको हुन्थेन। जुन लोन चाहिँ उहाँहरूले समयमा तिर्न सक्नुहुन्न, त्यसले गर्दाखेरि कतिजना रुँदै हिँड्नुपर्ने, कतिजनाले चाहिँ अकालमा ज्यान फाल्नुपर्ने समस्या देखिसकेपछि अब यसलाई समाधानको लागि हामीहरूले आफैले एउटा सहकारी खोल्नु पर्यो।
कृषकको दुध यहाँ आइसकेपछि त्यो कृषकको दुध कसरी आउँछ भने हाम्रो सानो किसानसँग रिलेटेड कृषकहरूकै मात्र आउँछ दुध। सानो किसानसँग जो आबद्ध भएको सदस्यहरूको दुध यहाँ आउँछ अनि उहाँहरूको दुध हामीहरूले कलेक्सन गर्छौँ हाम्रो सहकारी मार्फत। अनि हामीहरूले त्यो दुध यहाँ स्थानीय बजारमा खपत गर्छौँ। स्थानीय बजारमा खपत गरेर रहेको चाहिँ हामी यसै गरी खुवा बनाउँछौँ। खुवा बनाएको चाहिँ अलिकति खुवा बनाउँछौँ, दही बनाउँछौँ, घिउ बनाउँछौँ। अनि खुवा चाहिँ अब अलिकति त्यो त्यसको अलिकति बिचको मार्जिन रहन्छ, प्रफिट रहन्छ। त्यो घिउ पसल पनि चल्यो, हाम्रो जीवन स्तर पनि माथि उठ्यो। अनि हाम्रो जीवन स्तर माथि उठिसकेपछि तपाईँको यो एउटा नगरपालिकाले जुन कृषकले उत्पादन गरेको दुध अन्तबाट ल्याउनु परेन। यो नगरपालिकामा न्यून रूपले न्यून मूल्याङ्कन तिरेर यहाँ दुध नगरपालिकाले खान पाउने भयो। त्यस कारण नगरपालिकाको पनि जीवन स्तर माथि उठ्छ।
हालसम्म हाम्रो सहकारीमा चाहिँ महिला र पुरुष गरेर 920 घरधुरी सदस्यहरू चाहिँ अहिलेसम्म सदस्य भइसक्नु भएको छ। प्राय हामीहरूको सहकारीमा आबद्ध भएपछि केही न केही काम गर्नुपर्छ।
अनि लगन लाउने, अलिकति खायो, अलिकति लगन लायो, अलिकति खायो, अलिकति लगन लाएर मात्रै गरे हो। ऊ यो दुइटाको पढेर मैले आफ्नो खुसीले हाले अब। यो त चल्ने ठाउँ पाएँ मैले। उहाँले सही गर्नुभयो, यति गर भाउजू भन्नुभयो पार्वतीले। अनि त्यो भएर म अलिकति माथि पुग्नु सक्छु।
बिना काम हामी कुनै पनि लगानी गर्दैनौँ। लगानी गरेपछि हरेक महिनाको एकचोटि हामी उहाँहरूले लगानी गरेको सही छ कि छैन, उहाँहरूले काम गर्नुभएको छ कि छैन भनेर।
अनि त्यसमा त्यो तिर्न सक्ने हाम्रो कुनै आम्दानीको स्रोत हुन्थेन हैन। अनि त्यो नहुँदाखेरि अब हामीले समयमा उसको साउरो ब्याज तिर्न सक्दाखेरि त हाम्रो जग्गै दिनुपर्ने अवस्था हैन। अनि त्यो भएको हुनाले चाहिँ अनि अब सासू ससुराको पाला चाहिँ थोरै पैसा चाहिने बेला नि साउ कहाँ गएर पैसा मागेर धेरै जग्गा जमिनहरू सिद्धाउनु भएको के हाम्रो। अब जात जातिमा चाहिँ हामीलाई चाहिँ अब दलित जातिमा नै हेर्छ हैन। हामी मिजार हो हैन। पहिलाको हेरिकन त अलिक धेरै नै परिवर्तन आइसकेको छ हाम्रो अब सासू ससुराको पाला भन्दा त हैन। अनि अब यो मान्छेहरूको घरमा चाहिँ अब कस्तो व्यवहार हुन्छ त्यो पनि परिवर्तन भएको छ। तर यो सहकारीमा चाहिँ हामीलाई त्यस्तो पक्षपात हैन त्यस्तो चाहिँ छैन। हामीलाई जे होस् तपाईहरु पनि आउनुपर्छ, अगाडि बढ्नुपर्छ, तपाईहरुको त्यो ठाउँबाट नि बस्नुपर्छ भनेर बोर्डमा राख्नु भयो हैन। समितिबाट त्यस्तो पक्षपात चाहिँ छैन। हुन्छ विभिन्न ट्रेनिङहरू हुन्छ हैन। अनि ठुल्ठुलो सरहरूलाई नि चिनिन्छ, परिचय हुन्छ, चिनजान पनि मौका हुन्छ हैन। जे होस् अब पहिलाको भन्दा त हैन अब यो मान्छे पनि बोर्डमा छ भन्दाखेरि जे होस् अलिकति उमै राखेर छ भन्ने अब हेर्ने दृष्टिकोण त अलिकति फरकै परिहाल्छ हैन।
उनीहरूले विश्वास गरेको छ र हाम्रो भविष्यप्रति चाहिँ उसले चाहिँ अगाडि है विचार गरेर है भनेर नै नाम राखेको हो। भविष्य निर्माण भनेर राख्नुको कारण किनभने भविष्यमा के छ त कस्तो छ त्यो कुरा त अहिलेदेखि वर्तमानदेखि बनाउने हो। आज म एउटा जुन स्थानमा छु आज त्यो स्थानमा मलाई सहकारीले मलाई ल्याएको छ भने किनभने यो मेरो मेहनत र हामी साथीभाइहरूको सबैको एउटा सहयोग र सहकारीले त्यो पूर्ण रूपमा म जस्तै मैले र हामीले कुनै पनि एउटा ग्रुपमा बसेपछि एउटा कुनै पनि हामी मासमा बसिसकेपछि एउटा नयाँ सोच त बनाउँछ। यो नयाँ सोच बनाउनको लागि हामीहरू सबै मिलेर आपसमा सल्लाह गरेर एउटा अब सोसाइटी सबै आपसमा हामी यो सबै हैन हाम्रो सोच के छ पहिला यो रासायनिक मल यो माटोमा कसरी पर्न नदिने। रासायनिक मललाई हामीले जमिनबाट नदिने बित्तिकै त्यो पानीमा पुग्न पाउँदैन र पानीमा नपुग्ने बित्तिकै हामीहरूले खाने पनि हुँदैनौँ अरू जनावरले पनि खाँदैन।
एकजना हाम्रो सदस्य हुनुहुन्छ लक्ष्मी ढुङ्गाना उहाँलाई चाहिँ एकदमै नयाँ काम गर्ने इच्छा थियो। उहाँले चाहिँ केही नयाँ काम गरौँ जसले चाहिँ आम्दानी पनि होस् र हामी महिलाहरू पनि अगाडि बढ्न सकियोस् भन्ने थियो। क्रिस्चियन भनेको त यो ठाउँमा सबै केटाहरूले मात्रै गरिरहेको छ केटीहरू कसैले गरेको छैन भन्नुभयो उहाँको फ्यामिलीबाट। उहाँले चाहिँ यो क्षेत्रको पहिलो महिलाको रूपमा चाहिँ अहिले हाउस वायरिङ काम गरिरहनु भएको छ।
म एकदम पहिला त एकदम पिछडिएको कस्तो भने एउटा पिन्जडामा परेको सुगा जस्तै थिएँ म त्यो सहकारीमा आबद्ध हुनुभन्दा पहिला। अहिले चाहिँ के फिल भइरहेछ भनेदेखि अब यो भैँसी पालन गरेर अनि अब इलेक्ट्रिसियन बनेर हैन अनि हामीले यही आएर यही भैँसी पालेर नै हामीले यहाँ घडेरी एउटा किनिरहेछौँ। त्यसैमा अब यसलाई उन्नति गर्दै गर्दै लगेर त्यो सहकारीको लोन तिरेर हैन अनि जब पनि नछोड्ने भैँसी पालन नछोड्ने म्यानेज गर्दै लगेर अनि अब भविष्यलाई सफल बनाउला भनेर सोचिरहेको छु लगभग हैन।
हामीहरू सबैजनाले सहयोग गर्छौँ त्यसमा पनि अलि धेरै चाहिँ म पनि महिला हो अनि अरूहरू महिलाको पनि अलि धेरै कुरा बुझ्छु अनि कहिले बेला त त्यही कुरा बुझ्दा बुझ्दै नै अलि धेरै नजिकिँदो रहेछ जसले गर्दाखेरि अलिकति सबैले दिदी दिदी भन्नुहुन्छ।
मेरो चाहिँ अब सहकारीमा आउनुभन्दा अगाडि चाहिँ धेरै उ थियो आर्थिक स्थिति पनि कमजोर थियो। अब आफैले उत्पादन गर्न सक्दा पनि हामी पहिलादेखि नै तरकारी पेसै हो भने चाहिँ अनि त्यो व्यापारीहरूले चाहिँ लगानी गर्थ्यो हामीलाई थोरै बिउ बिजनहरू थोरै लगानी गर्थ्यो उनीहरूकै भाउमा चाहिँ उनीहरूले लान्थे कि त्यो भएपछि अनि सहकारीमा आएपछि चाहिँ आफूले जता बढी पाउँछ त्यता पनि बेच्न पाइयो जहाँ मन लाग्छ त्यहाँ बेच्न पनि पाइयो। अब किसानलाई त दुई पैसा अलि जहाँ बढी हुन्छ त्यहीँ गर्ने हो नि त अनि त्यही भएर धेरै नै परिवर्तन आएको छ।
अनि हामीहरूले चाहिँ कसरी उहाँहरूलाई सपोर्ट गरिरहेछौँ भने उहाँहरूले उत्पादन गरेको तरकारीहरूको चाहिँ हामीहरूले हाम्रो सहकारीको फेसबुकबाट अनि त्यसपछि हामी सहकारीबाट कुनै पनि ठाउँमा गयो भने हामीहरूले माउथ टु माउथ अनि त्यसपछि हामीले फेसबुकबाट मार्फत एक त प्रचार गरिरहेका छौँ। अनि त्यो प्रचारको साथसाथै नै हामीहरूले हाम्रो केन्द्रीय सङ्घले खोलेको 2वटा पसलमा पनि हामीले लगिरहेका छौँ।
We work on the cooperative management, agriculture and value chain marketing. We do have 995 cooperative affiliated with our organization and there is small farmer bank also and majority of the share owned by small farmer agriculture cooperatives. Banks provide financial service and we do provide non-financial service for the same target beneficiaries. And we have 82% women member within our networks. And there are 40% youth within our cooperatives, and most of them, they are already started agriculture entrepreneurship.
घरबाट सपोर्ट मिलेपछि मैले सोचेँ कि गाउँमा गएर पनि महिला पुरुष सबैजनाको पिरमर्का बुझेर उहाँहरूलाई चाहिँ केही माथि उकास्ने अनि कसरी हुन्छ उहाँहरूको आय स्तर माथि उकास्ने भन्ने लाग्यो, जसमा चाहिँ मलाई पहिला सुरुमा चाहिँ केन्द्रीय सङ्घ र बैंकबाट चाहिँ एकदम सपोर्ट मिल्यो। मलाई चाहिँ यो साना किसानमा लागेपछि चाहिँ कस्तो भयो भने एउटा मेरो सानैदेखिको इच्छा भनेको चाहिँ सोसल वर्क गर्ने थियो। जब म यो फिल्डमा लागि परेपछि चाहिँ मलाई कस्तो लाग्यो भने आफ्नो काम भनेको चाहिँ त्यो काम चाहिँ एउटा त्यो कामलाई चाहिँ हामीले चाहिँ आफ्नो चाहिँ शक्ति बनाउनु पर्छ भन्ने लाग्यो। अनि यहाँका चाहिँ सबैजना सदस्यहरूमा चाहिँ के छ भने यो सहकारीले बेनिफिट भन्दा पनि बढी चाहिँ सहयोगको भावनाले काम गरेको छ। अहिलेको यो ठाउँको लागि अनि हाम्रो लागि यो संस्थाको लागि नै यो सहकारीले अहिले आत्मा बनेको छ।
kera nkiri umwana muto papa yarazaga akansaba ikiganza cy'akagira cyatimwa ati cira hangaha ngo akansaba ikiganza akaciraho ati ngo hawe umugisha ati ntugasabirize ati ntugasabirize ubwo noneho kuba kudasabiriza nyine kuba naje muri koperative Koporori Ntende numva ko Koporori ari nk'umubyeyi wanje.
The cooperative started earlier in 2003 when the government has a plan of land reclamation to this place. People who are settled here were sensitized to combine themselves into a cooperative to use this marshland, but it was as an association. Later in 2005, It was formed into a cooperative known as Cooperatives as it is today.
At the beginning, with Mr. President Karangwa, our mission, our target was to be first the best cooperative in Rwanda, in Africa, why not in the world?
Koperative Cooperatives ni koperative yatangiye mu mwaka wa 2003, itangira ari abanyamuryango bakeya ariko bagenda biyongera, aho ubu ngubu tumaze kugira ku banyamuryango 3,461, dufite abagabo 2,450, ndetse n'abagore 1,311. Koperative rero yatangiye mu by'ukuri ifite imbaraga nkeya, ariko hariho ikintu kijyanye n'ubumenyi bukeya ku bahinzi, dore ko ari bo bwa mbere bagiye guhinga umuceri, ariko ku mahugurwa atandukanye y'abaterankunga bagiye baboneka batandukanye, abanyamuryango bacu bagiye bagira imyumvire iri hejuru, bagenda bakunda igihingwa cy'umuceri.
Umwari umutegarugori yahawe ijambo, maze kurihabwa nta mudamu wari uzi kuri banki inzira iganayo, nta n'umudamu wari uzi koperative. Mu by'ukuri abana bacu icyo kurya bari bazi cyari ibijumba n'imyumbati.
Muri make ubwo twatangiye tumaze kujijuka, twamenye icyo tugomba gukora, twahinze umuceri, bityo twihaza mu biribwa, tumenya no gufata neza abana bacu ndetse n'abatware bacu, ku buryo tumenya no guteka indyo yuzuye kugira ngo abana bacu batazagira ikibazo cy'imirire mibi. Ibyo rero nta handi twabikuye no kuba turi abo turibo, nuko twashoboye kwibumbira mu makoperative, tukamenya ihame ry'uburinganire n'ubwuzuzanye, tukamenya uburyo umugabo yuzuzanya n'umugore, atari bya bindi twumva ngo ni uguhangana. Muri make buri mugore cyangwa se buri mugabo yamaze kumenya ububasha yifitemo.
By'umwihariko ngiye ku bwanjye, ku ruhande rwanjye iyo bavuze koperative, numva iterambere rirenze kuri ngewe ndi kuganamo, kuko hari aho yankuye, hari n'aho ngeze, hari n'aho nteganya kugera. Ubwo rero iyo bavuze koperative mu bugari bwayo, nanjye niyumva mu bugari gutya, aho ndi kuva n'aho njye. Ubwo rero muri nge byanejeje cyane kandi bindenzeho.
Gusa rero koperative ni byinshi byiza igeza ku banyamuryango bayo, nk'uko natangiye mvuga, n'abo duhana imbibi nabo, haba gahunda ya leta, aho koperative igira iki ishyirayo bitewe n'igikorwa kiriho. Muri rusange koperative ifatikanya na leta mu bikorwa bya leta bisabwe, wenda abaturage cyangwa se wenda n'igikorwa ishaka kuba yatera inkunga muri bariya batishoboye. Ibyo byose koperative irabikora. Ubwo ubundi buzima busanzwe kuvuga ngo mpinga umuceri ngahinga n'iyindi myaka nk'uko mwabibonye, hanyuma ubundi ndi umukangurambaga. Kuvuga mbere ntarajya muri koperative, mbese ni ukuvuga ngo nari inyuma, nari ndi wa mumama witinyaga, ku buryo ntabashaga no kuba natanga ikiganiro cyangwa ngo mbe naganira n'abandi cyangwa se ngo mbe navuga mu bantu benshi. Umutware wanjye yitabye Imana, niyo nsigiye nyine abo bana 5 nibo na n'ubu nkifite. Ni ukuvuga ngo mu kugenda ntera imbere, ni ukuvuga ngo habayeho kujya ngenda nizigama. Noneho muri uko kwizigama ni nako nahingaga umuceri. Nabanje kuva kuri R10 ngera kuri R20, ngera kuri R30 hanyuma niyo yagiye amfasha mu kugira ngo ntere imbere hanyuma mbashe no kwigisha abana. Navuze ngo koperative ni igisubizo cyanjye kandi ibyo mbivuga bikuye ku mutima. Iyo nyirebye niyo wagira utegese nayivamo.
After harvest, every farmer receives the rice, the white rice from the factory for home consumption. Before, it was difficult to get the market when we were not working together. It's not easy. After the cooperative created, the production was increased. First of all, the cooperative provided the everything for farmers, seeds, fertilizer, and everything. The farmers started to cultivate rice. After the harvest, the cooperative collect all production and working a contract with the factory and start to bring the production to the factory.
Earlier, the cooperative was a rice cultivation only. When the cooperative comes bigger, you can even think about diversification. So that caused us to think as entrepreneurs. We started to build a hall. Earlier, we used to meet in these collection centers of rice, and we make a meeting there. Maybe when it is rainy, when it is shiny, it was near the swamps where we used to sit and make a meeting. Now when we built that hall, it was one hall in the whole district that was good. People came and demand where they can sit, where they can make their wedding. For the demand of clients themselves, they say that you managed to build a hall, why can't you build a restaurant? After 2 years, we managed to build a small house and call it a canteen. After that, clients also demanded, why can't you build a small house where we can stay at night? So we decided to build a guest house upon the demand of clients. By now, we have proceeded to enter into another project, which is a huge project of poultry keeping. After that, we will enter into another, which will be maybe a school, because it is also our priority. We had very many projects, but we used to sit with the members. We prioritize. We see which is better off, which can cater to our members according to our long-term goals.
Agriculture business is depending on the climate. That is why this cooperative start the other investment to make sustainable the cooperative.
We managed to build a fund from the cooperative, and we sensitized the people, members, to put their own share apart from the share that was put in the cooperative. And now this fund is very good to the farmers because it caters for the school fees of their children, it caters for the insurance for our members and their families. We give some small loans to use when they are cultivating rice.
Kuba twaratoranyije koperative Cooperative nuko twayibonye ari imwe muri koperative dufite zikora neza, haba mu miyoborere, haba mu micungire, haba mu kongera umusaruro mu bwiza no mu bwinshi, haba ndetse no mu buryo bwo guha serivisi zinyuranye.
Mbere yuko ninjira muri koperative, ubundi aho nari ntuye ni mu majyaruguru y'u Rwanda. Nuko nkaba nari mfite muramu wanje ufite imwe n'umudamu wanje akaba yaratuye nahangaha. Ubwo aza kunsura rero mu Ruhengeri aho nari ntuye, ambwira yuko bahinga umuceri bakorera muri koperative Cooperative. Ambwira kandi yuko umuntu wakoreye muri koperative Cooperative aba yagize icyerekezo cyiza nuko utanza fata icyemezo cyo guhinga umuceri nkoreye muri koperative. ngiri nta nzu mfite, nta nzu nagiraga, nari nshumbitse. Ubwo maze gucumbika nibwo nubatse kariya kazu muri 2007 mba ndakujuje. Maze kukuzuza mbonye umusaruro ukomeze gutubuka, mba nubatse iriya nanone. Nubatse iriya ariko n'ubutaka ndi kubugura hejuru y'iki ya koperative, kuko niyo tubuze amafaranga ukaba ufite ikintu gitubutse ushaka gukora, uragenda koperative ikaguhuza na banki bakaguha amafaranga ukishura umusaruro ubonetse. Ubwo maze kuzuza iriya nayo nyibamo igihe muri 2015. Ubu iki gikorwa kiri aha ngaha nagitangiye muri 2015, nkikoze imyaka 3. kubaka nka ngaho hose no kuhagura ni muri 2015.
Well, 94, our country gets into trouble. There was a genocide, and this left people, left hatiness in. We managed to come to this swamp as very many people looking economic activities, starting by cultivating. Could find the people could dig here another, making here, without talking to each other, because people were not trusted to each other. But as time goes on, as trainings came into existence, people know that we are really after fighting famine, after looking economic activities, so the cooperative contributed much. The success we use to do this is from our members. We have built a strong transparency in our members and trustiness. So the success is a must. For us, a promise is a promise.
تارجنت نكوني يقدرنا بديك راه تعاونينا انت درنا غير ايجان الاولى انت غنطمز سكلو الحرن الري انت دار يسير الرز الزريعه قرت نتعدل وانا رانا ستبي ورا تجاستي
When I finished my study in 2000, I came back to the village. There was an association created by my father, association of عين أخسمو that's for water.
المنطقة بالضبط إمسوان اللي الجمعية اللي درناها على أساس الجفاف اللي كان 1995 ما كانش عندنا الضوء، ما كانش عندنا الماء في ديك الساعة، وقررنا باش درنا واحد البرنامج. الأهداف اللي كنا هو الماء أولا، ثم محاربة الأمية، ثم تعليم الأطفال إدخال المدرسة، ثم الكهرباء، نديروا الطلبة باش وصلنا عندنا الكهرباء، ما كانش عندنا الكهرباء في الدوار. المحور الثاني وهو إدار النادي النسوي، والنادي النسوي اللي تقسم على جوج خطرات، كاين الطرز والخياطة، وكاين الطرز والخياطة والمسائل التقليدية.
So my first step was to meet the girl and convince them to join us to the club. So I go to the village, I meet the girl, I told her, I tried to convince him to come to the club. My idea was rejected because their parents think they will change their immortality and their tradition, how girl can study out of their house. I didn't give up. I tried to convince. In the end, I convinced some of them to join the club, and we start our first literacy course, and the club with my fathers and with the women of the village. So we think, why not to create a cooperative of producing argan oil? Once again, my project was refused by the population of the village, because the women work out of their house is out of fashion. So they just work at home with their children and the house. So my proposal was rejected, but we start to convince some of them. We start just selling almond, so we don't have a machine to produce argan oil. My dream in that time was to have a label of the name of my village in a bottle of argan oil. That dream in that time was impossible because we didn't have anything. So with the government aids, we start to buy our first machine to extract and produce argan oil.
ديك الساعة تعدل الكرة تفيشتا فيها السون تدرقات تعبر الصغيرات الحمد لله اللي غدرت له ماكينة اللي غلا نسهل له قش صغارين أو كنا نتا وغاتا فيها الشتو ما غاش نرق تعدل راه خصني تخلص يميك كاين اللي غنسكرلص مرة هذه المدينة ساقطة فيها شنو أنا كيدور أنا نسمع غارين وين داداش كي تقيد غير دار الزيكزا اللي خصو له في حتى البلاصة.
In 2007, we became a member of GEO-Tanganin, a groupment that group has 6 cooperatives that's commercialization oil, argan oil.
هاد لا شونس اللي عندنا نخدموا مع هذا الزبون هذا عطانا واحد الثقة واحد الدفعة اللي كتميزنا على الناس اخرين، حيت دابا حنا تنخدموا في التجارة العادلة، ومن خلال هذا العمل هذا مع الزبون خلانا العيالات يستافدوا من عدة امتيازات. اولا هاد العيالات هادو تياخذوا اجره عادله كل شهر اللي هي اعلى اجره في المغرب من ناحيه ديال التعاونيات ديال زيت الاركان.
From that time we start to produce our argan oil and our label of a bottle of argan that's made in village of Aksmo.
التعاونية ديال تودر تنتج عديد ديال المنتوجات اللي هي ذو جودة عالية، والآن المنتوجات ديال التعاونية ديال تودر ممكن توجدها في جميع أنحاء العالم. الحمد لله تنصدروا جميع المنتوجات ديالنا لجميع أنحاء العالم، أوروبا، آسيا، أمريكا، لكل سميتو.
And Tudert means life in Amazia.
فاطمة نخدم في التعاونية نبدا من 2004 غنبدا يميك يغنى لي قال لي ترجع كوار يعني خت نزنزا وتنزن زيت ولا تنتوي السوق ونزن تنكيس وتنزن زيت وميا قال لي كتنسى نزن زي دروس غير هو الحمد لله انا نسكر لهم معنا نسكر الحوايج لا خاصه المهم كله غادي نزيد غير اختي غير تعاوني اختي نزيد كله يزيد غير تعاوني اختي نزيد شكون غادي نخدم الحمد لله يما غلات هي ورد ما ناديك ولا هادو داك اللي ما كيتكا ولا اختي ورد صاير اللي صاير عاون خصيص هي ينوكش ما غادي يستفاد غادي يتكسر الفلوس المهم نفع التعاونيه انا نفسي تكشمو وريزي حتى غير جايين ولا اني خصاي عاون خصيص هي ينو رد موتيغ توطا غزال غاسك الله فضولي داروانو الصف 5 المدرسه عاد الخضا الماكلانو اسيختني تفوق التعاونيه لكن ما نخدم غير الرايه خدمه تدكات على 5 نروح الدار باش كيدار نكتشم الدار نسنل كدا انا كلا يدرينا غير داك الشمغ المدرسه هذا تحفظنا اللي هو غدا خورينا خيمي ايه اتفقنا مغارين فرح نسلخ خدمه اللي تعاونيه فرح نسرسي كيس خدامه دار ايه الا شجيس تاع تعاونيه شي جيس غير ولدلو ديال اللي حيا غير نحيا غير هذا الحمد لله حسي خص تعاوني نعاوني ويانا حسو غير اللي الحمد لله حسي خصو غير كيس تعاونيه يسخ نفع التعاونيه بزاف
التعاوني بجهة سوس ماسا قطاع متميز كيغلب عليه القطاع الفلاحي اساسا. بالنسبه لقطاع الاركان كيمثل حوالي 12% من التعاونيات في الجهه وكيضم حوالي 360 تعاونيه نسويه للاركان. العدد الاعضاء او العضوات في هذه التعاونيات حوالي 6100 عضوه كلهم نساء. اذا التعاونيه تدرت الجانب الاقتصادي ساعدها اساسا كما قلنا انه التدبير ديالها جيد وبالتالي كان تاثير على الجانب الاجتماعي والتربوي.
المتعاونات في تعاونية تودرت كيستافدوا من عدة امتيازات اجتماعية كيستافدوا من الرعاية الصحية. يعني جميع المتعاونات عندهم الحق في الرعاية الصحية أنهم يستافدوا يعني يدوزوا عن الطبيب كلهم بالمجان يشريوا الدواء بالمجان. أيضا درنا واحد روض الأطفال خاص بالأطفال ديال المتعاونات. هنا يعني جميع المتعاونات عندهم الحق يجيبوا الأطفال ديالهم التعاونية وخصنا واحد المربية خاصة للتربية المراقبة ديال هاد الأطفال هادو. أيضا المتعاونات عندهم الحق ياخذوا سلف بالمجان بدون فوائد ويتسددوا على أقساط على حساب الاستطاعة ديال كل وحدة. أيضا اللي هو مهم في هذا الأعمال الاجتماعية اللي هو لو استطعنا والحمد لله نحققوا الحلم الكبير ديال المرأة القروية والمرأة ديال التعاونية تودرت خاصة هو الذهاب إلى العمرة اللي هو حلم ديال هذه المرأة أنه يعني تحقق لها بفضل العمل ديالنا في هذا ديال التعاونية ديال تودرت في عمل زيت الأركان.
When I asked them, so what's your dream? So my dream was the pèlerinage, go to the Mecca, Marhaba from the Muslims are the most important thing in our life. He was working hard to achieve that dream. I think that it's more important than to produce an organ or have a salary of the month or this bottle of organ. I think it's not important that to make someone very happy. So that's it.
كمسلمين هذا هو الاسلام الحقيقي، وهو تخلي لغيرك تعاون. ما دام انت كتعاون الناس ربي كيعاونك. هذا هو الاسلام الحقيقي.
تعاوني ما غرات نسقرا ما غرات نسكي على كل خاصه.
اللي غورتان اللي التعاونيه ورنزعمو ورنسن والو ورنسن نكفو ورنسن نكش مختي تسماني راه اللي جلوت غير الحمد لله كلشي المسائل استوانت بخير وعلى خير الحمد لله. نزعم غير نلقى الثقه غيبيه.
When I come here in 2000 we can see a woman here. So now in 2019 everything has changed. Not only for economical hand, but social and mentality has totally changed. Now women have a self-confidence.
تعاونيات قادرين كيزود تفرقتينو يخترو ربو ختيد اي اللي خدم قرا اللي خليت ما غيدغيلا.
Hola.
Hi there.
Hola. Como tú, somos jóvenes que queremos decidir nuestro presente y nuestro futuro. Formamos nuestra propia herramienta para construir nuestro porvenir.
A worker cooperative or a social cooperative?
Oui, nous aimons travailler de façon engagée, guidée par la gestion concertée,
unión y solidaridad.
In all culture.
En todas las partes del mundo.
Unidos e integrados, formamos el movimiento de las cooperativas de trabajo y cooperativas sociales.
Jak? Dlaczego? Opowiemy Wam historię z Polski.
From South Africa.
Depuis la France.
Te lo contamos desde Argentina. Y raccontiamo la nostra storia dall'Italia.
É a nossa história a partir do Brasil.
The USA.
Te lo contamos desde España.
Wszyscy przyzwyczailiśmy się, że wybieramy w demokratyczny sposób naszą reprezentację polityczną, prezydenta czy parlament. Jednak wiele osób dalej traktuje ze zdziwieniem pomysł wyboru sobie szefa w pracy. My idziemy jeszcze dalej, staramy się zarządzać spółdzielnią kolektywnie na co dzień. Niewątpliwie ważnym powodem założenia spółdzielni była dla nas zasada jedna osoba, jeden głos. Założenie spółdzielni umożliwiło nam skupienie kapitału nie tylko finansowego, ale i społecznego i kulturowego, do jakiego nie mielibyśmy dostępu w pojedynkę, czy nawet w 2-3 osoby. Mamy różne doświadczenia zawodowe. Dla większości z nas spółdzielnia nie jest jedynym miejscem pracy. W Wcześniej mieliśmy doświadczenia w pracy grupowej i chcieliśmy je wynieść na wyższy poziom gospodarczy. Ogniwo nie jest tylko kluboksięgarnią. Jest również świetlicą, wszechnicą, hubem aktywistycznym. Odbywają się tu zarówno zajęcia dla seniorów i dzieci, debaty o książkach, warsztaty licznych organizacji pozarządowych, spotkania grup aktywistów i aktywistek miejskich, dyskusje polityczne, jak i wystawy fotograficzne, malarskie, koncerty, pokazy filmowe. Jesteśmy trochę spółdzielczym domem kultury. Tworzymy przestrzeń do debaty publicznej, która ma wpłynąć ożywczo na rozwój naszego miasta.
I became a part of Future Focus because it gave me opportunities that my school and other places weren't able to provide for me, because it showed me different types of businesses, a different way to run a business instead of having to, instead of being like a proprietorship or a partnership and I had to answer to somebody else, where here I'm able to have a say in something and how something goes and I'm able to help make decisions.
Agresta se crea en el año 2000 por 10 estudiantes de Ingeniería de Montes de la Universidad Politécnica de Madrid. En ese momento decidieron crear una empresa cooperativa, de emprendimiento colectivo, donde todos los trabajadores fueran los socios de la empresa. Desde entonces hemos ido incorporando más gente y ahora somos 30 personas, de perfiles muy diferentes. Somos un equipo multidisciplinar para poder abordar diferentes trabajos del medio natural. En los últimos tiempos también hemos incorporado nuevas tecnologías, tecnología LIDAR, teledetección, GPS, sistemas de información geográfica con software libre, de tal manera que las soluciones que podemos dar son integrales. Además, hemos dado el salto para trabajar fuera de España, donde ya estamos cubriendo todo el territorio, trabajando en Europa y en parte del extranjero.
Mi chiamo Usema e vengo dal Marocco, ho 24 anni e sono venuto in Italia all'età di 7 anni con tutta la mia famiglia cercando fortuna qua in Italia. Ho fatto tutte le scuole qua, mi sono diplomato in moda e calzatura, però non trovando lavoro, essendo un settore che è un po' in crisi, sono andato al centro giovani, conoscendo un educatore, mi ha proposto di fare la campagna. Sono 5 anni che lavoro in campagna, mi piace e ci sono venute incontro altre cooperative e ci hanno aiutato in questo bellissimo progetto. Lavorando con i miei amici mi ci trovo bene, all'aria aperta, anche se un po' faticoso, ce la si fa benissimo.
El megáfono es nuestro semanario, sale todos los viernes en la ciudad de Río Cuarto y sus alrededores. Son 3.000 ejemplares que se distribuyen en 400 puntos de distribución.
El objetivo de este semanario es fundamentalmente llevar información de manera gratuita a la comunidad, pensando que la información es un derecho. Armamos una cooperativa porque creemos que es una forma de organizar el trabajo y la producción de manera mucho más democrática que otras formas de capital. Y además, somos unos convencidos de que los trabajadores y los profesionales debemos gestionar nuestros propios medios de producción.
そこに入ろうと思いました。自分を変えたと思う。で、最後。その柴山の若者自立塾では、若者自立塾を卒塾した卒塾生を対象にグループ音声という制度がありまして、それに僕はグループ音声としてそこで生活しながら仕事を探していました。その中でBDF という仕事に出会い、今日最初は配食員の回収を手伝うだけでしたが、その中で興味を持ち、ここで働かせてくださいということをお願いしました。それで今こちらで働いています。
Masibheka abantu sathola ukuthi abantu esiphila nabo abanalutho and uthola ukuthi bayalamba, kodwa sabheka ukuthi yini ngempela abanayo. Sase siyathola ukuthi banomhlaba and kulo mhlaba bayakwazi ukusebenzisa, kodwa masithola sathola ukuthi indlela abawusebenzisa ngakhona basebenzisa izinto ezibizayo kanti abanayo imali yokuba bakwazi ukusebenzisa futhi nani nezibulali izinambuzane ekufanele bayozithenga esitolo. Sabona ukuthi-ke thina sibaqeqeshe ngendlela yokuthi bakwazi ukuba basebenzise izinto zemvelo ezingababizi imali enkulu ukuze bakwazi ukonga kwakulokhu abantu okuncane abanako. Kusho ukuthi baye baqeqeshwa-ke abantu base beyaqala bayalima. Uma sebelimile-ke siyazi ukuthi badla ukudla okufresh okusuka engadini bahambe bakupheke emakhaya ukuze bangabulawa indlala. Noma sebenakho-ke lokho kudla uthola ukuthi-ke sebekutshalile engadini kuningi ukudla, then sase sibona ukuthi mase kukuningi-ke sebedlile bakwenzani okunye. Sase sibona njenge-co-op ukuthi kubalulekile ukuthi kube khona imakethe, kube khona indawo lapho esihamba khona siyothatha umkhiqizo wabantu bese bekwazi ukuthi siyowudayisa emakethe.
L'atelier REB, c'est un bureau d'études spécialisé dans la conception-réalisation de stations d'épuration végétalisées, comme on peut en voir une juste derrière moi, à Raon-sur-Plaine dans les Vosges, une station qui a déjà plus de 6 ans. On a repris l'atelier REB il y a plus d'1 an, qu'on a racheté les parts de notre ex-gérant qui est parti à la retraite. On était déjà une équipe jeune, on avait entre 27 et 38 ans. Entre 2 et 7 ans d'ancienneté dans l'entreprise. Et on avait déjà cette façon de travailler ensemble dans le même open space. On partageait les idées, les difficultés, on connaissait les projets de chacun. Donc on peut dire que même avant de devenir une société coopérative ou une coopérative de travail associé, on avait déjà l'habitude de coopérer, c'était déjà notre mode de fonctionnement. Et on continue aujourd'hui en espérant que ça dure encore longtemps.
Então, se a gente simplesmente quiser transformar a cidade ou mudar a realidade do país, sem com isso mudar a realidade do nosso trabalho cotidiano, isso não vai fazer sentido nenhum.
A nossa organização interna, né, a forma de atuação, de ouvir os outros, de colaboração, de trabalho coletivo mesmo.
O designer, ele é um profissional que durante muito tempo teve atrás das mesas dentro das empresas. E acho que é um movimento mais recente, que não é só da profissão de designer, de outros também, de se tornar protagonista da cidade, do processo de trabalho e da transformação dos locais onde ele atua. Então acho que ele saiu de dentro desse papel das empresas para se tornar um ator social. Acho que isso é uma das coisas que a gente consegue vislumbrar como realização assim, do design, do designer, né, nesse sentido.
Com certeza, eu acho que o designer ele tem uma série de metodologias na mão para fazer uma série de coisas. Podem ser objetos, podem ser projetos gráficos, podem ser serviços, podem ser muitas coisas. Então, claro que junto com toda essa possibilidade vem também grandes responsabilidades, e a gente se voltar também para buscar o bem das pessoas, uma economia diferente, é uma grande possibilidade que a gente tem, e a gente consegue fazer isso profissionalmente também.
Somos sócios e sócie. Lavoratori. Insieme decidiamo il presente e il futuro della nostra cooperativa.
Un modelo empresarial basado en los valores y principios de democracia, propiedad común de los bienes y distribución equitativa de los resultados.
私たちは自らの運命の主人公となることに伴うリスクや責任を共有しています。
Nous souhaitons proposer une économie différente pour les générations futures.
Un saludo y hasta pronto desde España.
Desde Argentina los saludamos.
From everybody here in Worcester, USA, goodbye.
Do zobaczenia w ogniwie.
Bye bye.
Ciao, aqui do Brasil. À bientôt.
Inspired by those values. Cooperatives focus on long-term goals for the greater good, rather than short-term profits for a few. Through a cooperative, people can pull themselves out of poverty by creating their own economic opportunities. People can make their voices heard through democratic decision-making. People can unite to make their communities stronger. Anyone can join a cooperative without fear of discrimination. Cooperatives provide opportunities for those most at risk for being left behind, like small-scale farmers, youth, indigenous people, and persons with disabilities. Cooperatives are an important economic and social force. There are more than 2.6 million cooperatives in the world, with more than 1 billion people as members. Cooperatives secure the livelihoods of 272 million people. The 300 largest cooperatives and mutuals have a combined turnover of 2.5 trillion US dollars, more than the GDP of France. Through the Sustainable Development Goals, governments are pledging to build a better world by 2030. Cooperatives are equally committed to achieving that vision in an inclusive way. How do cooperatives eradicate poverty and promote prosperity?
E naquela época, eu sei que contam histórias que ninguém queria instalar energia elétrica, trazer luz para o campo, para o lugar do interior, porque era um morador aqui, outro lá, então o investimento era muito alto e não se tinha o interesse por parte do governo de fornecer energia elétrica e fazer esse investimento. Foi nesse momento que se teve a ideia, se fundou a cooperativa Sertaja e ela que proporcionou esses investimentos para nós aqui do campo. Foi uma mudança muito importante, principalmente para a nossa região. Se não fosse pela cooperativa Sertaja nos fornecer a energia elétrica, eu acredito que hoje Vale Verde seria menor do que é. Hoje a gente paga um valor que eu considero muito baixo aqui na área rural para o preço da nossa energia elétrica. O que acaba viabilizando muitas vezes um negócio de uma pequena propriedade que, se o custo de energia fosse maior, não iria se viabilizar.
कॉन्ट्रॅक्टदारांमध्ये हा फरक आहे की स्वच्छ सेवा आपला विचार करते, स्वच्छ सेवा गोरगरिबांना काम देते. परत स्वच्छ सेवाचे जे कार्यकर्ता आहेत ते आपल्या घरी भांडणं झाले तरी निमेरात्रीला घरी येतात. आपल्या महिलांच्या मुलांना शाळेला मदत करतात, लग्नासाठी कर्ज देतात. म्हणजे पूर्ण जेवढी आर्थिक मदत आहे स्वच्छकडून ते पूर्ण आपली स्वच्छ आपल्या महिलांना देतील. तसं कॉन्ट्रॅक्टर देणार नाही.
El nombre de mi cooperativa es Salaria Limitada. Y actualmente mi cooperativa se dedica a la cultivación de cacao. Aparte del cacao, nos ayudamos con la producción del arroz, banano. Para nosotros, como hijos de socios, cambió mucho, ¿no? En el tema de que tenemos más posibilidades en el estudio, porque Seibo nos da muchas oportunidades para poder salir adelante. Ya tal vez nuestros padres allá se están quedando cultivando el cacao, sin embargo los hijos estamos saliendo, ¿no?, adelante, tratando de que crezca nuestra organización. Es por esa razón que estamos aquí también como hijos. La verdad que sí, antes, bueno, mi cooperativa estamos en una población, era pequeña, y actualmente ahora se ha mejorado con el camino y todo eso, entonces ha mejorado mucho y hay más habitantes en nuestro pueblo.
Cooperatives are helping to build a better world in almost every country, in almost every sector of the economy, but they need your support. Join them every year in celebrating the International Day of Cooperatives on the first Saturday of July and help spread the cooperative message. Policymakers at all levels should include cooperatives at the table when decisions are made to ensure they have the legal and regulatory environment in which to develop and flourish. Our vision of a sustainable future for all is achievable, but only if we work together. Our world is changing.
Hello everyone, welcome back. Can we get started? Okay. Hello everyone, welcome back. Can we get started? Okay. Hello everyone, welcome back. Can we get started? Okay. Good afternoon, welcome back. We shall get started. I have the pleasure to introduce to you our next speaker, Manuel Mariscal. Manuel is the president of SICOPA. SICOPA is the sectoral organization of the International Cooperative Alliance that is responsible for industrial and services cooperatives. He's also the vice president of SECOP, SICOPA Europe, and he is a member of the ICA board. I can go on with FAECTA and COSETA, but I think I will stop here and give the floor to Manuel. Manuel, por favor.
Buenas tardes a todos y a todas. Muchas gracias, Simel, por tus palabras. Como digo siempre cuando empiezo cualquier charla, siempre digo que tengo muchos títulos, pero tengo muy poco salario. El que soy capaz de conseguir con mi trabajo. Bien, dicho esto, Simel, autoridades, académicos y académicas que nos acompañáis, amigos y amigas de la Alianza Cooperativa Internacional, que ya no debemos de decir alianza por un acuerdo del propio BOAR de ayer o de antes de ayer, debemos denominarla como ACI o ICA. Queridos amigos y amigas, buenas tardes de nuevo. Hoy la ACI ha renovado su acuerdo con la OIT, un acuerdo importantísimo para las familias cooperativas del mundo. Y no solamente es importante porque firmamos con la única agencia de la ONU que es tripartita, es decir, como todos sabemos y todas, están los gobiernos, están los representantes de los trabajadores y están los empresarios. Esta mañana nuestro presidente ha dicho una cosa muy importante, que a lo mejor para algunos, espero que para pocos, haya pasado inadvertida. Pedimos, reivindicamos, solicitamos el cuarto actor. El cuarto actor que creemos que nos corresponde a las cooperativas y a las familias de la economía social, que es un ámbito más amplio, pero necesario para el tránsito que estamos pasando y que nos espera que debemos pasar en un futuro, para poder incidir en las políticas, tanto económicas como sociales, para las personas en todo el mundo. CICOPA es la sectorial de la ASI que está especializada en el mundo del trabajo. Representamos a las cooperativas de trabajo asociado, a las cooperativas sociales, a las cooperativas de autónomos y a las nuevas cooperativas que están naciendo y que se están legislando en distintas partes del mundo. Unos lo denominan cooperativas mixtas, es decir, donde hay distintos actores, hay trabajadores, hay inversores, hay consumidores y todos forman parte de la misma unidad empresarial. Y todos tienen intereses que defender de manera cooperativizada, de una manera mejor, para lograr sus objetivos. CICOPA, por tanto, se siente doblemente feliz. Primero, por el acuerdo que se ha renovado hoy con ASI y la OIT. Y segundo, por el lema de la declaración aprobada el viernes, el futuro del trabajo decente, el futuro del trabajo digno, el reconocimiento de que el trabajador, como dijo esta mañana nuestra compañera conferenciante desde la India, no es una mera mercancía. El trabajo no es el capital o no se puede igualar al capital. Siendo los dos necesarios, estamos o debemos de ponerlo en niveles distintos. El trabajo dignifica a la persona, no solo produce bienes y servicios. El trabajo es necesario para las personas, no para que el capital aumente o para que los productos se fabriquen o los servicios se presten. El futuro del trabajo va a depender, en mi opinión también, de una manera necesaria, imprescindible, si el trabajo es digno. Cuando acabe esta pequeña charla, que para mí es una reflexión en voz alta, que comparto hoy con vosotras y vosotros, intentaré hacer una reflexión que quizás se salga del guión. Ya os estoy pidiendo perdón antes de expresarlo. Pero es un tema que me ronda la cabeza y me preocupa, y que tiene que ver mucho con el tema que hoy nos trae aquí. La felicitación por la declaración sobre el futuro del trabajo de la OIT, el libro que desgranarán posteriormente los conferenciantes que lo han elaborado y que lo han estudiado, sobre el trabajo de CICOPA. Debatir sobre el futuro del trabajo, para nosotros, no es solamente producir más y mejor. Vuelvo a repetir lo que he dicho antes. Significa hacer que las personas que vivimos en el mundo y para las que se producen bienes y servicios, porque no se producen bienes y servicios per se, se producen bienes y servicios para las personas. El mensaje que ha salido, en mi opinión, y en la opinión de ASI del viernes, tiene la importancia que cada uno quiera darle. Para nosotros tiene mucha. Tiene la importancia de que nosotros somos empresas, que nadie lo dude, pero nosotros somos empresas que producimos bienes y servicios de otra manera. Y la manera que lo que nos distingue definitivamente del resto de las maneras de hacer empresa es que la persona es el centro. La persona es el eje sobre el que rota cualquiera de nuestras decisiones. Los 187 miembros tienen y afrontan nuevos desafíos. Esta declaración debería de alumbrarlos para ayudarnos a hacer políticas en esta dirección. Las cooperativas tenemos en nuestro seno más de 280 millones de socios, socias y trabajadores. Somos el 10% aproximadamente del PIB mundial y del trabajo mundial. Tenemos grandes corporaciones y pequeñas y muchísimas miles y cientos de miles de microempresas. Tenemos lo grande y lo pequeño. Tenemos una sola ley, una sola constitución que nos alumbra a todos en el mundo, que son los principios cooperativos. Somos la organización empresarial más vertebrada de todo el mundo. Siendo todo esto ventajas, que lo son para mí, tenemos un gran déficit. Y lo digo aquí y lo repito en el Consejo de la ACI, y lo repito en mi cooperativa, y lo repito en Coseta, y lo repito en todo sitio donde me quieren oír. A las cooperativas nos acechan amenazas y tenemos virtudes, pero nosotros debemos de empezar por ayudar a resolver los problemas que dependen de nosotros, porque tenemos problemas que dependen de nosotros y problemas que dependen del exterior. En los problemas que dependen del exterior debemos de defendernos y proponer cuestiones sólidas que hagan posible y creíble nuestros proyectos. En el problema interior, que es a lo que me quería referir, es que somos una sola organización vertebrada, somos 280 millones de trabajadores, equivalemos a la 8ª o 9ª economía del mundo por volumen de producción, pero, y eso depende de nosotros, no intercooperamos. Es una gran tragedia de la que yo me siento responsable y de la que aquí hay también corresponsables, que se sientan conmigo en el máximo órgano de la ACI. Tenemos que hacer un gran esfuerzo para superar esta barrera. Es difícil, no tenemos medios o tenemos muy pocos medios, pero al menos lo menos que esperan de nosotros, en mi opinión, es que seamos conscientes de que este es un gran reto. Un reto que puede hacer que multipliquemos exponencialmente no solo los bienes que producimos, no solo los servicios que prestamos, sino qué somos en la sociedad. Podemos hacer más sin buscar culpables en el exterior. Sicopa, en colaboración con la OIT y con su comité de investigación de la ACI, ha estado durante 3 años intentando parir este libro que esta tarde se va a proponer o a explicar en sus conceptos fundamentales. La recomendación 193 sobre la promoción de las cooperativas en el año 2002 fue fruto de un intenso trabajo también. Un trabajo y un debate que fue cuatripartito, es decir, los 3 actores de la OIT y las cooperativas que estuvimos trabajando, colaborando para que saliera esa declaración. Nosotros tenemos también una cuestión pendiente. He señalado uno de nuestros retos fundamentales internos. Tenemos aquí a un representante de los sindicatos. También tenemos un reto pendiente. Yo recuerdo cuando era joven, aún lo soy, yo recuerdo cuando era más joven, que los sindicatos creaban cooperativas, que los sindicatos formaban a los trabajadores y a las trabajadoras para crear cooperativas en mi país y fuera de mi país. Esos tiempos no sé si tienen que volver, porque no creo que sea posible. Pero lo que sí tiene que ser posible es que haya un diálogo franco, que investiguemos áreas de mejora, que busquemos espacios comunes donde los dos ganemos, porque si los dos ganamos, ganará la sociedad y ganarán los trabajadores y las trabajadoras. Tenemos viejos clichés que yo entendía superados, pero que no lo están tanto. Si las cooperativas nos autoexplotamos, si las cooperativas no cumplimos en la normativa laboral. Y tenemos, o veo al menos yo, algunos clichés también en la otra parte. En España no se pueden hacer elecciones sindicales en las cooperativas. En mi cooperativa la celebramos hace 10 años y como ganó un sindicato, el que perdió las impugnó y no había delegado sindical. No hubiera cambiado la vida de la empresa, sinceramente, no hubiera cambiado tener un delegado sindical la vida de la empresa, porque ya éramos todos delegados sindicales, porque cada uno participa, demanda, interpela y corrige. Pero debemos de buscar espacios. Y solo digo 2 actividades que se están desarrollando de una manera vertiginosa y que se van a seguir desarrollando más. El mundo de la atención a las personas y el mundo de las empleadas de hogar, cuestión que ya había hablado con ECIEN hace ya algunos años. Hay muchos más, pero empecemos por donde entendamos que vamos a ganar con toda seguridad. Debemos de pararnos a reflexionar. Nosotros, las cooperativas, no seremos nunca adversarios de los sindicatos. Y los sindicatos tampoco lo son nuestros. Pero tenemos que buscar algún espacio donde podamos colaborar. El impacto de las nuevas tecnologías, de la Big Data, de la robotización, de las grandes plataformas, todo eso incide sobre el mundo del trabajo. Pero cuando decimos que incide sobre el mundo del trabajo, para algunos o para algunas, se está incidiendo en los trabajadores. Y no se está incidiendo en los trabajadores, en mi opinión. Se está cambiando el modo de vida de la sociedad. Se está cambiando la redistribución de la riqueza de la sociedad. Tenemos que superar el concepto de trabajador en precario, de falso autónomo, etcétera, etcétera. Tenemos que superar, en mi opinión, ese discurso corto, de cortas alas, de cortos vuelos. Tenemos que enfrentar al poder público con la realidad. Estamos cambiando la sociedad de una manera brutal. No solo estamos cambiando la reglamentación, porque además no se está cambiando la reglamentación. Hoy ya no es suficiente con cambiar la reglamentación, ni con la representación sindical. Entre otras muchas cosas, porque cuando los cambios se están produciendo a esta velocidad, las leyes llegan 10 años tarde en el mejor de los casos. Con lo cual, cuando se aprueban, ya no son útiles. O enfrentamos, en mi opinión, que lo que se está produciendo en la sociedad es algo más que las reglas del juego, del trabajo o la prestación de los servicios, o avanzaremos muy poco o nada. El libro de esta tarde, como he dicho al principio, ha sido producto de bastante trabajo con los medios que tenemos, pero creo que las conclusiones son útiles. Se describen las nuevas formas, lo que aparece. Se describe el trabajo asociado. Se describen distintas realidades geográficas, Estados Unidos, Brasil, Finlandia, Italia, África. Se ve qué ocurre cuando viene una crisis, que yo creo que ya no va a venir más, porque ya está aquí, no se va. Con lo cual tenemos el caldo de cultivo adecuado para pensar nuestras estrategias, no para 10 años, que tiene que ser una estrategia permanente con una revisión diaria. Mi opinión es que ya no vale prepararnos para la crisis. Nos tenemos que preparar para afrontar lo que tenemos. El caldo de cultivo en el que se va a desarrollar las futuras generaciones, humildemente, mi opinión humildemente es que va a variar poco de lo que ya tenemos y vislumbramos. Por tanto, no solo tenemos que ver a las cooperativas ya como resultado que pueden funcionar bien ante las crisis, que lo hacemos, lo hemos hecho en esta gran crisis. En los últimos 10 años hemos destruido menos empleo que las empresas de capital. Hemos resistido mejor, no que no hayamos sufrido. Claro que hemos sufrido, pero hemos resistido mejor, con lo cual solamente ese aspecto parcial nos debería de dar idea de que somos útiles, aunque sea ese pequeño aspecto parcial. Pero como decía, tenemos que prepararnos para vivir en este estado de cosas, para reflexionar cómo influimos para cambiarla, y tenemos que hacerlo con aliados, sindicatos, la economía social en general, micropymes, autónomos, y ahora hablaré un poco. La OIT nace en 1919 y los felicito por su centenario, sinceramente porque es una herramienta útil, lo ha demostrado a lo largo de su historia. Pero las cooperativas nacimos antes y estamos colaborando desde que el nacimiento de la OIT. También me siento en la obligación de decir que esta colaboración sincera, real y efectiva que se ha venido produciendo en el último siglo, en los últimos años no estoy muy satisfecho. Y los culpables, no importa quién sean, no sirven los culpables para nada. Lo que sí debería de valernos es que lo que se ha firmado y renovado esta mañana sea útil para la OIT, es decir, para la sociedad y para las cooperativas, para la sociedad que representamos y defendemos. Debemos de insistir ante la OIT para que nos tenga en cuenta como un actor necesario, un actor positivo, un actor útil. Y no podemos bajar la guardia. Señor presidente, no se lo estoy diciendo, sé lo que piensa. Nos lo estoy diciendo a mí mismo y a todos nosotros. Con este objetivo entendemos necesario promover estas alianzas que os estoy comentando. Y voy a hacer una reflexión. Soy un atrevido porque soy joven. Esta mañana he escuchado aquí a un orador hablar de una cosa normal que se habla en todos los foros donde se encuentra uno normalmente. Una frase muy dicha, muy manida, en mi opinión. Cooperativas, la autoexplotación, como que hay algo que se escapa, que no, está muy bien, que no cumplimos la normativa laboral, pues como no, que vale, eso, pero bueno, eso es una foto que ya tenemos, eso es un elemento que está descubierto, lo tenemos localizado. Sin embargo, en los últimos 10, 15 años, no más, en mi opinión, ha habido una fuerza arrolladora que ha invadido el mundo entero, todas las sociedades modernas. Una figura que es, en algunos sitios, idolatrada. En otros sitios es la fórmula del fait de grâce, la pomada que lo cura todo. Se inventó el emprendedor autónomo. Un elemento imprescindible, un actor necesario, que resuelve muchos problemas, que da solución a muchas necesidades, pero que, en mi opinión, con la velocidad a la que se está reproduciendo, con los medios que se están poniendo a su alcance, y medios estoy hablando no solo de medios económicos, sino propagandísticos, de los más medias, de la figura ensalzada en las universidades, en los centros de negocio, en los institutos de formación profesional. En mi país, un autónomo es un héroe y no tiene por qué ser un villano, para mí no lo es. Un autónomo es un ser que trabaja desde que sale el sol hasta que se pone el sol, que hasta paga impuestos y es el que salvó a la sociedad. Hay 20 millones de trabajadores en mi país y hay 2 millones de autónomos. No entiendo cómo salvan al país. Y en Inglaterra habrá 4,5 millones y en no sé dónde habrá otros 5 millones. Son útiles, son necesarios. Es emprendimiento individual y nosotros hacemos emprendimiento colectivo. Pero ese no era el tema. Perdonadme que os esté dando el rollo, pero voy a acabar ya. Estamos esforzándonos desde el nacimiento, desde el desarrollo de la sociedad industrial, en regular las relaciones laborales, en regular las relaciones empresariales. Sin embargo, estamos permitiendo, aplaudiendo, venerando a una figura desde todos los medios sociales, de todos los países modernos al menos, sin regulación alguna. ¿Cómo puede ser, termino, que haya 3 negocios de autónomos que echan 17 horas de trabajo diarias y haya una cooperativa o una empresa, microempresa, con 3 trabajadores en la acera de enfrente, que hacen lo mismo, prestan el mismo servicio, y el coste social y laboral de los de enfrente sea 2.000 o 3.000 euros y este sea 1.000 euros? ¿Cuánto tiempo vamos a poder resistir esa competencia que es desleal? Tú puedes ser autónomo, tú puedes ser lo que tú quieras, tú abres y cierras cuando tú quieras, tú inviertes o no inviertes. Pero tú tienes que tener unas reglas. Debíamos de pensarlo, este es el sitio. Soy un atrevido. No venía para esto, venía para el libro. Lo siento, pero lo he aprovechado. Reflexionemos, regulemos, porque si no, no podremos competir en condiciones mínimamente de igualdad. No puedo pagar 40 horas toda la realidad y tú por 68 la mitad. Tenemos que pensar en eso. Y no estoy contra los autónomos, por favor, que nadie me malinterprete. Bueno, yo siento haberme desviado un poquito, espero que poco. Muchas gracias por la atención y el trabajo es duro, pero es ilusionante. Buenas tardes.
Muchas gracias, Manuel. We thank Manuel for his very thoughtful and at times provocative words. And we will now move on to the next segment of our program, which is around the book that Manuel has mentioned and other speakers this morning, the Cooperatives and World of Work. I would like to invite the co-editors, Sonia, Bruno, and Hyun-Sik.
Good afternoon. After these inspiring words, we're going now to go into the book itself. So this is really beginning now to be the moment in which we are launching this book. So this is it. That's the product on which we've been working for quite a while and which we are going to comment this afternoon. So first of all, there has been a process for this book. First, it all started with a joint ILO-ICA academic conference on the future of work which took place in Antalya in Turkey in October 2015. That was just before the General Assembly and Conference of the ICA, which took place at that time. So there were 2 days of conference with quite a number of papers. But that was only the beginning. Afterwards, there was a long period of 2 years of editing process, which was under the coordination of SICOPA, the organization whose president is Manuel Mariscal, who just spoke, one of the sectoral organizations of the ICA, in very close coordination with the cooperative unit of the ILO, represented here, Simel, who is the head of that unit, next to me, and ICA, the Committee on Cooperative Research of the ICA, whose chair is Sonia Novkovic, who sits here. Yeah? So we have here, and Young-Sik, who is here, has been the central person in this editing process. Then in 1 year ago, we obtained the approval from Routledge to publish the book. Routledge is a good academic publishing house. So we are happy to have been able to publish at Routledge. I want to say that during this process, I forgot to say that during the previous process between mid-2016 and 2018, we did a very strict peer review process. So the book was completely peer-reviewed. We had to make a book out of something which were, at the beginning, let's say, presentations in a conference. So they have to change the whole format and to to make a new peer review process for the book itself, different from the one that had taken place for the conference. So yes, we did obtain this approval from Routledge, and today we can say it's the launch. Of course, between last year in May and this year, there was a whole work of the nitty-gritty work of copy editing and so on. And in August, we will have the actual publication. You can already order it on the website of Routledge, but you will be able to receive it as of August, under the form of soft cover book, hard cover book, or ebook. The three formats exist, as you will see already now on the website of Routledge. So the book has a wide scope. First of all, it is multisectoral. We had to make sure that we would cover quite a number of aspects into it in order to really represent the cooperatives around the world. First of all, agriculture, industry, services, different situations in terms of development, for example, from a transition from informal to the formal economy, with speakers, for example, up to the platform cooperatives. Different types of focus also, from a history, from the bigger global work picture, that, as we heard from Jürgen Schwettmann this morning, who also wrote one of the chapters in that book. The ILO's fundamental principles and right at work, gender, relations with trade unions, enterprise restructuring, and the integration of different stakeholders into the same cooperative. Also different types of work, salaried work, worker ownership, so the relation of the worker member, and the self-employed, as well as independent workers and number of intermediary situations. Wide geographic coverage, countries like Brazil, India, Rwanda in Africa, Italy, France, Finland in Europe, and the USA. Now, a few glimpses about the conclusions of the book. We find out that, on the one hand, we have a very strong contribution in quantitative terms, as we said this morning several times, about 10% of global employment, but that doesn't include the indirect employment. So if you count indirect employment, it's certainly much higher, including also, for example, imagine all the, let's say, jobs that are created through the savings and credit cooperatives, the loans given to individual people. But that's not only quantitative, the contributions are also qualitative in terms of capacity to innovate, the sustainability and the resilience of the cooperatives, as well as the equality that comes out of the democratic control of the enterprise. Then we look in the book, we look at a number of challenges that we have, in which cooperatives still have difficulties and at the same time are also opportunities, big opportunities for the future. The problem of isolation and, of course, conversely, the capacity to unite better, inter-cooperation, as Manuel Mariscal just mentioned. The issue of the compliance with labor standards, they are apparently not too bad, but we cannot ensure that in each and every cooperative in the world, the labor standards are completely complied with. The issue of restructuring and clustering, and internationalization, which is also a big issue of the cooperative movement. What kind of solutions can we find to improve let's say, the standing and the development of the cooperative movement in the world? Through the chapters of the book, we can see that there are three different aspects. A first one has to do with the meso level, so how we reinforce the meso level, which means all this fabric of institutions, of business support, of the training institutes, advisory services, and so on and so forth. Also federations that do the lobbying work with the governments and so on. Secondly, the issue of alliances and partnerships, because we cannot do it alone, so we have to ally ourselves with organizations like the trade unions, but also other organizations of the social and solidarity economy. Third, the issue of policy and legislation, which is absolutely fundamental, because we cannot, let's say, move forward without let's say, a regulatory environment that is conducive to our development. And then a final thing in the conclusions is the issue that the cooperative identity, which we have, which is, as Manuel Mariscal said, is like our constitution at the global level, that cooperative identity needs to better be enshrined and inserted into a wider body of international standards that we have. The whole body of human rights that we have at the UN, the labor rights, the labor standards that we have at the ILO. So there is, over the last 40 years, since the Second World War, a number of standards have come up as being part of, I would say, a big heritage of standards that we have in the world. But we haven't yet found the way to insert this cooperative identity with its values and principles into this wider body. And this is also something I would like you to start reflecting about as a reflection for the future. Now we're going to leave the floor to the other presenters here, and then we'll move to other presenters afterwards.
Thank you, Bruno. I would actually, before getting started with the chapter, which was co-authored by two colleagues from ILO, then ILO Cooperatives Unit, Valtteri Katajamaki and Guy Chami, who are not in the room today, but they are there with their labor and in spirit. But I would like to actually go one step before, where the idea of this book first came about with the conference that was in fact in Antalya that took place, but it was in 2014, Sonia, when you were having in Quebec City the ICA CCR conference, research conference, and I said in the summit, during the summit, and I asked Sonia, but have you ever had one on world of work issues? And she said, no. I said, why don't we have one? She said, yeah. So that was where the first seed of this conference, which resulted in the book, with, of course, a lot of labor then from colleagues like Hyun Sik, etc., went into it to materialize. Coming to this chapter, Cooperatives and Fundamental Principles and Rights at Work, We wrote it at a time, for submission at the conference, but we wrote it at a time when there was a lot of requests coming from the ILO constituents, especially, trade unions, but also ILO field colleagues, for engaging cooperatives, especially cooperatives in rural areas, in elimination of child labor and forced labor issues. And the argument was that in rural areas, cooperatives are very strong, very present, and child labor, forced labor are also very rampant, very prevalent in these areas, and why not activate the potential of the cooperatives, primary, secondary cooperatives in these areas to engage and help eliminate worse forms of child labor and forced labor. So we thought we would document not just the child labor, forced labor, which are two categories that go under the ILO's fundamental principles and rights at work. This is, in fact, a declaration that was adopted with these 4 areas in 1998 at an international labor conference, much like the one that just came to an end on Friday, that commits member states to respect and promote these 4 categories of principles and rights at work. And in fact, these conventions are very well ratified. Child labor, in fact, is the 182 has almost universal ratification, except one country. And the others are as well. I mean, at least even the one which may have the most resistance, let's say, from, for instance, the employer side would be around the collective bargaining. But even that has more than 150, to be exact, 155 ratifications. So these rights are universal and apply to people in all states. What I will do is go through the 4 areas. I will start with child labor and forced labor closely together, and then move on to discrimination and freedom of association and collective bargaining. What do we know about child labor? 152 million children around the world are involved in child labor. 88 million are boys, 64 million are girls. The largest share is found in agriculture, followed by services and industry. And as I said, this is, of course, because of agriculture, where also we have very strong agricultural cooperative presence, but not only agricultural, also financial and other cooperatives in rural areas. What do we know about forced labor? 25 million people are in forced labor conditions today in the world, which indicates under the threat of a penalty and for which the person has not offered voluntarily. Of these 25 million, 16 million are women, 9 million are men, and 4 million are children of these. And it's widespread, again, in agriculture, in domestic work, in construction, in mining, and so on. In domestic work, as you will see in the blue-green stripes graph on the right, in domestic work, which is the largest share of forced labor, with 1/4 of domestic work being in conditions of forced labor. This is especially the case for migrant domestic workers. And more than 2/3 of these workers are women, migrant women, largely from Asia, Latin America, and Africa. In the case of construction, forced labor is also quite prevalent, with 18% prevalence rate, but again, migrant workers are very vulnerable, for instance, in Gulf states. Here, though, it's the reverse of domestic work, with 82% being men. So So how do we see cooperatives fighting child labor and forced labor? We see, of course, cooperative engagement with households for producer cooperatives, for services such as financial service cooperatives, improving conditions of the parents who then, because child labor is mostly in family farms, so improving the conditions of parents to relieve children from going to work. We also see them educating their members or the larger community, both at the primary but also secondary, tertiary levels, educating the people on the risks of child labor. And there are also more direct interventions from the community for funds providing access to education, for instance, paying school fees or providing scholarships, etc. In the case of forced labor, I mentioned construction workers, domestic workers, migrant workers, mining workers in mining sector. We heard earlier from Victor Baez today on the brick laying workers. These type of workers forming their cooperatives is one way to improve working conditions, to improve negotiation power with employers or with intermediaries, middlemen, but also authorities. We also see social cooperatives providing services to people, workers suffering from forced labor. And in the case of, for instance, UK, Co-op UK, etc., we see the co-op movement building alliances with anti-slavery, anti-trafficking organizations and networks. What could further be done? 10 principles for business leaders to combat forced labor. This is something that exists in the paper as well. You can read. Hyun-sik is giving me signs. So ensure that their business operations and supply chains are free of child labor. You could say, oh, a small agricultural cooperative may not be able to do that, but then their federations or confederations can do that, and there are larger, stronger cooperatives, especially from the consumer side, that can actually monitor and put some more pressures. Hyun-sik, do I go ahead or what do I do? I conclude. Okay, those of you who want to know about what co-ops can do about discrimination, to fight discrimination, specifically issues related to gender equality or indigenous, etc., can read the paper. Also, same goes for freedom of association and collective bargaining, which are actually more challenging issues. I would just like to say that we have developed a training tool on child labor for agricultural cooperatives. It has been used now in Uganda, Ghana, Malawi, and it's coming up for use in Pakistan with child labor projects of the ILO. And collective bargaining, I skipped. Okay, for conclusions, I think these guidelines, these tools that we are developing, which are being used by the ILO projects in partnership with ILO constituents, especially unions and co-op movement, could be something that could be further adopted by the co-op movement. There is also a request for occupational safety and health to be added to these four, and we are working on that. And in fact, the declaration that has been mentioned several times today has alleviated the occupational safety and health issues among almost closer to these four issues. So that's something that is also coming up. Thank you.
Got it. Yep. All right. Well, as you noticed, we are co-editors, but we also each wrote the chapters. So what we are presenting is chapters we contributed to. And really, besides the editing work, well, the brunt of it was really at the end of the table there. Hyung-sik did most of it. We did quite a bit, but he really pulled it all together, so thank you, Hyung-sik. The chapter that I want to present, that I authored for the volume, is about multi-stakeholder cooperatives. And this is the title that you see, Multi-Stakeholder Co-ops as a Means for Jobs Creation and Social Transformation. Before I get to the chapter, you will see that I am representing the ICA Committee on Cooperative Research, or ICA-CCR. The Committee on Cooperative Research is a thematic committee of the Alliance. And we have the job to link research with practice, disseminate research on cooperatives, create a network of networks of cooperative researchers across the board, and it's an interdisciplinary group. And we organize biannual global conferences, sometimes thematic conferences like this one was, and also our regional committees are active in organizing regional conferences. And the regions that meet on a regular basis are the Latin Americans, Asia, and Europeans. So in organizing conferences and disseminating research, we have partnered with ILO on a number of projects, and CML has been very active in, as you said, at the summit as well. But we also did collaborate in 2014, so even before the 2015 Labor Statisticians Conference, on statistics and reporting and tools to measure cooperative performance. So we have a joint publication there with some of the ILO staff contributing to that publication. So we've been working together for a long time, and the world of work made perfect sense to jump on because we obviously do research on worker cooperatives as well. So my chapter started with the conference presentation. At that time, I was really curious and working on Cuba. The chapter is not about Cuba, it's about multi-stakeholder co-ops in general, but why I was motivated by the Cuban situation was that Cubans, as some of you may know, decided not to privatize their state companies, but they decided to experiment on turning them into worker cooperatives. And when they did that, their concern was that workers would not be the only beneficiary, and they were really debating and discussing with us in the research community how to make them socially minded and open, and picking up on social concerns that the government would be stepping out of. So this is how multi-stakeholdership was discussed, and this is what I presented at the conference. But my motivation in general is that multi-stakeholder cooperative form is more prevalent than thought. The literature talks about this form as the new cooperative form, based on really the existence of legal frameworks for multi-stakeholdership, multi-stakeholder cooperatives. Italy being the first one back in the early 90s, I believe their legislature came about, and then Spain, France, Canada, different Canadian provinces followed the first one that was Quebec. So legislation is popping up on multi-stakeholder cooperatives. However, my focus here is on labor and work, and how I'm making a claim that labor is a key stakeholder in the multi-stakeholder form. Rarely will you see a multi-stakeholder co-op that does not have labor as a member with a vote and decision making. So I'm coming from that angle on it, but also to claim that there's more multi-stakeholder co-ops around than we know. And it's just when you have legal frameworks that are not preventing different types of members, they actually exist. And so that's what I was looking for. So this is from Arizmendi Arrieta in Mondragon. Labor is the principal factor for transforming nature, society, and human beings themselves. And I share that view. So I quoted Arizmendi Arrieta, and to also say that Mondragon, that we all talk about, and it's been research to death, we always talk about Mondragon as a worker co-op network, but they really have many, many, many multi-stakeholder cooperatives in the mix, including the university, whose owners are students and professors and cooperatives themselves, right? Or research centers that include local government in the mix and so on. So as I said, multi-stakeholdership is really more prevalent than we think. So when we talk about multi-stakeholder, governance or multi-stakeholder cooperative, it means that there are multiple types of members who own and control the cooperative. They engage with the cooperative in different capacities. They can be workers, they can be consumers, they can be suppliers, community members and supporters, sometimes investor members. And it is considered costly in economics literature. So pretty much this was the form that economists will tell you don't even come close because it doesn't work. Turns out it works, and the question is, why does it work, contrary to belief that this member heterogeneity is actually going to cause more problems? Well, it's because there is homogeneity of purpose. So if people rally in different capacities around a common purpose, this is what gives their multi-stakeholder cooperatives actually a license on longer life than economists would have you believe. So complexity, and again there's literature on this, that complexity demands multi-stakeholder involvement and it's more effective than unitary boards. This is Sean Turnbull who writes about governance, multi-stakeholder governance, and talks about non-unitary boards or multiple boards and multiple spaces of decision-making within organizations that are more effective under complex frameworks than single boards. So that's kind of interesting, and we do some research on precisely this issue. So as I said, labor is more often than not the voice in multi-stakeholder cooperative form. It, by the way, is also called in some places solidarity cooperative, because the multi-stakeholdership is not a preferred term by some cooperators, because it implies a self-interest, a stake, right? So solidarity co-ops is the term that Quebec is using, for example. So you will hear that interchangeably. Solidarity co-ops or multi-stakeholder co-ops is what's used in the literature. So they come about from either including labor in ownership and governance where it wasn't a factor or it wasn't a member, or it could be that labor or worker members, if you start with a worker cooperative, expand and extend voice to other stakeholders. So you have some consumer cooperatives in the United States, for example, lately, who have been including workers into decision-making, especially in the food sector, so organic food cooperatives. You have quite a few that are multi-stakeholder in the United States now. So it's not that they start like that necessarily, sometimes they do, so new multi-stakeholder ventures, but also that they change their governance structure as they see that they need to include other stakeholders in the decision-making process. The new ventures are often in the new fields where cooperatives enter, including renewable energy, including healthcare, where you have multiple stakeholder engagement that's necessary for effective delivery of the services and so on. So they are really more and more present in the new types of cooperatives. In the economics terminology, multi-stakeholder cooperatives explicitly address internalization of externalities into the mission of the cooperative enterprise. In other words, social is their business. It's not an external factor to the business. The problems that standard neoliberal or neoclassical economics model with profit maximization created is treating social as not their problem, treating ecological as not their problem. So this is about internalizing those issues and making sure that all the users or all the factors in an enterprise actually are included and have a voice. So it moves away from the ownership and investor mindset, where it doesn't matter what type of a cooperative you could be. My economics colleagues will tell you, doesn't matter who owns the business, or it's just the question of who gets the profit. So all firms are profit maximizers. It's just whoever owns it will get the money. But this moves away from that kind of logic into actually usership and impact and clarity that yes, consumers and society and workers are a factor in companies and in cooperatives in this case. And the principle 7, of course, care for community. It is one of the principles, so that comes clear in this cooperative form. The advantage is that they, in fact, live longer, that they grow faster, that they endure. So we have some evidence of that. Their purpose is more cohesive than is thought, as I said. Multiple stakeholders engage through reciprocity and solidarity rather than competing interests. So the reason why they're not considered to be effective, thank you, is because you will have each group pull to their own advantage, which is not the case. We have some evidence. And as I said, I already mentioned Turnbull, who talks about multi-stakeholder network governance as having competitive advantages compared to unitary boards because of the access of information that you cannot have, so there is an advantage to this. I also ponder a little bit in the chapter on some examples of where this form exists, and you have Germany, you have Croatia, you have other places in the world where, as I said, law is not prescriptive on the types of members that engage with the co-op. But the question here is also about the transformative potential of multi-stakeholder governance. Can this form of a co-op be transformative? Basically, I'm claiming that access to resources and diverse voices, actually there is research on that that I quote. So you get additional access to resources, you have diverse voices and concerns at the table, so you can be, as I said, more effective in transformative relationships with society. Internalizing the externalities, I said that the solidarity is at the heart of social co-ops, and in particular those who view labor as a vehicle for social transformation or a social asset. So social cooperatives are often include labor in decision making, and it motivates social innovation. And I'm ending with Peter Atting's quote, where transformation requires attacking the root causes that generate and reproduce economic, social, political, and environmental problems and inequities, and not merely their symptoms. So to me, labor is that, treatment of labor in any kind of co-op is the essence of those relationships, and therefore cooperatives need to look at labor as an asset and a voice, needless to say, paid well, right? So in any kind of cooperative, labor must have a special place, but multi-stakeholder form is actually a proof to that point, and the inclusion of all the stakeholders in decision making. I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonia. My name is Hyung-Sik I have to be last presenter, but I think that we are already, the time is quite over. So I just wanted to, actually, I trusted to that as co-editors, we have a big power to self-management, but I found that the self-management is always difficult. So self-management time was not easy. So I will not present my paper now, so I will negotiate with the other moderators to find time the second part of the afternoon. Just as co-editor, I just wanted to appreciate all effort and the collaboration of the authors who are here, also who are not here. Really, it was very long time of the work and hard work with the collective work to really rediscover the work and implement in cooperatives. And I think that this book would be a really good the text for you, everyone who wanted to know more about cooperatives, know more about the work and employment in cooperatives. So I will negotiate, because I wrote the good, the wonderful solution for the formalizing the informal work into the formal works through cooperatives. So if I could not have time, you can find the book, The Secret, but I try to find time to shortly share it with you. So now, yeah, from now until 4 o'clock, we have the coffee break. And if you can come back precisely at 4 o'clock, probably you can listen my presentation. Thank you very much.
So coffee, where is coffee?
Coffee is the same place.
Why not at Sonia's session? Because there's
Yeah, there is the money. The coffee break is the same place, the ground floor as the morning time.
Hello. Can I ask the...
Hola. Hi there.
Hola,
Bonjour,
como tú,
je
somos
comprends.
jóvenes que queremos decidir.
Can I ask the authors of the co-authors of chapters of the book to make? We are going to make a photo.
Nous avons travaillé de façon
Hello.
engagée, guidée par la
All the
gestion
authors, please.
union et solidarité.
We're making a photo.
In all culture,
En todas las partes del mundo,
Unidos e integrados, formamos el movimiento de las cooperativas de trabajo y cooperativas sociales.
Jak? Dlaczego? Opowiemy Wam historię z Polski.
from South Africa.
私たちの物語をお伝えします。
Te lo contamos desde Argentina.
E raccontiamo la nostra storia dall'Italia.
É a nossa história a partir do Brasil.
USA.
Te lo contamos desde España.
Wszyscy przyzwyczailiśmy się, że wybieramy w demokratyczny sposób naszą reprezentację polityczną, prezydenta czy parlament. Jednak wiele osób dalej traktuje ze zdziwieniem pomysł wyboru sobie szefa w pracy. My idziemy jeszcze dalej, staramy się zarządzać spółdzielnią kolektywnie na co dzień. Niewątpliwie ważnym powodem założenia spółdzielni była dla nas zasada jedna osoba, jeden głos. Założenie spółdzielni umożliwiło nam skupienie kapitału nie tylko finansowego, ale i społecznego i kulturowego, do jakiego nie mielibyśmy dostępu w pojedynkę, czy nawet w 2-3 osoby. Mamy różne doświadczenia zawodowe. Dla większości z nas spółdzielnia nie jest jedynym miejscem pracy. Wcześniej mieliśmy doświadczenia w pracy grupowej i chcieliśmy je wynieść na wyższy poziom gospodarczy. Ogniwo nie jest tylko kluboksięgarnią. Jest również świetlicą, wszechnicą, hubem aktywistycznym. Odbywają się tu zarówno zajęcia dla seniorów i dzieci, debaty o książkach, warsztaty licznych organizacji pozarządowych, spotkania grup aktywistów i aktywistek miejskich, dyskusje polityczne, jak i wystawy fotograficzne, malarskie, koncerty, pokazy filmowe. Jesteśmy trochę spółdzielczym domem kultury. Tworzymy przestrzeń do debaty publicznej, która ma wpłynąć ożywczo na rozwój naszego miasta.
I became a part of Future Focus because it gave me opportunities that my school and other places weren't able to provide for me, because it showed me different types of businesses, a different way to run a business instead of having to, instead of being like a proprietorship or a partnership and I had to answer to somebody else, where here I'm able to have a say in something and how something goes and I'm able to help make decisions.
Agresta se crea en el año 2000 por 10 estudiantes de Ingeniería de Montes de la Universidad Politécnica de Madrid. En ese momento decidieron crear una empresa cooperativa, de emprendimiento colectivo, donde todos los trabajadores fueran los socios de la empresa. Desde entonces hemos ido incorporando más gente y ahora somos 30 personas, de perfiles muy diferentes. Estamos en un equipo multidisciplinar para poder abordar diferentes trabajos del medio natural. En los últimos tiempos también hemos incorporado nuevas tecnologías, tecnología LIDAR, teledetección, GPS, sistemas de información geográfica con software libre, de tal manera que las soluciones que podemos dar son integrales. Además, hemos dado el salto para trabajar fuera de España, donde ya estamos cubriendo todo el territorio, trabajando en Europa y en parte del extranjero.
Mi chiamo Usema e vengo dal Marocco, ho 24 anni e sono venuto in Italia all'età di 7 anni con tutta la mia famiglia cercando fortuna qua in Italia. Ho fatto tutte le scuole qua, mi sono diplomato in moda e calzatura, però non trovando lavoro, essendo un settore che è un po' in crisi, sono andato al centro giovani, conoscendo un educatore, mi ha proposto di fare la campagna. Sono 5 anni che lavoro in campagna mi piace e ci sono venute incontro altre cooperative e ci hanno aiutato in questo bellissimo progetto. Lavorando con i miei amici mi ci trovo bene, all'aria aperta, anche se un po' faticoso, ce la si fa benissimo.
El megáfono es nuestro semanario, sale todos los viernes en la ciudad de Río Cuarto y sus alrededores. Son 3.000 ejemplares que se distribuyen en 400 puntos de distribución.
El objetivo de este semanario es fundamentalmente llevar información de manera gratuita a la comunidad, pensando que la información es un derecho. Armamos una cooperativa porque creemos que es una forma de organizar el trabajo y la producción de manera mucho más democrática que otras formas de capital. Y además, somos unos convencidos de que los trabajadores y los profesionales debemos gestionar nuestros propios medios de producción.
高校卒業後、親がいなかったので、両親、親戚の家にいましたが、アルバイトをしても続かず、4年近く引きこもっていました。その中で親戚の方から、労協が運営する若者自立塾というのが柴山に、成田の柴山にありまして、そこに入ろうと思いました。自分を変えたくて。で、その柴山の若者自立塾では、若者自立塾を卒業した卒塾生を対象にグループホーム生という制度がありまして、それに僕はグループホーム生としてそこで生活しながら仕事を探していました。その中でBDF という仕事に出会い、今日最初は廃食品の回収を手伝うだけでしたが、その中で興味を持ち、ここで働かせてくださいということをお願いしました。それで今こちらで働いています。
Masibheka abantu sathola ukuthi abantu esiphila nabo abanalutho and uthola ukuthi bayalamba, kodwa sabheka ukuthi yini ngempela abanayo. Sase siyathola ukuthi banomhlaba and kulo mhlaba bayakwazi ukusebenzisa, kodwa basithola sathola ukuthi indlela abawusebenzisa ngakhona basebenzisa izinto ezibizayo kanti abanayo imali bakwazi ukusebenzisa futhi nani nesibulali izinambuzane ekufanele bayozithenga esitolo. Sabona ukuthi-ke thina sibaqeqeshe ngendlela yokuthi bakwazi ukuba basebenzise izinto zemvelo ezingababizi imali enkulu ukuze bakwazi ukonga kwakulokhu abantu okuncane abanako. Kusho ukuthi baye baqeqeshwa-ke abantu base beyaqala bayalima. Uma sebelimile-ke siyazi ukuthi badla ukudla okufresh okusuka engadini bahambe bakupheke emakhaya ukuze bangabulawa indlala. Noma sebenakho-ke lokho kudla uthola ukuthi-ke sebekutshalile engadini kuningi ukudla, then sase sibona ukuthi mase kukuningi-ke sebedlile bakwenzani okunye. Sase sibona njenge-co-op ukuthi kubalulekile ukuthi kube khona imakethe, kube khona indawo lapho esihamba khona siyothatha umkhiqizo wabantu bese bekwazi ukuthi siyowudayisa emakethe.
L'atelier REB, c'est un bureau d'études spécialisé dans la conception-réalisation de stations d'épuration végétalisées, comme on peut en voir une juste derrière moi, à Raon-sur-Plaine dans les Vosges, une station qui a déjà plus de 6 ans. Quand on a repris l'atelier REB il y a plus d'1 an, qu'on a racheté les parts de notre ex-gérant qui est parti à la retraite, on était déjà une équipe jeune, on avait entre 27 et 38 ans. Entre 2 et 7 ans d'ancienneté dans l'entreprise. Et on avait déjà cette façon de travailler ensemble dans le même open space. On partageait les idées, les difficultés, on connaissait les projets de chacun. Donc on peut dire que même avant de devenir une société coopérative ou une coopérative de travail associé, on avait déjà l'habitude de coopérer, c'était déjà notre mode de fonctionnement et on continue aujourd'hui en espérant que ça dure encore longtemps.
Então, se a gente simplesmente quiser transformar a cidade ou mudar a realidade do país, sem com isso mudar a realidade do nosso trabalho cotidiano, isso não vai fazer sentido nenhum.
A nossa organização interna, né, a forma de atuação, de ouvir os outros, de colaboração, de trabalho coletivo mesmo.
O designer, ele é um profissional que durante muito tempo teve atrás das mesas dentro das empresas. E acho que é um movimento mais recente, que não é só da profissão de designer, de outras também, de se tornar protagonista da cidade, do processo de trabalho e da transformação dos locais onde ele atua. Então acho que ele saiu de dentro desse papel das empresas para se tornar um ator social. Acho que isso é uma das...
Com certeza. Eu acho que o designer ele tem uma série de metodologias na mão para fazer uma série de coisas. Podem ser objetos, podem ser projetos gráficos, podem ser serviços, podem ser muitas coisas. Então, claro que junto com toda essa possibilidade vem também grandes responsabilidades e a gente se voltar também para buscar o bem das pessoas, uma economia diferente, é uma grande possibilidade que a gente tem e a gente consegue fazer isso profissionalmente também.
Somos sócios e sócie. Lavoratori. Insieme decidiamo il presente e il futuro della nostra cooperativa.
Un modelo empresarial basado en los valores y principios de democracia, propiedad común de los bienes y distribución equitativa de los resultados.
私たちは自らの運命の主人公となることに伴うリスクや責任を共有しています。
Nous souhaitons proposer une économie différente pour les générations futures.
Un saludo y hasta pronto desde España.
Desde Argentina los saludamos.
From everybody here in Worcester, USA, goodbye.
Do zobaczenia w Ogniwie.
Bye bye.
Ciao, aqui do Brasil. À bientôt.
Kera nkiri umwana muto papa yarazaga akansaba ikiganza cy'akagira cyatimwa ati cira ahangaha ngo akansaba ikiganza akaciraho ati ngo hawe umugisha ati ntugasabirize ati ntugasabirize ubwo noneho kuba kudasabiriza nyine kuba naje muri koperative Koporori Ntende numva ko Koporori ari nk'umubyeyi wanje.
The cooperative started earlier in 2003 when the government has a plan of land reclamation to this place. People who are settled here were sensitized to combine themselves into a cooperative to use this marshland, but it was as an association. Later in 2005, it was formed into a cooperative known as Koporori Ntende as it is today.
At the beginning, with Mr. President Karangwa, our mission, our target was to be first the best cooperative in Rwanda, in Africa, why not in the world.
Koperative Koporori Ntende ni koperative yatangiye mu mwaka wa 2003, itangira ari abanyamuryango bakeya ariko bagenda biyongera, aho ubu ngubu tumaze kugira ku banyamuryango 3,461, dufite abagabo 2,450 ndetse n'abagore 1,311. Koperative rero yatangiye mu by'ukuri ifite imbaraga nkeya, ariko hariho ikintu kijyanye n'ubumenyi bukeya ku bahinzi, dore ko ari bo bwa mbere bagiye guhinga umuceri, ariko ku mahugurwa atandukanye y'abaterankunga bagiye baboneka batandukanye, abanyamuryango bacu bagiye bagira imyumvire iri hejuru, bagenda bakunda igihingwa cy'umuceri.
Umwari umutegarugori yahawe ijambo, maze kurihabwa nta mudamu wari uzi kuri banki inzira iganayo, nta n'umudamu wari uzi koperative. Mu by'ukuri abana bacu icyo kurya bari bazi cyari ibijumba n'imyumbati.
Muri make ubwo twatangiye tumaze kujijuka, twamenye icyo tugomba gukora, twahinze umuceri, bityo twihaza mu biribwa, tumenya no gufata neza abana bacu ndetse n'abatware bacu, ku buryo tumenya no guteka indyo yuzuye kugira ngo abana bacu batazagira ikibazo cy'imirire mibi. Ibyo rero nta handi twabikuye no kuba turi abo turiho, nuko twashoboye kwibumbira mu makoperative, tukamenya ihame ry'uburinganire n'ubwuzuzanye, tukamenya uburyo umugabo yuzuzanya n'umugore, atari bya bindi twumva ngo ni uguhangana. Muri make buri mugore cyangwa se buri mugabo yamaze kumenya ububasha yifitemo.
By'umwihariko ngiye ku bwanjye ku ruhande rwanjye iyo bavuze koperative, numva iterambere rirenze kuri ngewe ndi kuganamo, kuko hari aho yankuye, hari n'aho ngeze, hari n'aho neganya kugera. Ubwo rero iyo bavuze koperative mu bugari bwayo, nanjye niyumva mu bugari gutya aho ndi kuva n'aho njye. Ubwo rero muri nge byanejeje cyane kandi bindenzeho.
Gusa rero koperative ni byinshi byiza igeza ku banyamuryango bayo,
nk'uko natangiye mvuga n'abo duhana imbibi nabo, haba gahunda ya leta aho koperative igira iki ishyirayo bitewe n'igikorwa kiriho. Muri rusange koperative ifatikanya na leta mu bikorwa bya leta bisabwe wenda abaturage, cyangwa se wenda n'igikorwa ishaka kuba yatera inkunga muri bariya batishoboye. Ibyo byose koperative irabikora. Ubwo ubundi buzima busanzwe kuvuga ngo mpinga umuceri ngahinga n'iyindi myaka nk'uko mwabibonye. Hanyuma ubundi ndi umukangurambaga. Kuvuga mbere ntarajya muri koperative, mbese ni ukuvuga ngo nari inyuma, nari ndi wa mumama witinyaga ku buryo ntabashaga no kuba natanga ikiganiro cyangwa ngo mbe naganira n'abandi, cyangwa se ngo mbe navuga mu bantu benshi. Umutware wanjye yitabye Imana, yansigiye nyine abo bana 5 nibo na n'ubu nkifite. Ni ukuvuga ngo mu kugenda ntera imbere, ni ukuvuga ngo habayeho kujya ngenda nizigama. Noneho muri uko kwizigama ni nako nahingaga umuceri. Nabanje kuva kuri R10 ngera kuri R20 ngera kuri R30, hanyuma niyo yagiye amfasha mu kugira ngo ntere imbere, hanyuma mbashe no kwigisha abana. Navuze ngo koperative ni igisubizo cyanjye, kandi ibyo mbivuga bikuye ku mutima. Iyo nyirebye niyo wagira utege sinayivamo.
After harvest, every farmer receives the rice, the white rice from the factory for home consumption. Before, it was difficult to get the market when we were not working together. It's not easy. After the cooperative created, the production was increased. First of all, the cooperative provided the everything for farmers, seeds, fertilizer, and everything. The farmers started to cultivate rice. After the harvest, the cooperative collect all production.
And one we are waiting for the demand of clients. Themselves, they say that you managed to build a hall, why can't you build a restaurant? After 2 years, we managed to build a small house and they call it a canteen. After that, clients also demanded, why can't you build a small house where we can stay at night? So we decided to build a guest house upon the demand of clients.
Please, Gisaro, could you find Gisaro? Gisaro? Do you want to? Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for taking your seats. I know it's a long day, jet lag is catching up, but we can do it. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Sí, sí puede. Yeah, that's a good one. Okay. Because we have an excellent session with 3 brilliant authors from this book, so you want to be awake and alert and whatnot. So I would like to get started with our first speaker, Claudia Sanchez-Bajo. And Claudia is a visiting professor at the University of Kassel, and she's also a fellow researcher at the Faculty of Economics of University of Buenos Aires. The floor is yours.
this one there. Okay. So I'm going to present the first chapter of the book, and there you go. So this chapter is about the 100 years relationship between the ILO and the cooperative movement, and of course the ICA. And you can imagine, how can I include in one chapter 100 years? You have to take it as an analysis of what I found between the archives of the ILO, which are here in this ILO building, interviews that I have done, research in terms of bibliography and data, and of course I think there is much more to do, and I really invite you, when you go back home, to start looking at your own archives, whether family archives, cooperative archives, national archives, and public libraries, to find out more. I'm sure you can discover quite a few interesting things. So the ILO is the international organization that is the longest standing one, and of course it existed before the UN came to life, and has always had an institutional relationship with cooperatives within its own structure. However, that institutional relationship has changed across time. So, in order to try to understand how this happened and what was the value of it, I found some authors that were quite useful in this way, in order to understand how international work is done at the international level. And the most important author was Haas, who has a book from 1992 on epistemic communities. So actually this work at the international level is done mainly through networks of knowledge-based experts. However, these experts are not on the cloud. They are not like just academics or intellectuals or interested persons, but they stem from the ground. So actually they are coming from the real economy, the real society. And by working together from different levels, different countries, different areas, they can achieve a dynamic role and voice. And by doing that, they can articulate cause and effect relationships, identify common interest, as in any type of cooperation, and priorities. They can frame the issues and debates, and thus they can propose policies and solutions, identify negotiation points, and establish concepts. Now, in terms of concepts, I used a couple of authors in particular, like Roche and Lloyd, on principles of categorization, and Wisniewski in terms of memory and cognition. So what are we thinking when we talk about concepts in international affairs? So these people actually are interacting, working together, cooperating to generalize patterns and relationships in a common area of work. So thus they are able to associate ideas and sustain judgments. So they can also come up with judgments that are shared. And they are, therefore maintain a long-term memory of that relationship in itself and of the concepts they are working with, and therefore create a sense of history. And this is what we are seeing today with this celebration within the larger context of the 100 years of the ILO, and thus guide action and policy on that basis. So I thought this was, let's say, helpful in order to understand the relationship of the 100 years between the ILO and the ICA. And as others have mentioned already, we have Albert Thomas, who was the first ILO director. And actually, when you really look at the material, his discourses, proposals, all the work he was doing from 1919, when the ILO was established at the end of the First World War and the Treaty of Versailles, until he died of a heart attack in 1932. He was really, he was a socialist. He had been a minister of war. He was a cooperator, or cooperativista in Spanish. So he belonged to different parts, let's say, in terms of life. And he was a visionary. So he really did a great work in terms of setting the foundations for the ILO, and I think probably it's also partly thanks to him and his work that the ILO has really survived everything, even the Second World War when it was, let's say, moved to Canada during that period, and then it has thrived for 100 years and hopefully much more. So that's, I think you can read it. This is from a discourse, Albert Thomas. He was really talking of cooperatives as enterprises. He also says that they are merchants. At that time, that means traders. So they are business-minded people. He also talks of them as associations, as workers' associations. He also talks of them as a mass movement, as a movement of ideas. And he said that the ILO could not do otherwise than exploit such a treasure of practical experiences which the cooperative movement represents, and that almost all general problems of labor actually concern cooperation to find solutions. And therefore, he was really interested in helping to set peace, social peace, on the basis of social justice. And that's, let's say, the connection to the cooperative movement and the ICA was set on the Article 12 of the ILO Constitution, which is still today legally valid. And on that basis, the ILO establishes that they will undertake suitable arrangements for consultations with recognized non-governmental organizations, and explicitly mentions employers, workers, agriculturalists, so farmers, and cooperators. That means those from cooperatives. And he was interested in a wide variety of issues. It was incredible. So it was not only rural, but also urban. He mentions Raiffeisen. He was very interested in everything that was against usury, and therefore he was interested in banking cooperatives, credit unions, consumer cooperatives, cooperatives in agriculture. He was very much interested in all the mutual, or like mutual and friendly societies in terms of well-being of the workers from a cooperative point of view. He speaks of intergenerational value of the cooperatives, and therefore he's like speaking of solidarity before we spoke of it in the last, let's say, 20 to 30 years. And he says that he values the cooperatives because they rationalize the market. So they organize the markets and give value. Later, it changes the relationships. I will show you a picture. So while he was alive, I don't know if you can see it well, the cooperatives were one of the three parts of the ILO and had more workers than employers, either or workers. He was in touch with 48 countries, and so 48 cooperative movements worldwide, as well as the ICA. And as I said, he was widely interested in cooperatives as a solution. After he dies, from 34 onwards, 35 explicitly, but 34 onwards, cooperatives are sent to the end of the ILO organigram as a problem. I cannot go into that. You can read the chapter. So in the second period, we have, I also contextualized the material I found. So that was a dual sector economy. We're talking of developmentalism. We're talking of decolonization. So in that sense, the ILO geared toward technical cooperation. There was a lot of bilateral funding. And there was more than 5,000 missions to support cooperatives. And there was the first formal ILO recommendation 127, but only geared towards developing countries and as organizations. They were not recognized as enterprises. In the third period, we come back a bit to the first period. So we see globalization, we see huge changes in terms of technical change, information, methods, and we see also a change in terms of public policy. So now we speak of a new type of public policy and the idea of co-construction between like the private sector and for example, the ILO, international organizations. So to cut it short, and then of course we have very importantly in the third period the ILO recommendation 1193 from 2002 that incorporates in its annex the complete definition of cooperatives and the principles as the cooperative movement within the ICA Manchester conference in 1995 and General Assembly had voted for themselves. And this is the first time the ILO does that. They have incorporated the full set of principles and definition of a cooperative, and they come to recognize the cooperatives as enterprises, and this time for the entire world. And now we see the MOU today signed between both institutions. So in terms of shared missions, we find that along the 100 years, they do share very strongly the aims to work for social justice and also building peace. In terms of labor rights in a wide variety of issues and areas. And the way they deal with work is different in each period. But basically what we see in this third period is that work becomes again not only a contractual issue, but an area of, in terms of experience, life experience and well-being of the workers. For the future, I think there are three key issues to be worked out. One is about cooperative work. Some people have already mentioned it, some other speakers. This is absolutely important because on the one hand, we have a process of informalization. On the other side, we have an increasing new types of cooperatives being created, but also we talk of platforms and collaborative work. It is evident from what I saw that the recognition of cooperative work, which is not merely being an employer and not merely being a worker, will come up and will be decisive in the future. On the other side, we have a multiplicity of voices and the need for a dialogue. And this we see, for example, when we talk of social and solidarity economy, when we talk also of inclusive economy, circular economy, sustainable economy, and so on. And therefore, this is a challenge, but also a great opportunity to maintain this as an epistemic community, but also to become aware that cooperatives need to lead this and also to come to the fore and take up the responsibility for providing solutions, not all of the solutions, maybe some of them, but working with others as they did mainly in the first period in their relationship with the ILO. I think in the future we will see that cooperatives will be again called for to provide solutions. One last thing is that, I will finish with that, is that Albert Thomas looked very strongly at healthcare. You have to remember in that period there was no health rights, no state coverage, labor rights were almost zero. Trade unions were just coming up to existence. Even state ministries and the state, for example, ministries of economy or the economy or economics did not exist. Mainly were like finance or agriculture and so on at that time. And so he looked very strongly at the friendly societies and cooperatives in health. And then afterwards they decided to promote rather a nationwide state health coverage. And in many countries, for example, Australia and other countries, the health national services that we have today were built on the merging and nationalizations of those cooperatives and friendly societies. So let's not forget the history, where we come from, in order to understand maybe where we're going, the differences with that period, but also how can we learn from that, in order to value who and what cooperatives are. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudia. Our next speaker is Manuel García Jiménez. He's a professor of self-employment and social economy and systems of industrial relations at the University of Córdoba, Spain. Manuel, the floor is yours. 10 minutes, if you can please be so kind to stick to time.
Sí, decía que el capítulo trata de analizar los límites de la autonomía cooperativa a la hora de poder garantizar unas condiciones de trabajo dignas. Desde los orígenes, el trabajo cooperativo fue concebido para mejorar el trabajo dependiente o asalariado, que conectara con la naturaleza humana de creatividad y desarrollo personal y como un recurso fundamental para el sustento de las personas y de sus familias. En el futuro, el trabajo cooperativo debe de ser un trabajo decente, con derechos de protección social, pero también un trabajo comprometido con los objetivos de la Agenda 2030. La propia naturaleza de la cooperativa contiene los elementos que lo permiten, integrando en sus principios y valores buena parte de tales objetivos, y pueden contribuir a su implementación para hacer frente a dos de los grandes desafíos de este momento: la precarización del trabajo y el deterioro medioambiental y calentamiento global como consecuencia de la actividad humana. Sin embargo, hoy día, en muchas partes del mundo, existen, por múltiples razones, personas que trabajan en sus propias cooperativas en condiciones inaceptables. También se da la utilización de la fórmula cooperativa para eludir la legislación laboral y los derechos de los trabajadores. La cooperativa de trabajo, en principio, es autónoma. En ella no se dan las contradicciones de capital-trabajo. Los trabajadores son sus propietarios y fijan democráticamente su organización productiva, incluidas sus propias condiciones de trabajo. En atención a dicha autonomía y autogestión, muchas veces el trabajo cooperativo no está sujeto a los estándares obligatorios de la legislación laboral, ni a su protección, lo que supone frecuentemente una ventaja competitiva, pero también una vía para la autoexplotación o una explotación e instrumentalización por parte de otras empresas. Esta no es una cuestión que afecte en exclusiva al trabajo cooperativo. Frente a las nuevas formas de empleo, se hace necesaria redefinir el concepto de trabajo protegible y el de la dependencia o autonomía del trabajo. Y en ello se afana la OIT, pero es preciso que en el debate se aborde también de manera expresa el trabajo cooperativo. En los inicios de la legislación laboral, desde posturas doctrinales liberales se negaba el establecimiento legal de condiciones mínimas en el trabajo asalariado en defensa de la libertad de contratación. Actualmente, uno de los objetivos más utilizados para oponerse a la exigencia legal de unas condiciones de trabajo mínimas en el trabajo no asalariado es la salvaguarda de la libertad y la autonomía y la autogestión en el caso de las cooperativas. Pero la cuestión central es que en ambos casos el trabajo se realiza por necesidad y genera dependencia que rompe la autonomía. En definitiva, autonomía se opone a heteronomía, pero también a necesidad. Si la protección y tutela del trabajador tiene su justificación en la indisolubilidad de trabajo-persona y en la necesidad de trabajar para ganarse la vida, es claro que no pueden quedar limitadas al trabajo asalariado y estructurado, sin cuestionarse la frontera de la autonomía y la independencia. Además, hay que tener en cuenta que el poder jerárquico muchas veces se encuentra fuera de la organización del trabajo. No supone una implicación directa en la dirección, control o disciplina de las tareas, sino mediante la imposición, generalmente asumidas contractualmente, de ciertos resultados o precios a los que hay que plegarse por necesidad vital. Frente a las nuevas realidades ocupacionales, la dependencia del trabajo no asalariado va tomando paulatinamente visibilidad, evidenciándose la necesidad de dotarlo de protección y de derechos laborales. Así lo entiende también hoy la OIT al reconocer que su mandato no se agota en las necesidades de los trabajadores asalariados, sino que debe interesarse por quienes trabajan al margen del mercado estructurado. En definitiva, todos los que trabajan tienen derechos laborales y ello se plasma en el programa del trabajo decente. Tales propósitos tienen su raíz en la Declaración Universal de los Derechos Humanos y el Pacto Internacional por los Derechos Económicos, Sociales y Culturales. El recurso a los derechos humanos como límite de la libertad contractual se presenta hoy como un instrumento para contrarrestar la pérdida de protección legal del trabajo asalariado en un mercado de trabajo cada vez más desregulado. Si esta idea presupone que los derechos fundamentales deben vincular a todos y han de ser respetados en la relación laboral, el mismo razonamiento se puede llevar a cualquier otro tipo de relaciones contractuales que afecten al trabajo de las personas, también a las relaciones del trabajo cooperativo, con independencia de la calificación legal que puedan recibir. Como he comentado, el establecimiento democrático de unas determinadas condiciones de trabajo forman parte de la autonomía y su esencia autogestionaria. Sin embargo, hay cooperativas que se ven obligadas a aceptar condiciones contractuales que van a imposibilitar el mantenimiento de unas condiciones de trabajo decentes, respetuosas con los derechos laborales, a veces no tutelados legalmente. ¿Se puede afirmar entonces que la cooperativa es autónoma e independiente? ¿Realmente los socios deciden libremente adoptar unas condiciones de trabajo por debajo de los estándares básicos o lo hacen forzados por la necesidad o son utilizados por otras empresas o empresarios? Que el trabajo cooperativo no puede quedar fuera de los derechos fundamentales queda patente en la recomendación 193 de la OIT, que entre otras directrices, dice promover la aplicación de las normas fundamentales del trabajo de la OIT y su declaración relativa a los principios y derechos fundamentales y velar porque no se puedan crear o utilizar cooperativas para eludir la legislación laboral, ni ello sirva para establecer relaciones de trabajo encubiertas y luchar contra las pseudo cooperativas que eluden la legislación laboral. Sobre tales directrices internacionales, SICOPA aprobó la Declaración Mundial sobre Cooperativismo de Trabajo, del que destacamos los siguientes puntos. La cooperativa de trabajo es empleadora. Su objeto social es crear y mantener puestos de trabajo para los socios, que también pueden ser ocupados por trabajadores asalariados. Es la cooperativa, como entidad con personalidad jurídica, con personalidad jurídica diferente de los socios, es la que crea y mantiene puestos de trabajo. La adhesión libre y voluntaria se ve condicionada a la existencia de puestos de trabajo y, por tanto, la salida forzosa también. Los frutos de trabajo pertenecen a la cooperativa, que luego comercializa en forma de productos o servicios para distribuir equitativamente sus resultados económicos entre sus socios. La relación entre el socio trabajador y su cooperativa debe considerarse como distinta del trabajo asalariado, dependiente convencional o del trabajo individual autónomo. Ello exigiría un estatuto laboral diferente. La regulación interna, concertada democráticamente y aceptada por los socios trabajadores, implica la aceptación, que supone el sometimiento al poder de dirección del control y disciplinario de la cooperativa, ejercido por las personas designadas para ello. Otro de los puntos que se señala es la relación de trabajo debe ser independiente frente al Estado. El riesgo que se corre es que con tal independencia se eliminarían las funciones de tutela de derechos que han de considerarse indisponibles, así como las intervenciones estatales relacionadas con la protección social y la salud y seguridad. Y, por último, no sé cómo andamos de tiempo, únicamente me quedan las conclusiones y que vienen a ser brevemente y se tienen ahí delante. La primera es que los objetivos y directrices establecidos por la OIT y el SICOPA no se pueden cumplir sin la protección del derecho del trabajo, porque el trabajo de los miembros de las cooperativas no es plenamente autónomo e independiente. Si bien, reconociendo los principios y valores cooperativos, el derecho del trabajo debe extenderse al cooperativismo de trabajo asociado, como una forma más del trabajo, y reconocerle los derechos laborales como derechos humanos, que gozan de protección del derecho internacional. Los límites de la autonomía cooperativa se encuentran en los derechos de los miembros y en la satisfacción de sus necesidades en las mejores condiciones. En eso radica su éxito, más allá de la cuenta de resultados. Y, por último, aprovechando que estamos en la casa del tripartismo, una de las recomendaciones del Informe Global Cooperativa y Empleo de 2014 es que las organizaciones cooperativas deben dialogar con los sindicatos y las autoridades públicas sobre el tema de las condiciones de trabajo. Las cooperativas no pueden hacer solas frente a los desafíos de la precarización del trabajo en la nueva economía. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Manuel. Last but not least, we have Gisaro Yabititi, who's a senior lecturer at the Department of Development Studies at the University of Rwanda. Gisaro, 10 minutes.
Thank you, Madame. Je voudrais tout d'abord exprimer tous mes vœux, les meilleurs, pour m'avoir invité à cette séance inaugurale de lancement de ce livre si important au travers le Bureau international du travail et l'Alliance coopérative internationale. My presentation is on coffee cooperative and women empowerment in Rwanda. That's going to be more practical than what we have been saying from the morning. Sorry. Okay. In many development countries in rural area, women are the poorest and more vulnerable group. They are involved in agriculture sector and be responsible for maintaining household welfare in the family. Coffee is the most important cash crop in Rwanda, but women are essential group to sustain the coffee supply chain in Rwanda. Coffee cooperative and the coffee washing station are a source of empowerment and employment for women and girls especially. This is the classification of coffee, as you can see, sorry. classification of coffee, sherry coffee, parchment, green coffee, and you can see how women are more involved in that kind of production. Our research question, to what extent has coffee cooperative has contributed to women empowerment in Rwanda rural area? Does women employment impacted on socioeconomic development of the family? And we have used the methodology regarding focus group, the survey interview observation from 48 women, both involved in the coffee cooperative from 6 coffee zone of Karaba in Huye district. This is the southern province. Interviews were also made from the key respondent managers and cooperative managers and coffee washing station too. As we are focusing on the result and finding how coffee is affected, the income from coffee is used for the shelter, like you can see, just 5%, food 15%, health insurance 5%, education, dowry, cow for 12%, agriculture input, but you can see the big map is for coffee, maintaining coffee 21%. It's because farmers know that coffee is the main crop, the cash crop which provides income for them. Cooperative as tool of women empowerment. How? The coffee cooperative has acquired more strength and synergy for women. Job creation, especially for girls and women, while they were producing, they were harvesting, processing coffee, sustainable market, income for women, especially for family in general, independence of women, financial autonomy, as you can see, gender equality, decision-making, mutual exchange. Coffee cooperative has also reduced conflict and violence, discrimination against women. Before the cooperative, being a member of cooperative, farmers were discussing in Rwanda coffee income and income from cow belong to men in the previous time. Now through cooperative, the cooperative has given them the voice to discuss about the violence, conflict reduction, and discrimination against women. Self-esteem, now the women can have a self-esteem. Cooperative has become a tutor for resilience, reducing socioeconomic vulnerability of the women because women were depending on the men according to our cultural situation. Coffee washing station, no more burden for the women because women were producing coffee, like coffee we're taking right now. If you think about women and the men who are producing coffee through the coffee washing station, now the burden is reduced. The saving time for other activities, as they have coffee washing station, they can reserve more time for other activities. Peace basket, less gender-based violence, as I have said, for women, social trust among members, job and empowerment for girls and women. The impact of cooperative and coffee washing station to women, economically, women has good production, access to input, increasing the revenue for the family. Normally when the man got money, they go to take a local beer. But if the women got money, they go for family purposes. The negotiation power, employment, bargaining power, access to credit through what we call in the local language, ibimina, those are tontines. Account number possession, before being a member of cooperative, women doesn't have access to account number. So entrepreneurship activities, are we finished? Entrepreneurship activities, management of household income, technology transfer, electricity power and water sanitation around the house, community service, which reduce the poverty in the family, and this goes to the objective of Millennium Goals. Socially, when become member, it creates solidarity among women, social cohesion, sharing experience, self-resilience through that kind of cooperative. Social capital is created, unity and reconciliation among members of family. You see, when you are a member of cooperative, you know the history of Rwanda, the genocide of Rwanda. Now, being a member of cooperative, they try to forget the situation and they work together. Gender promotion, children education through the cooperative, health insurance, because the cooperative provide insurance for all members of cooperative and their relatives, assistance to vulnerable group, reducing violence, joint solution, decision-making, sustainable development, social welfare, which provide women empowerment too. As you can see, that I was doing my PhD in 6 years ago. You can see how women are involved in taking care of our coffee. The coffee we're taking, normally in Rwanda, in Africa, they say it's a tough activity and the men cannot be salting coffee from morning up to evening. This belongs to, it's what they call women activities. I'm not against gender, but it's what they say. Employment, the visa for credit, through the cooperative, women has found a visa for the credit for fertilizers, women empowerment, exchange of experience when they are working together, they can discuss and exchange, socialization, tontine, as I have said, social cohesion, conflict resolution, and finally, the unity and the reconciliation. Rwanda has become the first country to use the Cup of Excellence. As you can see on the last picture, those women are trained to testify the quality of the coffee, which has given them the strength in their activities. You can see those are photos. I was with the ambassador of USA in Rwanda in previous time. Women challenge, however, we have women challenge, even though low level of education of women, external dependence on men, they still think that they belong to the men, lack of total ownership, ignorance of cooperative principles. Even the managers of cooperative, I do think that all of you have to emphasize about principles of cooperative, lack of self-confidence, culture problem of Rwandan women, and competition with the private coffee cooperative. This is the conclusion you can read. I don't have more time. Living, sharing experience, discussion, training, learning by others, mutual support, self-resilience, women voice, building awareness, gender equality, culture of enterprise, decision-making, family stability, plan for the future, improving socio-economic well-being of households. And thank you for your presence and for your attention. But before I give the floor, you are more welcome in Rwanda next October, the summit of this International Conference of Cooperative. Thank you very much, Madam.
Thank you. Kisara, would you be so kind to close the microphone? Thank you very much for that. We had three very interesting perspectives, historical, legal, and more from the grassroots level. You've been very patient all day, and although we are running out of time, we were allowed 2 questions, very succinct, not grand statements, questions, and I would like to ask our speakers to also be very self-restrained and disciplined in their answers. Questions, the floor is open. 2 succinct questions. No questions? Nobody wants to say nothing? Okay, please, go ahead. Introduce yourself and put your microphone on, please.
I'm Sudha from India. It is to Gizaro. Do you all export to other countries? Coffee, do you all export to other countries? The cooperatives, do you all export?
Okay, we can take the next question if there is another question. Otherwise, Gisara will explain. Yes, there's Kenki and there's Boris. Kenki, you want to go ahead?
My name is Kenki Maeda, and I'm from Japan Cooperative Alliance. And my question is maybe a linguistic question, but to Claudia, you said in the future cooperative work. One of the 3 points was cooperative work, and that means work in cooperative or cooperative work. Cooperative is used as an adjective or a noun. So I was not very clear about that.
Very quickly, Boris, can you make it short?
Yes, I don't know if I may raise questions since I am a stowaway. My name is Boris Engelson, a journalist freelance. I have heard...
Your microphone is on, Boris? Okay.
Yes. I have heard why cooperatives are not a bad thing, but a good thing, but I have not understood why not the whole economy has turned cooperative since the inception. If cooperatives have all these qualities, and I believe they have, why are there still enterprises with all their bad sides when they could become cooperative or be outperformed by cooperatives? And why do some large cooperatives like Crédit Agricole, once the largest bank on earth, decide to stop being a cooperative and turn publicly listed company?
Answer that, Manuel? That last question? Did you understand the question? I can answer that. Okay. Gisaro, on the question presented to you.
Yes, in Rwanda, the coffee is export for European countries, USA and Japan especially. And Rwanda doesn't have a culture of using coffee because the coffee, they say in rural areas, if I'm saying in a rural area, they say coffee, when you take coffee, you become angry very fast. It's better you take other foods like potatoes, not than what they say. In Rwanda, we consume just 3% of our production. 97% is exported.
Thank you.
Karibu.
Okay, so I will answer the last two questions. So cooperative work, I meant in the same line as Manuel Garcia in terms of a third type of labor, which is like cooperative labor in that sense. So I'm not talking just like employment in a cooperative, but trying to really work on these issues in order to be also protected and regulated properly. So unless we recognize it, we cannot really work with it as we should be doing it. Why not everybody? And then it was Crédit Agricole, I think. Yeah. Okay. Demutualize. Okay. I think that's a question that there are different studies and debates on that. I am not going to deal with that. As far as I know, when I did a book with Bruno Roylands on Capital and Debt Trap, and let's say 2011, 2013, so what happens is that they opened up the highest level of the cooperative group. And because of that, they really had a really bad time during the financial crisis. At that time, the lower levels of the cooperative group, so like second level cooperatives and the ground cooperatives, actually had a huge discussion and sacked all those people. So it is true what's going on there, as you mentioned, but it's also true that the cooperative group still managed to react against that. and they are very critical of that. However, they let it happen in the first place. So, but the debate is huge. Now, why not everybody is a cooperative? When you see the maps that Albert Thomas, just a few that are still there in the archives, like Denmark, Holland, France, everywhere was a cooperative. The map is almost black with thousands and thousands of cooperatives. So actually, if that was the case everywhere, probably that was already the case. It's just that we, even when we teach and when we study and when we discuss, we keep repeating things and forgetting about the past and just keep repeating something that we talk, and we are not even aware of the history, we are not even aware of like the real economy, and we just talk about, I don't know, like the stock market as if it were the real economy, for example. So the issue is that how much are we aware of ourselves, and how much are we really knowledgeable of ourselves and the real thing, the real people and the real economy. So, but that's...
Thank you, Claudia and Gisaro and Manuel. I would like to ask the next session chaired by Sonia, and the speakers are Sudha and Melissa and Hyun-Sik to please come to the floor. Thank you.
There you go. See, I told you. Yes, so thank you for your patience. We have a little bit longer to go. This is a shorter panel. We only have 2 speakers. And we'll get right to it. I will just tell you that we have to finish with the panel at exactly 5:15. Panelists, 10 minutes each. And then at 5:15, we are going to have our closing speaker, Graciela Fernandez. And we'll be wrapping up for the day. So thank you to our panelists. We're starting with Sudha. Where do I have you? Okay, Sudha Korginaya, sorry. A professor at the Besant Women's College at Mangalore University in India. So it's my pleasure to introduce the first speaker. Go ahead.
ICA who are gathered here, and the members of Cooperative Family, and my dear friends. My paper, titled The Changing Cooperative Landscape in the World of Work, a Study of Women's Empowerment Through Participatory Strategies in India. To introduce, in India, more than 95% of the women in the labor force are in the informal sector, who sans education, other safety nets, but cooperatives, they shelter millions of women workers in India. The main objective of my paper is, it outlines the participatory strategies initiated by the district-level cooperatives in the banking and dairy sector in my area, that is Dakshina Kannada district, in the state of Karnataka in India. It also delineates the impact of participation of women members in such initiative leading to their sustainable empowerment. The research methodologies is empirical study, which is descriptive and exploratory, confined to 2 district-level cooperatives. One is in the banking field, another one is the dairy field. Another one is primary data from both the organization and the 200 women beneficiaries are selected from 2 district-level cooperatives. Key findings are, I'm explaining about the various participatory strategies on account of which the women empowered. The first one is a cooperative bank. It's called as SCDCC Bank. They've started the Navodaya Grama Vikasa, that is Upstart Village Development Charitable Trust in Mangalore, promoted 41,143 Navodaya self-help groups. They have mobilized total savings to the tune of 1.51 billion from 283,000 members, out of whom 190,000 are women members. And the kind of initiative, whatever they have initiated for the women empowerment, for the past 13 years from the NABARD, that is Apex organization in the agriculture sector in India, they got the Best Performance Award. The financial services rendered by them they are credit linked to the tune of 17.91 billion advanced to them. Social safety nets in terms of microinsurance, health insurance, medical treatment, accidental death insurance, maternity benefits are given to them. Capacity building initiatives in terms of credit management, in terms of training for production, leadership, managerial competencies, marketing guidance, linkage, marketing fairs, rural entrepreneur development program for youth, for which purpose they have set up education institution for the rural poor, micro-entrepreneur development program for SHG women. Then let's see the participative strategies of DK Cooperative Milk Producers Union. Started in the year 1986, it has got 671 member dairy cooperatives, 179 women dairy co-ops, 119,000 farmer members, support to training and women program, and the Kshiya Sanjeevani. These two are the programs which are launched by the Ministry of Women and Child Welfare and the Rural Mission. It is initiated through this particular district cooperative, dairy cooperative. They have mobilized women into WDCs, that is Women Dairy Development Cooperatives, through SHG model. They have provided the margin money for the dairy farming, interest-free loans for the purchase of livestock, productive assets, support services are given, access to credit, backward and forward linkages are given, entrepreneurship development programs, self-employment opportunities, and the guaranteed livelihood are given to them. Various capacity building activities in terms of general awareness, nutrition, legal literacy, computer and managerial training, visit to Amul Dairy, that is one of the biggest white revolution that is happening in India. Organic manure, fodder processing units are also established by them. Solar green energy in every dairy cooperative is also assisted by the district cooperative union. Let's see the factors impacting women empowerment. This is the crux of my paper. Economic empowerment, political empowerment, and the social empowerment. Let's see how it has been effected. First one is economic empowerment. Access to economic resource was given through microfinance. Savings were mobilized. It has increased the investment potential of the women. Asset creation, many of them have built the houses, purchased gold, and in various other assets. Who were not bankable earlier, they were made bankable now. Equality of ownership and income. They have set up a bank of their own. Not only that, in one particular rural area, they've also set up their multi-purpose cooperatives. Access to market is also given to them. Economic activities, other than the dairy farming, they are into horticulture, beekeeping, multiple cropping, floriculture, micro-enterprises like tailoring, home products, candle and file making, vermicompost, fashion design, poultry, and various other micro-enterprises are started by them. Collective entrepreneurs in food and fish processing, and economic capabilities, they've attained the self-reliance. Financial literacy is given to them. They have become the functional retreats. Financial decision-making power, not only in their cooperative society, but also in their own houses. They have also enjoyed upward economic mobility. Business networking, bargaining power is also strengthened. They have solved the problems of malnutrition, energy deficiency, and most of the women earlier, they used to cut the forest trees and they used to use it for firewood. Now most of them, they do have their biogas, as a result of which deforestation is happening. Security in terms of work, they have income, they have food security, saving security, nutrition security both for the family and themselves, health and livestock security as well, able to meet their wants out of their earnings. Let's see how the political empowerment is effected. They contested, most of them have contested for the local government bodies. They become the representative in the board decision-making ability. The fifth sustainable development goal, what the gender equality is speaking about, it is happening in these primary level cooperatives. They fulfilled their citizenship-based rights. They participated in the community development projects. Some of them, they were not having the access to water, the roads, electricity, health center, and the school because of their political power, whatever that is bestowed on them. Now they are trying to get all these facilities to the rural areas. They are very good in lobbying and networking capabilities, and also initiated pro-poor and pro-women initiatives, emboldened to voice against the government deficits, system aberration, corrupt practices, and intractable inequalities, whatever the structural inequalities they used to have earlier. Let's see the social empowerment. They have the access to safety nets, which I have seen, and the same thing is reflected over here in terms of health insurance, medical, and only on their spouses. Now they are totally dependent on their own group members. They have their visibility, identity, not only in their family, but also in the society. Gender parity. They supplement their family income as equal economic partners, so obviously they can also solicit the help of their spouses in their domestic work. The 4 Ds, desire to work, determination and to empower, development of the family, and dedication to the collective action, all these 4 Ds have galvanized women into cooperatives. Coming to the challenges, lack of education institution, which need to happen a lot at the grassroots level. Member communication and the information is also wanting. Low participation of some of the women members in the governance processes, in the committees. Their attendance is limited, or their participation is limited to the trade terms or to avail benefits of the government programs. And the worst is the social cultural constraints, patriarchal system, gender discrimination, subordination, low economic and education status, and they are vulnerable to passivity and the timidity. And the last one, messages. What's the message we can get from this particular paper? We need to integrate the women empowerment agenda into cooperatives, favorable regulatory framework, structural reorganization, policy mandate, gender equality. These are all the various measures that they are wanted in the cooperative, particularly at the grassroots level. Concerted efforts of the state, cooperative department, federation through policies and the investment and the programs. And the last one, capacity building, social protection, legal entitlements for the human development. Only then we can say that cooperatives are the human face. Otherwise, cooperatives will never have the sun shining in India and also in the rest of the part of the globe. Thank you for your patience listening, and I'm deeply indebted and also deeply humbled to say that if I'm making my presentation, it is mainly because of ILO, ICA, SICOPA, their concerted efforts, and the coordinating efforts which has happened for the last 4.5 years, and coordinated done by Hang Suk Yem. With this, I'm concluding my paper. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Sudha, very much. The timing was perfect, so thank you for that as well.
Thank you so much.
All right, and our last panelist is Melissa Boudes, or Boud, from Université de Paris-Saclay. So go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. It's hard to be the last one. So my PowerPoint will be in English, but I will speak in French, so it will be fast. Je vais vous présenter un cas qui illustre la façon dont les coopératives peuvent répondre aux transformations du travail et plus précisément aux limites de l'État-providence, en fait. Il s'agit d'un cas de coopérative d'activité et d'emploi. Donc, tout d'abord, un tout petit peu pour comprendre mon cas théorique, j'ai identifié 3 ce qu'on appelle des ordres institutionnels qui représentent en fait des idéotypes qui sont mobilisés par ces coopératives d'activité et d'emploi, qui passent par des pratiques. Donc, pour le marché, il va y avoir l'entrepreneuriat qui répond à un besoin d'autonomie. Pour l'État, il va y avoir le salariat qui répond aux besoins de protection, de stabilité. et l'économie sociale, qui passe par la pratique idéale typique de la coopération et qui répond à un besoin de faire partie d'un collectif. L'État-providence, lui, il constitue un arrangement institutionnel qui va venir lier le marché et l'État et qui, de fait, a, au cours du temps, marginalisé la coopération et l'économie sociale et solidaire. Parce qu'il s'agit d'un modèle en France de type bismarckien, du coup, qui repose sur la négociation entre les syndicats et les représentants des employeurs. Donc aujourd'hui, on assiste aussi à, donc ça a été beaucoup dit, donc je passe très vite, à un mouvement d'individualisation et de digitalisation du travail. Il y a des collègues qui récemment ont chiffré le nombre de travailleurs du clic, ces personnes qui sont derrière ce qu'on appelle aujourd'hui de façon très à la mode l'intelligence artificielle. Finalement, derrière, il y a beaucoup de travailleurs qui s'usent derrière leurs écrans. Donc 266 000 travailleurs du clic en France, a priori. On a face à ça les limites en fait d'un régime social qui se caractérise par un chômage, un taux de chômage très élevé en France depuis des décennies et des déficits aussi structurels importants. Donc face à ça, la question que je me suis posée, c'est comment le mouvement coopératif pouvait recréer des arrangements institutionnels nouveaux pour répondre à ces transformations actuelles du travail. Et donc je me suis intéressée à un cas particulier, comme je vous disais, les coopératives d'activité et d'emploi qui proposent tout d'abord d'accompagner les entrepreneurs, ces micro-entrepreneurs qu'on voit se multiplier. Ils ont accès via la coopérative à un accompagnement à la fois individuel et collectif. Ils sont ensuite, ce qu'on leur propose, c'est un contrat de travail donc salarié. La plupart du temps, dans les coopératives d'activité et d'emploi, il s'agit de contrats à durée indéterminée. Donc leur salaire est transformé leur chiffre d'affaires est transformé en salaire. Et enfin, bien sûr, comme il s'agit d'une coopérative, ces personnes peuvent prendre part à la gouvernance de la structure. Donc aujourd'hui, on compte à peu près 200 coopératives d'activité et d'emploi de ce type en France, qui commencent à essaimer un petit peu au-delà de nos frontières, qui réunissent environ 10 000 membres. Et moi, je me suis intéressée à une d'entre elles qui est située en région parisienne et qui a été créée en 2003 et qui compte bien plus maintenant que de 800 membres. Alors, qu'est-ce que j'ai pu observer ? Ce que j'ai pu observer, c'est quelque chose qui est assez ambivalent, une utilisation assez ambivalente des ordres institutionnels que je vous ai présentés tout à l'heure, c'est-à-dire qu'elles vont sélectionner des points particuliers qui les intéressent dans les logiques et en écarter d'autres. Donc pour l'entrepreneuriat, pour la logique marchande, il y a une critique très forte du micro-entrepreneuriat, des discours qui rejoignent ce qu'on a entendu tout au long de la journée. Donc là, je vous ai mis un petit extrait d'un article académique qui a été écrit par des membres du conseil d'administration, qui critique ce micro-entrepreneuriat parce qu'il, justement, ne permet d'accéder qu'à une micro-protection sociale. Mais d'un autre côté, la coopérative d'activité et d'emploi s'appuie fortement sur l'entrepreneuriat puisque ces travailleurs restent autonomes, développent leur activité de façon complètement autonome avec leur propre marque, et leur salaire fluctue en fonction du chiffre d'affaires comme n'importe quel entrepreneur. Donc voilà pour cette relation ambivalente par rapport au marché. Ensuite, par rapport au salariat, donc tous les travailleurs qui dégagent un chiffre d'affaires ont un contrat salarié, ce qui leur permet d'être rattachés au régime général de la sécurité sociale, qui est beaucoup plus protecteur que le régime des indépendants. Mais cependant, il y a une très forte critique du lien de subordination. Je vous ai mis encore une fois un petit extrait de cette critique du lien de subordination qui caractérise pourtant le salariat. Donc encore une fois, un lien assez ambivalent, un couplage sélectif. Et enfin, du côté de l'économie sociale et solidaire, un fort appui sur les principes coopératifs, avec des travailleurs qui ont l'opportunité via la coopérative de changer, de développer plusieurs activités à la fois, qui mutualisent donc des moyens, qui s'entraident. Il y a énormément d'entraide, il y a énormément de convivialité aussi dans cette coopérative. mais d'autre part un discours très fort et très critique à l'encontre de l'économie sociale et solidaire en France, qui, d'après ses membres, en tout cas ses représentants, manque de pouvoir politique. Le discours n'est pas clair et pas assez incisif, en tout cas c'est ce que disaient les anciens dirigeants, et c'est encore beaucoup diffusé aujourd'hui. Qu'est-ce que je retire de cette étude-là? Que les coopératives d'activité d'emploi, mais pas seulement elles, le mouvement coopératif en général, peut venir à un niveau justement intermédiaire, un niveau méso, jouer un rôle d'innovation très important pour répondre à la fois à des besoins qui viennent un petit peu du niveau macro. Donc là, pour le cas que je vous ai présenté, c'était plutôt un manque d'efficacité, une légitimité un petit peu en berne de l'État-providence, et de l'autre côté, un besoin qui émerge des personnes pour davantage d'autonomie, de sécurité, un besoin de se sentir faire partie d'un collectif. Tout ce qui donne sens finalement au travail. Voilà, pour moi. Je vous remercie de m'avoir écouté.
Thank you very much. We were given a green light for a couple of quick questions, as in the last session. So any burning questions for our panelists? It's been a long day. No? Yes? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Raymond Saner du Centre pour le développement socio-économique. J'ai une question à Madame en ce qui concerne donc la situation en France. Si je vous ai bien compris, vous avez dit il manque une ambition politique des coopératives en France. On a aussi entendu de notre collègue, par exemple, qu'une grande banque comme le Crédit Agricole se transforme en banque du secteur privé. Alors, est-ce qu'il faudrait, dans ce sens-là, interpréter la situation comme étant la fin de l'esprit des coopératives en France, ou qu'est-ce qui se passe dans un pays qui était tout de même toujours très important pour l'esprit et le mouvement des coopératives? Qu'est-ce qui se passe?
Thank you, Melissa.
Alors, c'est pas le discours que moi je tiens, j'ai juste, je me fais le relais du discours que tient la coopérative que j'ai étudiée. Hein. Je préfère circonscrire, donc c'est pas l'opinion générale des coopératives déjà, et des coopérateurs en général en France. Et ce que moi je vois en tant que chercheuse, notamment autour de la nouvelle économie digitale, enfin plus si nouvelle que ça, c'est au contraire un attrait pour la forme coopérative. Donc il y a plusieurs mouvements, mais c'est plutôt le message politique derrière qui semble pour certains acteurs dilué, notamment suite à la loi économie sociale et solidaire de 2014, qui a beaucoup élargi le champ de l'économie sociale et solidaire. Et donc les acteurs historiques qui portaient un message politique très fort se sont sentis... ont senti leur message dilué, les frontières floutées, et du coup se retrouvent pas tous sous cette nouvelle étiquette économie sociale et solidaire. Donc moi je fais partie plutôt des optimistes, je vais voir les nouvelles initiatives qui émergent, justement c'est les nouveaux entrepreneurs qui s'appuient sur des statuts coopératifs pour développer pour contrer les mastodontes du digital par exemple. C'est pas facile mais ils y vont, il y en a qui ont envie d'essayer des modèles alternatifs. Donc, ouais.
Thank you very much. I think I will wrap it up with this and ask our panelists kindly leaving the stage, and I'm going to invite to the stage Graciela Fernandez. Where's Graciela? Hi. Ms. Fernandez has more than 20 years of experience in cooperative and associative organizational issues. She's the president of Uruguayan Confederation of Cooperatives, UDECOOP, and has a degree from University of the Republic in Montevideo, joined the Uruguayan Cooperative Center, CCU, an NGO of which he's currently president. So welcome and thank you very much for addressing the group. And I'm going to leave you as well.
Buenas tardes a todas y a todos. Buenas tardes, señor presidente, querido amigo Ariel Huarco. Buenas tardes, señora presidenta del Comité de Género. Creo que además representantes de la OIT y todos los amigos que nos acompañan para mí. Pero sí, nosotros vamos a tener una mirada que para algunos puede resultar sumamente subjetiva. De ASI, la mirada desde el Consejo Cooperativa de las Américas y la mirada desde lo que creemos que son nuestros principios y valores cooperativos y que nos dan esta identidad con derecho a analizar lo que hoy sucedió aquí. Yo creo que hoy, y he ido escribiendo un poquito mientras que escuchaba, hoy nos hemos puesto de cara a las exigencias del futuro. El tema era las cooperativas y el trabajo del futuro. Y nos hemos puesto de cara a las exigencias del futuro analizando la contemporaneidad y analizando por varios de los panelistas, de los investigadores además, todo aquello que traemos del pasado. Y en primer lugar hay que destacar la importancia del propio evento, que sintetiza una muy larga historia de diálogo y colaboración entre la OIT y la ASI, que data desde el propio origen de la OIT. Era muy importante, tuvo sus momentos de crisis, sus debilidades y sus cortes como en cualquier diálogo social. Pero hoy, para las cooperativas del mundo, poder estar aquí, poder tener este espacio, donde participan también de nuestra propia agenda, donde hoy tenemos nuestra agenda en el centenario de la OIT. En segundo lugar, es fundamental señalar la importancia de la declaración del centenario. Acordada la pasada semana aquí, en Ginebra, en la 108 Conferencia Internacional del Trabajo, donde nuevamente las cooperativas son señaladas en forma explícita junto al resto de la economía social y solidaria como un factor clave para enfrentar los desafíos del futuro del trabajo y del desarrollo sostenible. Esta declaración nos permite retomar con fuerza la recomendación número 193 de la OIT del 2002, escuchada en reiteradas oportunidades hoy, analizada en forma magnífica, con miradas diferentes, miradas de líderes políticos del cooperativismo, por el director general de OIT, por miradas de embajadores ante la OIT, por miradas de la academia, por miradas de investigadores y por miradas de las organizaciones sindicales. ¿Qué presenta para nosotros este desafío de la recomendación 193? Este verdadero decálogo, para nosotros además, una guía para la promoción y desarrollo de las cooperativas en el mundo y con vistas a la consolidación de un mundo más equitativo. En tercer lugar, es importante destacar que las cooperativas también representamos una excelente alternativa para los desafíos del futuro, fundamentalmente en relación al control social de las tecnologías que desafían las relaciones laborales tradicionales y habilitan nuevos procesos de concentración económica a escala global, ya sea a través de cooperativas de trabajo asociado o cooperativas de usuarios o incluso a partir de esos formatos mixtos tan interesantes como señalaron hoy algunos de nuestros panelistas a lo largo de la jornada. Las cooperativas se proyectan así como la mejor alternativa para mantener el desarrollo económico centrado en las personas. La ASI se vuelve a comprometer hoy con los grandes postulados de OIT y en particular la importancia de garantizar a futuro el pleno empleo y el trabajo decente, de acuerdo también con su compromiso que ha tenido con la ONU, con la Agenda 2030, con los Objetivos del Desarrollo Sostenible. El actual estado de desarrollo del movimiento cooperativo global, con más de 1.200 millones de asociados, cerca de 280 millones de trabajadores, en más de 3 millones de organizaciones de base, y el sólido y explícito marco de valores que inspira la acción de cada una de nuestras entidades a nivel planetario, nos permiten hoy hacer un planteo. Para mejorar el trabajo de la próxima década, donde las cooperativas y el conjunto de la economía social y solidaria sea tenida en cuenta en la propia gobernanza de la OIT. Y eso se estableció hoy con la firma del memorando. Poder construir un desarrollo sostenible a nivel global hace a la comprensión plural de actores, y hoy estuvieron aquí, pero requiere de reconocer a aquellos que por su propia genética se han conformado en vista a la construcción de igualdad, solidaridad y democracia a nivel global. Esto somos las cooperativas y por ello entendemos relevante, tras 100 años de permanente colaboración con la OIT, poder dar un paso más en términos de reconocimiento y poder de interlocución. Muchas gracias a todos y ha sido una jornada larga. Gracias.
Excuse me, everybody, sorry, a small announcement. Please return your badges when you leave the building. There are badge return boxes that you can put them in. It's very important. Thank you.